I am sure sports. You know me there, I'm coast to coast representing. I mean, I say this is righteous representing for Omar. You don't know, come get your sports over here from near and far. Boy. Me say I am sure sports, one thing me sure about. When me say sure, that me not doubt. Come get your sports, get it over here. Come subscribe, repost and share. I am sure sports, one thing me sure about. When me say sure, that me not doubt. Come get your sports, get it over here. Come subscribe, repost and share. If me not sure, that me not say it. Know who score, that me not say it. Never know no game play, that me not say it. If me never see no game, me not know who play. For your sports news, better come over here so. For your soccer news, then come over here so. If you don't love sports, still come over here so. For the day done, you are gonna love over here so.
So when it comes on to behavior concerning football, Jamaica is decent. I am sure that if we can get all of these things done, set in place by the end of April, it gives us enough time before the World Cup campaign. Not afraid of no Brazil, no Argentina with these crapper players. We are good enough. Remember, like, subscribe, share. Listen, comment, let me know what your thoughts are.
Welcome to I Am Sure Sports.
I am sure sports. You know me there, I'm coast to coast representing. I mean, I say this is righteous representing for Omar. You don't know, come get your sports over here from near and far. Boy. Me say I am sure sports, one thing me sure about. When me say sure, that me not doubt. Come get your sports, get it over here. Come subscribe, repost and share. I am sure sports, one thing me sure about. When me say sure, that me not doubt. Come get your sports, get it over here. Come subscribe, repost and share. If me not sure, that me not say it. Know who score, that me not say it. Never know no game play, that me not say it. If me never see no game, me not know who play. For your sports news, better come over here so. For your soccer news, then come over here so. If you don't love sports, still come over here so. For the day done, you are gonna love over here so.
So when it comes on to behavior concerning football, Jamaica is decent. I am sure that if we can get all of these things done, set in place by the end of April, it gives us enough time before the World Cup campaign. Not afraid of no Brazil, no Argentina with these crapper players. We are good enough. Remember, like, subscribe, share. Listen, comment, let me know what your thoughts are.
Trick Jerk Marinade gives your meats and vegetables authentic Jamaican jerk flavor. The spices are directly from Jamaica. Spices like jerk seasoning, allspice, scotch bonnet pepper, fresh scallions, thyme, ginger, and garlic. The key ingredients to a great jerk marinade. 0% sugar and low in sodium. You want to try it?
Made up of 18 Jamaican herbs and spices. Add delicious, bold flavor to your next grilling experience. Flavoring sauce, a marinade, basting, condiment, or topping. Trick Nick Jerk Barbecue Sauce.
Yes. Good morning. Welcome to I Am Sure Sports. I am your host, Manning's Man. All right. It is good. It is good to be here with you. One of my co-hosts just sent me a very hilarious message. Please join the show. My co-host, you know who you are. If not, no, this is serious business. But hope you're doing well. Again, we begin by saying, let's give thanks for life. You know, someone spoke to me this morning and I told him that I am so grateful that I had the opportunity today to again be able to take my kids to school another day in good health, you know. And with the crazy driving on the streets, I was able to leave home, get back home, and I am still alive. So I'm very grateful that I have breath in my lungs. Very grateful for that. Never ever do I take it for granted. I look to the hills continually, from whence cometh my help. My help comes from the Lord. I am confident that He is my defense. I am confident that He is my shield. You know, He goes before me. He stands behind me. He's always beside me, and He's ever in me. I also am confident that no weapon that is formed against me shall prosper, and every tongue that has been risen up against me in condemnation shall be proven wrong. For this shall be my heritage, for my righteousness is of the Most High God. I am confident that because He is for me, who can be against me? I am confident that greater is He that is in me than he that is in the world. My hope is in no one else but Him. Again, He is my sure defense. All right. As usual, we don't like to break our show to ask you to hit like button, to subscribe, to share, to do all of those things. We ask you at the beginning, please go ahead. If you have not yet, hit the like button, hit the like button. All right. If you're not a subscriber and this is your first time to the show, hit the subscribe button. We would appreciate that. Right. Also, just take some time right now and just share the video with some persons. Maybe have some friends who they may not get all the notifications. Just share it with them so they can be a part of this great and fruitful discussion that we will having today. All right, please go ahead and do that. Right, big up to everyone in the chat. So many of you have joined early, and so good to have you in the building. All right, I need to read something for you, and then we're going to get into our discussion as per usual. So just give me a sec. I want to do what I've asked you to do, which is I never put a demand on people that I'm not willing to meet myself. So I am going to send it to 5 persons. All right, bam, there you go. So I have done that. So what do I want to share with you? Let me see if I can find this, right? Go get a little philosophical this morning as we begin. All right. So, humility is the foundation of all other virtues. Hence, in the soul in which this virtue does not exist, there cannot be any other virtue except in mere appearance. Do you wish to rise? Do you wish to rise? Begin by descending. You plan a tower that will pierce the clouds. Lay first the foundation of humility. Seek not to understand that you may believe, but believe that you may understand. All right? Yep. So that is from Saint Augustine of Hippo. It is also Super Friday. So please make sure you hit the like button. People, we need some super stickers and super chats. All right? You know, you understand me? They read it. Port said no say. Ha. Or the Masters team will go, don't worry, no tell me when at the next competition and I'll be there. We are taking this year because once money is there, you know, goal go and be scored for sure. People, I'm a little goal scorer. Read it, tell me when at the next competition now. See fans up, Hala Madrid, Jason Triple E, Rajic Sharp, Tennessee, Young Kings Entertainment. You understand me? Super Friday, aka Joe Fortis, giver not giving, bless up yourself. Yeah. You understand me? Cataract, Dukeland, you understand me? Tennessee, Baggio over there in Canada, Rasai, easy no man. You know how the thing is. Blessings to you. Tom, stranger. Yeah, that's what I mean. All right, so people, let's get into a couple of things there. Stefan Wright, you know, you don't know. Dre Any Weather Sports, LA Lakers, Dallas Maverick, Me, hey, people, me I go talk some harbor view things today, you know, Dre. So I don't know if you want that round here, you know, Dre. You understand? Because I'm going to spit some facts today. All right. So, a couple of things that I want to deal with on the show today. All right. There you go. Look at that. Uh-huh. One ball that, you know, one ball, one ball, one ball. One ball that. You understand me? One ball that. One ball that. But, should be having Andre Fortune, and at some time today you'll probably see Keta. We're in a group, you know, the Gold Cup group that was established. Frederica, you're always watching. She big up Cataract, you know, so she love. And Cataract probably head. If, when you see him today, we don't know, we have to go try and expand the screen because the man head supposed to. Oh, you said Bill. I want to send Bill money for me. Come on, this man, both big up. All I think his ball is Bill money. Dima, you hide. You understand me? Cataract head can't go up on the screen anymore. You understand me? Because Frederica, who is in our Gold Cup group, the group that we started, interacting through many of the persons on the chat here, right? Said that he did a good job yesterday. But Frederica, I mean, I really rate that still enough. Because if it wasn't for me helping to get Cataract to ask one question at a time, it wouldn't sound so sensible. You understand what I mean? But later, when he come on the show, he can speak to that matter. All right? So, all right. Its management seem to be under investigation, not by the FBI, but the Football Bureau investigation. All right? Let me offer an apology. The first apology, right? So we're going to talk about the investigation that I'm under because I'm being scrutinized, right? And I'm being checked up on something more, given of facts, all right? Let me offer an apology. Yesterday, when Cataract and I think Mr. Speed may have been on at that time as well. We said that after Captain Horace Burrell passed, right, that the interim president was Raymond Anderson. That is incorrect. It was Bruce Gaynor that was the interim president. And then Mike Ricketts became the president. So it was not Raymond Anderson. He was a vice president. He was not the interim president. And we said that yesterday. My humblest apology if that caused any injuries or any harm or any damage to the man. It was not our intent, but the interim president was Bruce Gaynor, not Raymond Anderson. I think Mr. Speed said it and then I repeated it, and I wanted to make it clear that he was not the president. He was not the president. So it was Bruce Gaynor who led, and then Lord of mercy. Nobody no Lord of mercy. Listen, people. You see the man say, nobody no page man. You're mad, man. No one can page man is man. No, man, nothing like that. Right? So I wanted to do that because again, we must do it. I don't even think he heard the program or anybody, but I felt like he should not be seen like he was the president or he has led, because it is not. So I thought it was necessary and important to do that. All right? All right. So let's continue. So it seemed like I am under investigation for all my roles and function as of recent time. I've been dubbed as corrupt and thief and part of corruption and wicked, and I'm an agent and double agent and spy and all of those things and blah, blah, blah. All right. So, number one, I said this before, where this matter came up, where I listened to the Sportsmax interview, and the individual who was being interviewed on Sportsmax said that a beach and please do not Beach Football Association of Jamaica was formed in recent times, which is seeking right, which is seeking defamation. What kind of defamation? On my name? Not looking good? What defamation? Hold on. All right, Jason, I soon put about that. What defamation on my name? What defamation? For your character? What are you talking about? There's no defamation. I am telling you that because Mr. Speed said it yesterday and it was said on my show, I am apologizing because he was not. Me are giving you information because people saw yesterday that he was. What kind of defamation? Come on, man. People, please, today, make we just listen before we respond. Please, nobody stress me out today now. Make we just listen, man. Make we listen because I know sometimes the thing is delayed. So make we listen first before we respond. All right? So let's start. Let's get back to this. So some of these things, like you know that I have a very competent legal representation. So but bless up Parky. What you mean, man? Cookie. Bad left footer. What you mean? Make them know. Oh, one place. On the lane, we say. No joke. Never dry. Ever full of water. Water lane. Big up everybody at water lane. All right. So, yeah, see, hey, people, we need somebody. We need somebody to help me, right? Who have some time when you're doing the show. You see, me, I love to have all a little thing I go up, like when certain people are talking and things, you see, just a climb up, and when you go, prim, we just cut them off because them not make no sense. And certain comments, we just try it on the nonsense meter. I think it's oral trace to come up with the idea. We think it's a brilliant idea because some of the people, they don't listen. So, the Mario McCollum, see it? Glad to see your answer because I know that, yeah. All right, so let's go through. So, so on the interview, they were saying they didn't even mention my name. They said, Malcolm, the person did not call my name. Marlon Nelson, up. Said, Bruce Gaynor and Patrick Malcolm, I think, were the two names he mentioned. And he said the other person is an employee of the JFF. All right. I'm not going to listen. Let me just say this, right? Harborview is a club that I have a lot of respect for. I have good Mr. Clive Giardini, even Mr. Carvel Stewart, always admired how that club operates and the impact they have made on Jamaica's football. I respect Coach Ludlow, Bernard, and there are many past Harborview players that even in Legends Corner, when I've tried to interview them, I've not met up on any resistance in comparison to other clubs. Vin Blain and I, many people thought that I was always picking up for Vin Blain, and I wanted Vin Blain to keep the job when the whole debacle happened with the girls. So there was a time when people even believed that I was a Harborview supporter because they felt like my channel was interviewing Harborview people. I always had Vin Blain and he was having seminars and all of those things. So I have no personal agenda against Harborview. In fact, Ambassador Stuart Stevenson is somebody that I knew one of the times when he ran against Horace Burrell. If I had a vote, I'd have really supported him because I liked his vision for the football. Rate his son, Corey Stevenson, as a footballer. All right, so let me just put that out there because what I'm about to say is not against Harborview, but to make things clear. So make sure I lay a proper foundation in. So I'm going to humble myself, right? Because that's what you do if you humble yourself. All right, so he never called my name, but the reference, James Bond is here. James Bond is here, people. An investigation going on. Big up Bond. Double O's. All right. So he said, he never called my name, in all fairness, but he said an employee of the JFF. Again, people, let me categorically state, I am not an employee. I don't get a salary from the JFF. There is no payroll that I'm a part of. I have never spent a day and work day in the JFF offices. I don't. So that assertion continues to be put out there that because of my desire to help, I am a staff at the GFF and employed to the GFF. It is not true. Mr. Speed has explained it. Mr. Chung has explained it. You could even ask Mr. Anderson, who I have worked with in the games that Jamaica played, because he's in charge of that department. I work with him. Mr. Pearson, I also work with, and others who are part of his team, because I'm here to help the football. Big up Coach Minty. All right? So let me make that clear. So that's what he said, which is not accurate. All right? He made this assertion in terms of the Beach Football Association being formed. And he said that there's a fabrication, and that fabrication is to muddy, paraphrasing now. He used the word fabrication, but that is, watch this, but that is, he says, an issue to muddy the electoral process. I'm paraphrasing, that's not his exact quote. So here is my position. If the Beach Football Association of Jamaica is found to be in breach of the Constitution, and this is an attempt, listen to management, this is an attempt to corrupt the electoral process in the Jamaica Football Federation, those who initiated it must be brought to justice. And the full letter of the law must be executed where it is found to be breaching the Constitution of the Jamaica Football Federation, and it is doing and operating illegally, knowingly. The same thing applies for the Coaches Association. The same thing applies for the Referee Association and any other one that may be started or has started. All right? I categorically state that. So, secondly, I do not have a vote. And at no point, I would not have a vote. I believe for me, and this is me, this is now my personal position. My personal position is simply this. I opt, even if I had to, I would recluse, take myself away from the process of voting. Because where I sit, I need to see specific things where the progress of football is going before I can even come to that decision. Therefore, I will not be involved in any voting process. All right? Again, so persons are saying that, but you are a part of, and I wish that Mr. Carvel Stewart, when he spoke, seeing that he has information, he's privy to information from wherever, more information than me, I think it is important that he come out and explain to the people, if his reference to me was to me, that he comes out and make legitimate claims about all of that and state how I am in charge of it, if that is his assertion, and how I have a vote. If those are the things he's suggesting, he needs to come out and share how I have a vote and how I am in charge of this. Come out and make that clear. Now, I am still here understanding that people have seen my name and documents of incorporation of a company. And like I said earlier in the week, that was brought to my attention by a representative of Raymond Anderson Slate. And the representative, because man, I'm going to be honest with you, of Raymond Anderson's Slate said that I need to check up on this and find out about it. Because they saw my name on this thing. All right? So there was I'm a part of a group that has been going on for a while. And honestly, I was asked, listen, you're in Senton, would you want to be involved in helping with beach football? We have a WhatsApp group. Would you like to join? And I said, of course, it's helping football. That's it. So, other than that, you take what you want to take and ask Mr. Stewart that question. And let me say it again. And I'd love to hear from like Young Kings Entertainment, because so many times I have something I do. I'd love to hear from you. When did Mr. Speed say that I have a vote? Can one person, I just need one person to confirm that Mr. Speed said that Manningsman have a vote. Preacher, up. So you heard Mr. Speed say Manningsman have a vote? All right, so I'm going to call Mr. Speed. A big deal, Len. You know that you have been accused of saying things in Augusta sometimes, so careful now, you know. Okay, thank you so much. At the Confed level. So do you know how? Thank you so much, Jason Gould. You know why I have a vote at the Confed level? The Confed level is the parish. And this is where I'm pulling out of Jamaica football. So I have a club, that a couple of seasons ago, they were like just one level away, and the pandemic messed up everything. So a lot of the players have players at Mullines, players are overseas, players who have played at Mount Pleasant. So I have a young football team, very good players. Some of them playing schoolboy football now, doing well. Some went to racing all over the place. All right. So because of that, all affiliates in the parish have a vote. So I have a vote in my parish. That vote has nothing to do with the election that is going on. So let us not confuse and conflate issues. All right? So the vote that I have is at the parish level, because even corner league organizers have vote in St. Anne. That don't affect. In fact, watch this, it's so funny. All the clubs, for example, could want to support Raymond Anderson, and Mr. Beckford votes for Michael Ricketts. All the clubs could want to support Michael Ricketts, and Mr. Beckford vote for Raymond Anderson. Because at the end of the day, it is the president and his committee who has the vote. So please let us listen and be clear. All right? Listen. So having a vote in the parish to vote in who your parish president will be does not interfere with the election for the president. It may be indirectly connected. That is not hard for us to understand and grasp. All right. But I need to go on to something else. And here is what. So I grew up in a time in Jamaica's football when persons outside of Kingston and St. Andrew, for the most part, as good and as talented as they were, felt like great injustice was done to them. I'm going somewhere. A lot of this is due to some of the players who would be representing our national under 17, under 20s, and senior teams for many, many years. And persons, I can't give you names. You had like a guy they call Rich Kid, don't know his correct name. Right? You had Darren Jackson, they call him Bimbo, passed away. O'Neal Meredith, Craig Garden, Atal Franklin, Damian Leng. A lot of these guys from just Senton. I could go to Damian Ford, who used to play for Reno. Ted Roy Jones, who used to play for Reno. Calvin Valentine, who used to play for Reno. Easton Simmet. Donald Wilson. I could go to Cecil Pringle. I could go on and on and on and on. They had this guy who, even the same, Patrick Graham, who stopped playing. I could go on and on. I could go to Neville Brown, they call him Bud Morrow, used to play for Wadada. I could go to the Foster brothers who used to play for Violet Kickers. I could go on and name people. I can go to Socrates Christie, Ainsworth Carr. How many of these players in Western Jamaica? I could go to Dirtsman, who used to play for Star Cosmos. Oh, geez, how can I forget his name? Like these players, watch me, outside of Kingston and St. Andrew, felt like only certain clubs could get people to play in the national team. And unfortunately, the clubs that had those players were primarily Harbourview, Hazard when it moved to Kingston. Watch this. That's two. The other one was Boys Town. There was a generation of players from Arnett Gardens who rarely get called up. Tivoli Gardens that rarely got called up. Waterhouse that rarely got called up. It is for that reason that many, many people outside of Kingston and St. Andrew have an issue with CASAFA and anyone associated with CASAFA. Because CASAFA has always been seen as an organization that disenfranchise other parishes, whether consciously or not, whether knowingly or not. So there is great opposition against anyone who has anyone from CASAFA around them. Do you hear me? So as long as you are going to run football and you have any representative from CASAFA around you, especially from the older time, here is what is going to happen. Majority of Jamaica are not going to support you. That is because people believe, in particular for Harbourview, that many Harbourview players got opportunities to play for Jamaica when there were better players in Jamaica. Listen, wait to listen to me. Again, who are the teams? Predominantly Harbourview. You can go back to the Santos and those teams back in their glory days. and Portmore. So I say that when one comes out and speak about how corrupt and evil one person is, you must always check where you're coming from and what people's thoughts are of you. Now, like I say, I have no personal problem with Harborview. There are some good players, the Luton Shelton, the Ricardo Gardner, the Jeremy Yu, Foley. So many of them I know that come through. But let me say this. Let me say this again. That while those players were good, they were meant until Rene Simoes really came and changed the culture and started going around Jamaica. A lot of these players, people forgot how Theodore Whitmore struggled until basically Rene Simoes' time to cement a place. Theodore Whitmore didn't get good playing for Jamaica. He got better. Neither did Hector Wright. The excuse that used to be given is that they had to travel from far and didn't have anywhere to stay in Kingston at the time. So, one of the things that CASAFA needs to do, I have people from St. Elizabeth that have reached out to me, for example, and said, you know how many players from our parish they have gone to represent Harborview and have gone overseas, and we have nothing to show for it. The issue that you have and the people have is not Manning's man. And I keep on telling people that Manning's man is the least of your problem. Take a deep look at the football. It cannot be, and this is the same thing. And this is one of the reasons why many people have a problem with speed. Because here's one. Even if 10 Cavaliers players are good, if they are on the team, the fact that you're part of the technical committee, it comes across like it is your influence. So it is not that you may be interfering, but the perception that there is conflict of interest. The conflict of interest is going to be called out. And here's the thing. If your players are not good, and to avoid conflict of interest, they are not called, then here is what happened. It comes across and causes the players to be hurt by the process. That is why people are saying to you, it's not that, that's why people are saying to you, simple. Just leave that part of the football and focus on Cavaliers. And that is why I said in my video a couple days ago that I would love to see you leave the football. I'd love to see it. I'd love to see you do that. I'd love to see you do it, and then people must propose who should do it instead. And fine, I'm okay with that. Because I don't want to, I do agree with people that there's a perceived conflict of interest because of your multifunction within the federation. So let's be real. Let's be real and honest. So walk away. Not because you're running from people, but because your club is going to have a whole lot to do. And let's see. I personally don't think your departure will make Jamaica football better. But here's what people don't understand. So, let me say this. So, the issue now is that there was a previous what they call it. There's a previous oh geez, I'm getting some text here. All right, people, listen. All right, let me just easy. All right, people. If you use while there is freedom of speech, all right, do not refrain from using expletives in expressing yourself because we can read it. All right, because the range holders will delete those comments. Not that they have a problem with you commenting. All right, that's number one. You have a right to say what you want to say, but please say it respectfully. You don't have because maybe the person you're directing it at is not even watching and reading the comments. So it's not necessary to put it in. And if the person is watching, do not be disrespectful. And then I don't think your comment will be deleted. Please let us do that. Because we can have good conversation. All right. So let's get back to the main issue. So the issue that is out there now is this: there was a beach soccer group already that should be given the right to vote, and there was a coaches association that Vin Blain used to do, that they should be the ones to vote. And this is where the conflict is, people. So since that time, Vin Blain he has done coaching seminars in Jamaica. The office that certifies it is that. Here's where I disagree with people. Because if you say, don't use the speed coaching thing in 2020, use the Vin Blain one, it is the people who want or believe that the vote will go to Anderson. Here's what management believe. Remove the whole of them. So none of them vote in account. That is where me and Uno different. Because you know what, they vote for favor one party. Here's what management is saying. Remove the whole of them. Remove Beach, remove Issa, remove JCA, remove PFJL, remove the coach one, the speed one, remove the Vin Blain one, remove the whole of them. Remove the Peter Prendergast referee, remove the whole of them. FIFA, that's what I want you to do. Come in and remove the whole of them. Because everybody I try to get the one if you vote for them. As election go. One side want the farmer ones because they believe the farmer ones would give them the vote. This other side want the present one. So just do away with both of them. Do away with both of them. All right. It looked like all right, it looked like there's a rinse war going on. Right? You understand me, people? Because to be fair and to be honest, Vin Blain cannot certify the coaches with the requisite. Like if Vin Blain today come and say, I give you the certification for completing this course, it does not qualify the person to coach in the JPL or in schoolboy football. That's a different set of things. So doing coaching courses is not enough. So if they believe that the one that Speed started is illegal, do away with both of them. That is what I'm saying. If you want this thing to be fair, don't use the old one, don't use the new one. Do away with both of them. Use the past players alone. Simply put, if you are saying the new one is breaching the Constitution, the people are saying the old one, they're not working and they don't have no power. The Vin Blain coaching thing, and I know Vin listen to my program, you know, and him know him can call me anytime. Mr. Vin Blain cannot at this time give anybody any certification that qualifies them people that qualifies them to coach in the leagues. So simply put, my suggestion is that don't let it benefit anybody then. Remove both sets and say, okay, the past players have been legit. Let them go. Yeah, man, that's what I'm going to do. All right? That group was started in 2020 with the CONCACAF licensing. When they move away from the level 1 and the level 2, and you started to get now the D, the C, the B, and now they're doing the A. Right? That was in 2020. That was actually before the new JFF constitution. I said this yesterday when I said, of course, Vin Blain has been coaching. Of course, he has done seminars on my channel. I said that. He has done seminars on my channel. But let me ask you this. Big up, see a Western footballer here, captain and big baller at the time. Right? Big up. So let's deal with that. So, is it that we're saying that the official, because a lot of this comes back down to voting, and we the fans who don't have a vote, what I'm saying to us is let us move away from what the people seeking votes are seeing and look at it different. So let me help you. Who runs or who are the coaches? Like Carvel Stewart said, all the coaches know, which is the point I'm making. He says all the coaches are connected to the JFF. If you're going to have to be connected to the JFF if you're a referee, and this is the issue. So he's saying that the present referee group that they're giving the vote, they're connected to the present JFF. And the present coaching group is connected. Therefore, he's suggesting that if they get the power to vote, they are going to vote for the incumbent. All right, I am saying, get rid of them. Get rid of them. Because truthfully, Vin Blain is not actively in Jamaica coaching the coaches. In fact, he does not believe, and we did the interview, Vin Blain, and I can speak to this, like I say, he's my friend. Good person, did a lot of job. Vin Blain is saying that this present CONCACAF thing not really, basically, not good enough. But that is what the people are using. So do you dismiss all of that with all the monies that have been paid and go back to the one that he was doing? So simple. If you want to deal with it, what do we do, people? Mr. Speed, we're not going to accept your group. We're not going to accept Vin Blain group. What's the name? Bruce Gaynor, we're not going to accept your group. The one that was before, when they used to play, we're not going to accept that group. Those 4 are out. The past referee, Peter Brent, we're not going to accept you. The present, we're not going to accept you. All right? You are all out. All right? Past players, nobody has an issue with you. You are in. All right? I understand now that the PF jail is an issue because there's the one that Edward Siaga and those guys have started. They want it because they were the original group. Well, here's what, I'm going back to the original one when it was the Ray and Nephew Premier League back in the days, are curving in. We can't do that. So remove all of them and just keep the vote. The only one that people don't have an issue with is the past players. So dismiss all of them. Because anyone you choose is going to be a problem. And so we, the people, must ask ourselves, which one, because out election done, how are we going to move forward with coaching? Are we going to remove the present coaching system and go back to the former one, where people got level 1, level 2, that is pointless and useless? Or are we going to stick to this? And if we're going to stick to this, who is in charge of it? Do we want to include Vin Blain? Because it has to go on after football. That is my position. Because all of this is about vote getting. I am going to advocate for the one. And here's the truth. When you look at the Constitution, and I'm telling you this, at the end of the day, if you look at the Constitution, maybe the people who, and I said this yesterday and people miss it, the people who crafted the Constitution sent it off to FIFA for approval. The Constitution was unanimously agreed on by the board and unanimously agreed on by the Congress before it was sent to FIFA. What does that mean? They did not know that a day would come when they would be contesting an election against each other. And the said Constitution that they agreed to create is causing this. And what it is causing, because they are divided on it, they make some of them don't like Manning's man. Like a Manning's man make it. And then some of them don't like Ryan LFC make it. Some of them don't rate Coach Minzy again. Like a Coach Minzy make it. And some of them don't like, hey, guess what? People, me have a friend a call. What? Me have to take the call here. Welcome. We tell them, say, yeah, listen it up.
I don't understand you.
Go on.
You talk about me in a hobby.
Yeah, you're live. Hold on, you're live on here, you know.
Yeah, that's good. That's even better.
All right.
Talk.
All right, so go ahead and talk, you know. People they hear it. Hold on a second. I want to make sure, because you're breaking up a little. All right, people, let us introduce you properly. All right, so people, tell you that he's listening. We have Mr. Vin Blain online. Because you know, me tell you, same listen, Manning's man, you know, same don't call. But we never really plan to call a name still, so that is why. The people, them just call a name, so you understand me. But go ahead.
No.
We hearing you now, man. Go ahead. We hearing you.
No, I'm saying that you can ask me questions that I have those questions to me about.
All right. Right, good. All right, so people, all right, so put in some of the question, but here's the question I'm asking. So you know the conflict now that originally, and you can correct me where I'm wrong, originally we used to do level 1 and level 2, right? That is from the Simoes time. And in that time, that was a qualification. I think you had to have level 1.
time.
Right. It was, yeah, and they used to do some of these courses at UTech and all of that. But outside of that, though, you have always done, before that and after that, done coaching courses and seminar and brought in many people that they weren't involved in the level 2, but it was just courses and seminars that you would always do. All right. That that was while, and then you became, I don't know if it is after that, you became the technical director of football, or it was before that.
In that time too, it was technical director in between that time too.
Okay.
Crossover. There's a crossover.
Right. So you became the technical director, and so part of your mandate was to educate coaches and to certify coaches to coach up to certain levels. Is that the case?
Well, not really, because the mandate came about. We had the coaching school, which is a different, not school. We had a coaching. There was never like a principal like what they have now, right? But we were in charge. JFF was in charge of providing the level 1. I'm the one that did correct that did the manual for level 1 and level 2, right? So that was our primary coaching education certificate, right? So to say that those are now used again to me is just a what I would say now, with respect to what used to happen before. All the coaches, head coaches of the Premier League teams at our level 2, youth coaches at our level 1. That's where that's coming from, right? And it was not local coaching that was doing level 2. We had certified field instructor who come the course. So to say it's no good, I don't know where they're coming from.
Okay, all right. So let's go from there. Yeah. So they did the courses. How long did this? How long did this last? And when did it actually stop? Like this, the level 2 and the level 1, or when was when was it officially registered as the Jamaica Coaches? I don't know what it is. It called the Jamaica Coaches Association? When was that for?
Jamaica Football Coaches Association was registered with the company's office in 2000 as a company.
In 2000?
2009.
2009. Okay. And
right.
And that continues to operate up to today as a legitimate company.
Let me tell you exactly.
Okay.
It is a company. Yeah, it is a company. Still on the records with the directors there on the board. I'm the president on there. It's listed as the president there. Now, as it goes, coaches kind of it was a struggle to get coaches to register to the association, because we were trying I think around 2000 and maybe 11, we had a coach at JFF who become the persons in charge, the association in charge of delivering coaching education for the federation, which at the time it was not accepted. We had conversations with them, and it wasn't into such. Now that we had a vote, maybe now that voting comes around it, that was back then maybe would have given mandate to do that. But level 1, level 2 were there. All the coaches and I was saying that it's not accepted. He's the one. He went through level 1 and level 2 for him to be able to coach a Premier League, right? So to come now and say that it's not been accepted, it should be. They should not do a person with a level 2 that from that time should not go over to do a C license again, right?
Okay.
They should not. There should be grandfather into the program, saying that okay, you can now start. The person failed to be so, right? You can't go over and tell a person how to do a D license, which is an introductory course, and a C license, which, as far as I'm concerned, the advanced level 2 higher certificate.
Okay. All right. They said the next company.
Well, let me get this first. A lot of one really did had their advanced level 2 certification. Okay.
Okay.
That's a question now.
All right. So in because I just saw this where it says Jamaica Football Coaches Association Limited. I see Derek Williams as the secretary. Active company the 13th of March 2009. All right.
So Jamaica Coaches Association.
Yeah, right. Jamaica Football Coaches. They said they're not hearing you.
No,
They said they're not.
search for Jamaica Coaches Association and see this name of company or anything registered and with speed.
Okay, they said they're not hearing. Oh, they mean they're not. They said they're not hearing you well. I wonder if it's my line or your line. I don't know. But I'm hearing you.
Maybe my voice is heavy.
Huh?
Yeah, my voice is heavy. So I don't know if they can hear me through.
Okay, your line is all right. So recently, with they have the coaching school now with a principal who is Andre Peart. A new company He did level 1 and level 2.
He did advanced level 2.
Oh, never. Yeah. Okay. So now, I wonder if it's my internet. Hold on, let me see. I don't think it's mine enough. All right. So now they started a new company. Yeah, they say breaking up. You want me to call? I can call you straight. You want me to call you straight? Yeah, let me call you straight and see if that will work. All right. Good conversation. Because we're going to bring some solution to this thing. All right. Peso, Travis, I understand that you're timing out people because when you go on other channel, you time them out. Brother, I don't say it to her. We're not so evil with evil. You understand me? Peso, if people are not, you can't just time out somebody. Oh, they want to time you out over here, so all right. And my time, no, Peso. Don't do that, Peso. Please refrain from such actions, Peso. Please do not do that. You just get the report there. And that is not good. All right. Hey, Dukla, ease yourself. Hey. All right. So please, Peso, refrain from doing that, sir. You hear me, sir? Do not time out people because they time you out on other platform. And anyone that he has done that to, my apologies. I did not know that the man is doing that, man. Peso, what kind of behavior that, man? What wrong with you, man? It's just a good discussion, man. No bother with that, man. All right, let me see if I can also send him the link and not getting through on that phone. They even know which one of them to call him on now. Let's see. Oh.
But the person you have called is...
All right. Don't worry, people. We're going to get through. Surfing. I'll get through. Oh, no. All right, let me do this. You hear me, Peso? Please, sir, refrain from doing that. Let me send him the link and see if that will be better. Do not time out people because they time you out on the next platform. Anyone who has experienced that, my humblest apologies, right? We don't time out people for those reasons. We don't sow evil for evil. You understand me? All right? Yeah. No, Peso. Yeah. All right. I send Mr. Blain the link. All right, so he can join. And in the meantime, I'm going to call him because his organization was registered in, like he said, 2009, and many of the present coaches would have gone through the level 1 and level 2 that they offered. Okay. I think we have him now. All right.
Yeah, man,
Yeah, I
man.
think it's on his side, because it's taking a while for him to come up. All right. Coach, Vin. Yeah, I wasn't getting through to you.
Okay. I'm here now. You can hear me good?
Yeah, man. I think it is your side. The phone not working so clearly.
But you
I know
hear
you're
me
on
now,
them
though.
small islands. Yeah, man. But go ahead and right. So there's a new. Did the forming of the new? Was there any sense to the forming of the new coaching thing in 2020, or should it have been a merger, or it should be a dismissal of one, or both can exist, or is it wrong for them to have registered a new one? What is your position?
Well, listen, in 2020, if I remember, I don't know the month, but I know I received an invitation to a Zoom conference, Zoom meeting with Mr. Speed and Andre War was there, and they were operating on a Jamaica Football Coaches Association's name, right? And there was never any exchange. I never resigned, so I don't know if that's the reason why they moved it to Jamaica Coaches Association, right? I never resigned. The body is still there, and so I didn't hear anything of them from that meeting. I never see anything involving them. If they put on any coaching courses, webinars, nothing. So I don't know. I for one thought that was gone out, but they were just not operating that yet.
Okay. Oh, I see. So when they actually approach you, nothing was really happening.
They
They
didn't
weren't really
approach me,
Yeah.
They didn't approach me. I got an invitation to a Zoom
Meeting.
meeting. And on that Zoom meeting, they had other people on there, other coaches, I imagine, who they had invited. I don't know if it was formalized then, but I don't know if they were looking like support. But that's what happened. I never ever said, okay, I have resigned. So you can't turn over an organization that is registered with the company offices without doing the necessary things,
Okay. Oh, I see what you mean. So that means that the original organization is still a functioning organization.
Yeah, it is. It is functioning as far as it's being registered. As I will get to it, that we have, it's hard. It's very hard to get coaches to come on board because they want to. There's a lot of, you have to give them benefits and all. We went through a lot of things. We spent 2 years before we even launched that association with background work, inviting coaches. And we had one or two coaches at not the numbers that we expect. But to say it's defunct, I could say the same thing about their association because they have not done anything, as far as I know, as an association.
Okay.
So
Okay. So if yours is defunct, then theirs is basically because there is not much happening on both fronts. All right. So
yeah,
this is why here's my position. Seeing that this is a matter of vote, why don't they do away with just a listen? We're not going to use the past. We're not going to use the present one because no matter which one you use, one of the candidates stands to benefit. So here's what: let's do away with it, and then after the election, we come together, come to a resolution, because we need a coaches association and establish it there. But none should be involved at this stage, because if it does, there's an unfair balance that you think in terms of vote. And so it becomes more about the voting now than the purpose of the organization and the function of the organization itself.
Let me ask you a question. If you were, say, representing CONCACAF or FIFA or CFU, right, and you were going to admit an association within your organization, will you go with the one that's not registered at a company, or will you go with the one that's registered at a company?
What happened? I just missed that.
I'm saying,
if you're
Yeah.
if
CONCACAF.
you're dealing with an association, right? If you're saying you're going to deal with an association in a country, which one
Yeah.
would you go with? One that's registered as a company legally, or one that's just calling themselves an association?
I
So
don't want to deal with. I don't want to deal with one that is registered legally because that is how it has to work.
right,
Right?
the same people who are talking about association and being defunct and all that. When you know the issue with with the soccer academies, football academies, that they're not an organized body, they're not registered. It's the same people who are now talking about the same people who are not registered, and I'm yet to see, and I'm asking you can check to see if they are registered. I'm asking about that. So
Yeah, we're having a little struggle with the connection. All right, Mr. Blaine, I'm wondering because you're breaking up, right? So maybe I wonder if you turn off the camera, if it will make it work better because I don't know if because the camera is on. It is so you want to try and turn off the camera to see if we can because I think what you're saying is very important and you keep on breaking up. I don't know if you got a call because we're not hearing you. All right, just sign out and sign back in. And then turn off the video. Let's see if we can get it good. So this is what he's saying is that the company is still registered, but the other association is presently doing the coaching. See why? So the company that is registered, all right. Okay, I was saying that maybe if you turn off the video, it will be clearer, and just use the audio
all right, I'm
because we
turning.
weren't hearing you. So try that and let's see. Yeah. All right. So go ahead. No, you were saying about
No, I think I was getting to the point where the same JFF was wanted when you talk about registering coaches football academies, right? Was giving an issue about that. But as I said, the Coaches Association, the Jamaica Coaches Association, as they call themselves now, as far as I know, they are not legally registered as a company. So it's just a body calling themselves an association.
Oh, so they are not legal registered.
Well, I have not seen it. I've searched on the when you go to
Okay. So you're saying that your association is only the only legal registered association that you have seen. Are they gone again? Hello? Coach Vin. Oh, man. This is good information to get, But let's see if we can get the audio. Best documentary. I want best documentary. People, the man who best documentary. I want best documentary now. All right. Yeah, I try call him straight, but me don't know what go on, man. I try do that, unseen.
But the person you have called.
All right. Hey, people, I'm getting lots of information. So, I need to get back to Coach Blaine because there is I just get some additional information. Documentary. Come on, man. Behave yourself, man.
Sorry about that.
All right, Coach Blade.
I think what happened every time a call comes in, it knock you out.
Yeah. Oh, it's a call. You got a call. All right.
Yes.
So I just got this right. Let me see if it is working. I just got this. Someone saying I should let you see it. I feel like this is, yeah. So once it opens up, I'll put it on screen. All right, for you to see. So what James Simmons is asking, you are dormant, and he says no, you want a vote. The first thing, are you seeking to get a vote? Because I hear people saying that you're basically posturing yourself because you want to have a vote. Is that the case?
So what is Speed doing? Answer that question. Let them answer that question.
What is the question?
I said, if I'm being asked that question, I'm posturing to the vote. What is Speed doing?
Okay. All right. So James Smith is asking. He's asking if he is posturing, what is Rudolph Speed doing? All right. Basically suggesting that if he's posturing to get a vote, Rudolph Speed is posturing to get a vote as well. All right. You see why I'm telling you people that my position is let all of these things wait until after the election. All right, because here is what it is creating a conflict, and either way it goes, it's going to cause a problem. Because if they use the first association, then the people in the second one are going to have an issue. If you use the second one, the people in the first one going to have an issue. So why not say, okay, why not come to a decision and say, okay, seeing that the one that no one have an issue with is the past players union, let's work with the past players union and leave the others until after the election. That way we can clearly and categorically state that there was no person.
But Banningsman,
Yes.
Man, listen. If from a person gonna say I'm posturing, I know I want to vote, right? I want to ask them, right? I'm asking this. We're looking at the of what's happening, right? Because if we are dormant, I want someone to tell me what has the Jamaica Coaches Association done that why they are not dormant, right?
What have they done?
Yeah.
Aren't they the ones doing the thing they're licensing now?
No.
They are not?
No, it's the Jamaica Football Federation.
Okay, all right. So this is a certificate of incorporation of a company. It says, I hereby certify that JCA and Football Administrators Limited, which is the Jamaica Coaches Association, and Football Administrators Limited was incorporated under the Companies Act as a limited company on the 4th day of October 2023, given under my hand at
Thank you.
this
Thank
5th
you.
day of October 2023.
Yes. And the date that you should have been entered is June 2023. So that's just incorporated now, October 2023. Listen to the Constitution. Listen to what is required of the associations. It's being extended for purposes of somebody may say unknown, right? So that's not good here. And we have other people. We have people on here that are using names that are probably not the right names coming on and joining, right? That I know much of. No, listen. I'm saying to you, I don't want to get into the world politics and the world foolishness, I'm saying that I heard yesterday Mr. Speed saying that I'm no longer active in coaching education. We are now done. I mean, what does that have to do with
being a member. I never know that everybody has to do anything. Beach football, beach soccer that is on board now. How are they involved in beach soccer in Jamaica? There's no program in Jamaica, right? So let's think about that one too. So let's not skirt around the issue and saying these things. The thing is, they brought in this company under pseudonym name, on another name. It's not registered that they're operating as. So now all of a sudden it's done October 23, right? October 2023, and it's after the date that said that you should have been registered from my understanding.
Oh, okay. So isn't something that says application? I see Mr. Speedy yesterday said that application is for 1 year to December 20 is the deadline to appeal or to apply. June 30 is for clubs to qualify.
What I saw was June was the month that's being said, right?
So okay, so wasn't the I'm just trying to figure out because I want the people to understand. So there is the club part in, I think, in Pillar 1 and Pillar 2. Those things would have been in Pillar 1, Pillar 2. Pillar 3 gets up until December 20 to apply.
Yeah, that was extended, from my understanding, to include such as the beach soccer and such as the Jamaica Coaches Association.
Okay, all right.
That's my
All
understanding from my reading, from my information with the
Because
JFF.
what I know is that June 30 from my, that's why I need to get some understanding.
Mm-hmm.
June 30 is because the leagues would end and you know who the top 4 teams are, kind of. So those
Mannings, I really can't speak to those things because I'm not privy to that information.
yeah.
So
And I see Brian
I
saying
don't
that,
know how they select. I don't know how they
yeah.
select. Speed, because he's a part of that process, would know more, right? Why is it all right? Listen to me now. Listen to me. The Jamaica Coaches Association is an association that looking membership, right?
Yeah.
Okay, the Jamaica, the whatever beach soccer association, whatever it's called, beach football association, whatever it's called. Should those people be in that meeting making that decision with the board?
Yeah, listen, I agree with you. So, but my question though is that, all right, let's go, because Ohini asked this question: Is your original association defunct?
No.
All right. Do you have coaches who are registered in your because I know you mentioned the struggle. So
there were coaches registered, right? And so, but from the fact that it's still in existence, it's not defunct.
Okay, but you don't have registered coaches in it, no.
We have our registration base is not as good as it should have been. And I would like you to ask the same thing for the other association. But my thing is, what have they done to make themselves current also?
No, I agree. No,
Mm-hmm.
I listen. Here's where I think I differ from people. Because I have my own. My thought is this, and I said it earlier. If any of these Pillar 3 are being established to influence vote, right, in any particular way, my suggestion would be, if one was not operating and doing what it's supposed to do, right, and one is saying that we have been, then just, okay, you know what, we'll settle this after the election.
No, but
that is my position.
Listen, I'm talking about the Coaches Association, right? But you must take in account, look at the others, look at whatever is happening. Because you seem to have some information and see the criteria they're using for one should be the same criteria for another. You don't think so? Right? If the voting comes down, if I have a right as an association now, we have been looking membership with JFF for a long time. Right? Now I'm saying to you that the reasons I hear that why the Jamaica Football Coaches Association was not accepted, right? You can go to the Jamaica Coaches Association. They're registered late, right? I mean, the same thing there. What we have, so their members being who are all national coaches, right? Their membership, because they're now involved in coach education, that makes them legally right to be selected as the person representing the coaching association.
All right.
So you have to look at those things.
Yeah. Did your organization, because who was it? Was it Mr. Speed here yesterday? Or may have been yesterday. They said that there were a certain amount of boxes to be checked.
All boxes were checked.
Oh, so your organization checked all boxes.
All boxes.
I think 15 boxes.
All boxes that the Jamaica Football Federation asked to do. Every documentation that they asked us to send in, we sent in, including that same thing we see there, the certificate of thing. But the difference with our thing, they said Jamaica Football Coach Association registered with companies. That what you showed me now didn't say that. I would love to know.
Okay, I see what you mean. Yeah. No, man, what I'm asking you is that at their most recent board meeting, what they came out and said that, like, some of the groups that presented.
Yeah. But we wrote the group. We got an email from the general secretary asking us to provide these things by November 8th.
November the 8th?
Yeah, which we did. I said that was sent out 2 weeks ago. Every single thing all the boxes were checked. So unless somebody, I just send PDF so they can go in and change the ticks and what I say there.
Right.
Everything
so Mr. Speed did say clearly that the people who were not given like status, let's use that so people can understand.
They didn't meet all the criteria.
He said they didn't have all boxes checked. I don't know if you heard. He actually said that. You're saying that where your group is concerned, all 15 boxes were checked.
I didn't even count it 15, but every single box was checked. Every single box was checked, my brother. Right? So I don't know. And why is that the Jamaica Coach Association president was in that meeting? If it's a decision meeting.
No, man, I think it is a board meeting that they were having.
Yeah, but you can have a board meeting with somebody who has interest to vote one way in that meeting to be part of that decision making.
No, well, my understanding is that the board of the JFF, which is 18 persons, met. So whatever these submission or applications would have been, they'd have sent. This is my understanding, right? That they were sent in, like you got the email, they were sent in through the GenSec, and then they were discussed in the meeting.
Right.
All right. No. So in the meeting, apparently, some of these things were not checked. My understanding is
why.
Before.
Man is man.
Yeah.
My question is, why would anybody who was associated with one of the persons looking membership be in a decision-making meeting? If they're a board member, they should be recruited from the meeting.
Oh, I see what I mean. So if see how kind of people
you are. My name is man. You are in a.
I see what you mean.
Let me say this.
No man. No, you have no man.
No, but I'm going to make it even better for you. I'm going to say to you. Yeah? Listen to me. You are in an association, right? A media association that's going to vote on who is the best blogger online, right? Who has the best YouTube channel online, and you are there to make a decision. With what you fear to the rest of YouTube channels?
No, man, that's what I'm saying. I agree with you. But,
all right,
but what I'm saying now is that here's a twist to the whole thing. So I see a message. I don't know if this is a real Mr. Speed. People, I don't know, but it says Rudolph Speed. It says, I was asked to leave when the Coaches Association came up and I left.
That you believe that?
Huh?
You believe that?
Well, if this is it. No, if this is the real Mr. Speed, that is what the real Mr. Speed has said.
If it's not the real Mr. Speed, don't matter. Would you believe something like that? So when
Yeah.
he left when Jamaica Coaches Association came, or when Jamaica Football Coaches Association came up.
I didn't hear that. Go ahead.
Is it when did he leave? And what in what part of the thing he left? When the Jamaica Football Coaches Association came up, or both when both associations came up for that to be done?
All right. You know, I don't think I don't know if it is the best idea to have both. So what I'll do is that if Mr. Speed is available, when you're finished, then he's saying that it came up at the same time. So like somebody, it's going to be hard for me to kind of have the conversation because you are on screen. Mr. Speed, or the person with the name Mr. Speed, is in the comment section. So now it's kind of very difficult because of like a mediator. But he's saying they came up at the same time, and he's suggesting that he came out of the room. No, you're saying that I should not believe that basically. Then what am I going to like? What do we believe at this time then? Hello, Mr. Blain? If Mr. Speed is available, you know, and both of you, all right, Mr. Blain probably got like a phone call, and he's saying that we should ask Cataract, ask our next director. Oh, Mr. Blain is saying he doesn't believe. Mr. Blain will come back on. I think when he gets a call, sometimes the thing cuts off. So let's see if we can bring some resolution to this. PBS, sometimes you have conversation, things are resolved. We just need to have the conversation. What we do with the people, and I am sure sports, we have the conversations, we have the discussions, and you come to your conclusion. We are not here to tell you what to believe or what to do. All right, Mr. Speed, this is not a joke thing. What do you mean?
Man, can you hear me?
This is yeah, man. We hear you now. This is the real Mr. Speed. All right, so Mr. Speed,
Listen.
we're not going to ask the next director. So
listen, man. I'm not going to be in any debate with Rudolph here, right? You had him all to yourself yesterday, and he said things about me. He said things about the association. Give me my time, and you can talk to him after I come off.
Afterwards, okay, go ahead.
Right?
Fair enough. I agree.
Yeah, the comments are not. Rudolph's comments doesn't mean they're true. All right.
Okay, no man. Fair enough. You know that I respect it. I would not do that.
I stick to my guns. Anyone that was associated with any company or association that's going to be voting should not be in that meeting.
I see what you mean. So like even when the beach thing come up, then like Bruce Gaynor should not be in the meeting.
If Bruce was a person, he shouldn't be in the meeting.
Okay, I see what you mean.
That type of meeting should be almost like
that's a very good point. Though I never even thought about that.
Of course, these are decision-making meetings that involve people who are going to vote, right?
Yeah.
So those members should be excused from the meeting completely. If they want to give ideas to some other person to speak on their behalf,
he's saying that Bruce left the meeting. All right, so you just go ahead. Oyini, I'd really like to take him, but honestly, Mr. Blain wants his time. So let me just give him his time, and then afterwards, I can engage you in a conversation. But I want to make sure that Coach Blain, who I have a lot of respect for, can help us to better understand things from his perspective. All right? Bam. All right. So respect. Oyini, that's why I'm not answering the call. All right. So he's saying that he left, but let's not stick to that. Let's not. You understand me? Let's right. Because you have a different belief as to why. But I do agree that is how it's supposed to be. Now that you have said it, if you have a vote and the matter is going to be discussed, then you should not be in the room. In total agreement. So your final position is that given Brian is going a little further, which is agreeing with you. He's saying that they should not have been invited to the meeting from day one, as their
Exactly.
presence there from the get-go could have prejudiced the other members.
Exactly. Exactly. You know, I don't have a problem with us running. I don't have a problem with him standing up for his association. The protocols need to be in place, just like as I said, with when they came out with this academies and all that, and the position they took. It was, I mean, they had a right to take their own position, but you can't have is a conflict of interest.
Yeah.
If Manning's man is in a media meeting voting on people who have a YouTube channel, right? Can't be. Right? It's tantamount to the same thing now. Wherein a person who has a vote and seeking membership is part of the selection panel, regardless if he was at the meeting or not. Right? They should excuse themselves from that type of thing.
Yeah,
A
yeah,
board
yeah,
member
yeah.
should not, So that's my position.
That I mean, I think that's a very honestly. Yesterday, throughout the discussion, you have just given me new perspective, and I appreciate that. All right, because I've never thought about that. Like really and truly, if you are involved in something and a decision is going to be made about that, then your very presence there,
Right.
it's just like an attorney, a defense attorney, sitting with the juror when they are coming to their decision.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And that's why even
Right.
sometimes they ask the jury to go outside because they're discussing things they don't want to hear.
Okay, so I mean, have you been doing? Let me just ask this because this is part of what came up yesterday. Have you been doing? Because I know Mr. Carvel Stewart said that up to last month you did some coaching stuff, right? Which you always doing. You're always doing seminars. But
From
are
ID
those
Jamaica, nothing free for the coaches took place. Neither from the Jamaica Coaches Association or not even JFF. Right? I came to Jamaica and I did a course. I did a workshop with the coaches in Casafa. I did a workshop with coaches down in Manchester.
St. Elizabeth? You did one in St. Elizabeth.
Right. No, it was Manchester.
And you did one
Yeah.
somewhere in Western Jamaica as well in Montego Bay.
No. I did one at Manchester High School for coaches from the DaCosta Cup, and I did one in Casafa for over 20 something coaches there, 20, 26, 27 coaches.
All right.
I think no, that was 30 coaches. I think was there.
All right. So here's my next question: can the Coaches Association have affiliation, but don't do their courses under the auspices of the JFF?
Yeah.
Does that possibility exist?
Yeah. If you bring in overseas coaches or anything, it's out of respect. You can notify the JFF. You can notify JFF. You don't have to, but out of respect for them in charge running football, you can. If I'm coming down to do a private session with coaches who I've linked up with, I don't have to tell them anything.
All right. So say that you continue to do coaching courses. What like the other organization know that is certifying coaches? What happens to them? Because is it that both organizations must continue to exist? One replaces the other, or both of them should come together? What is the end to all of this?
Mm-hmm. Man, you hear me?
No, what I'm saying is that so there are two separate organizations. You will forever continue to do because that's your heart to teach and coach other persons.
Right.
You will continue to do that because you have it's really it's not a JFF association, right? It's really Vin Blain company.
Right. No, not really.
Well, technically it is because you started it. So it's really your company, but you seek to get affiliation and voting rights from the JFF. So
we saw that management is just not this. it's not just for this election. From 2011, if I'm getting it correctly,
Right.
from about 2011, we had six affiliation to take care of their coaching thing. And to say that
Right.
I'm no longer in coaching courses, you must say I'm no longer involved in the coaching thing in Jamaica. I've done coaching workshop with people with groups from
but I mentioned that I told them
Africa.
that. Yeah, but I told them that you even brought people on. Remember, we did our stuff. We were even supposed to have the Liverpool throwing coach.
Yeah.
You understand me?
Yeah.
So we know. I know that. So let's go on though. So what I want to find out is, do both of these? I said this foolishness Blaine. There are different agendas and item to be discussed in one meeting. Those present don't have to be part of any discussion on every topic. All right. That was somebody said put up that comment. So there we go. So let me ask this question, because can both of these organizations exist and have affiliation to get separate vote? Say this matter is resolved and say, okay, yours get legitimized and you get the vote.
Mm-hmm.
All right. They are registered. They continue to do their courses. You continue to do yours. Right?
What
happened?
Listen.
Is it that one will be dissolved? What happened?
At the beginning, when I told you at that meeting that Mr. Speed had, along with Andre War and the others, right? The idea was that to go under the umbrella of Jamaica Football Coaches Association, and I had no problem with it. But after that initial meeting, I was not contacted about dissolving this association and that in common board. I think the mistake let me put mistake, right? It's if that's gonna happen, right? From back in 2020, as Mr. Speed said, right? It could have been done, but you see, I think they run into the same roadblock, with membership. But we are still in existence. We are not defunct. And to say that we are not involved in coaching education, they are not either. The members are, but it's not as a body. They are not.
Okay, that's what I mean. Because what you're suggesting is that in 2020, when this new entity was being established, there should have been some sort of meeting with you where either you could have dissolved your company, right? And theirs get the go ahead. You could have merged both, or they became directors and yours, and so it would be.
Well, if I know Rudolph would want to be president, so.
Well,
I mean,
I'm glad that you say it. You understand, because your attorney is an ambassador, my attorney don't reach ambassador level yet, so I'm glad that you're the one saying that.
No, I'm just saying, when they had the meeting, it was never as a new association, I think they had good intent at the time to start the association that way, but it was never formalized. And to say that we are defunct, to say we are defunct, is disingenuous to say the least. We are there. As a matter of fact, anytime we want to start a push again, a drive to get serious membership now, right? It can happen because now you'll be affiliated to JFF.
Yeah,
right? But
so
the bottom line is
Go ahead.
Bottom line is money, not anything about our success as an association, not anything about it. It's about our affiliation. It's about our affiliation, the right to be affiliated. You can have established this camp that is there from 2009. When I wrote the JFF, and none of them came back and said, "Oh, you're defunct, so you can't be considered."
Oh, and this is way before this whole thing started.
No. This is recently. When I recognize that. Yeah?
Let me say this. A lot of people. What I'm saying, it is the issue. One of the biggest issues I have is that, and I said it, in the formalizing of the Constitution and in this decision, the sad reality is, let me put it that way, that the two candidates unanimously voted in the board meeting, unanimously voted at the Congress, sent it off to FIFA to have the constitution because they never foresaw a future where they would be contesting an election against each other.
Right.
All right. And so what is happening is that the people have become divided over an issue that those who created had no problems with until now. That is the biggest issue that I have, that here it is that in doing this, they were thinking about their own security as a team. But now they have split. We're having this difficulty. And now someone like you is being drawn into a conflict, really, as if you are causing a problem. Management is being, and many others, been brought into a conflict. Peter Prendergast brought into, so many people have been brought into this conflict that the original farmers and writers of the Constitution was doing it in a way that they would have supreme power and authority. And now they have come to loggerheads. And the people
and management, it has come to a loggerhead because of the system that is in of voting now. The way they're voting. Because if it was no voting rights in the third, what do you call it? Third what? Tier? What do you call it? Where you have to be nominated by somebody from that to be able to run. I don't think we would have this problem, right? And I want to just make it seriously clear that it's not a Vin Blain company; it's a coaches association, right? So you said it in jest, but it is. You said to make a point, but I don't want anybody to believe it's my company. It's not my company. It's the Jamaica Football Coaches Association that has been around in existence, been registered from 2009, right? And I'm not in a conflict, I'm talking about the facts. If there's a conflict with anybody else, the conflict comes with the right to make the right decision, and that these people should not be in a meeting, the same meeting that these decisions are being made, and I reiterate that, right?
Yeah. So
and that's important.
Your position is that your organization is the legit organization.
Association.
You're still an affiliate because there's nothing in the Constitution that suggests that you have lost your affiliation.
Well,
right?
Listen, let me put it a different way. When I made the application, to be a member, to be able to vote, we all the documents that were asked of us was, let me tell you what happened. A letter was sent first. Then the letter was acknowledged receipt. They will acknowledge receipt of the letter. Then another 2 weeks after, we got a letter said these are the areas that you have to fulfill before you can be considered. We tick all the, you said 15 bucks, we tick 15 bucks, and there was 60 we ticket too, right? So those were done. So it's not about, it's not anything to do with, we are talking about a constitutional right because of what was sent by them. You
said it was 2013 that you applied, right?
2011, 2013. So we had applied for applied for membership. Membership. We said we wanted to be the body in charge of conducting the coaching courses in Jamaica. So I would take, because at the time, I was a part of the GFF, right?
Okay, and but you were never. They never gave you affiliation though. You have no proof that you were given affiliation?
At the time, none of the association, none of the Beach Soccer or Jamaica Football Coaches Association or any other affiliation, no. Right? So I remember at the time I knew the struggle that JFF were having with conducting the courses, financial, although we were being sponsored, right? But so I was saying we could have gone and done the whole thing for them as a body, but not that it was met with any huge, say we can't. No, but the negotiations never come to fruition as such, right? So I'm saying that we have been around from 2009, No, you have a coach association. You just admit that the October 23rd that they really was registered as a body through another
It's funny,
company.
you know why I raised that though, because watch this.
Mm-hmm.
You got registered,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah.
Right, and then you were doing courses. Up until this point, you're still doing courses.
Yeah, man.
But you never got affiliation, which is you never had voting rights, right? This company, this new company, they have been doing coaching courses.
No.
Oh, so it is not the present coaching
The
association.
Jamaica's
Yeah.
Rudolph can fill you on that. The Jamaica's Coaches Association were not responsible for the present CDCRB license. They were not. These were done through CONCACAF and represented through JFF. It was under the umbrella of Jamaica Coaches Association. Never.
Oh, it was the JFF.
It's the JFF. It goes through the JFF. Remember, I was technical director, so you can't fool me with that. Right? All countries in the Caribbean.
You're okay. So your point is that this present coaching association is not really doing anything because it is through the JFF that these courses are being offered.
Their members, their board members, a few of their board members are coach educators, but that don't make the association responsible for delivering the courses.
All
it's
right.
so happening.
All right. The past players said that they had to make some declaration when they were getting their affiliation, and they had to provide certain documentation. Were you ever asked before the checking of the boxes? There's a declaration that is supposed to be made.
Yeah.
Were you ever? Did you make that declaration?
That's what it's called, the 15 ticks.
Oh, that's part of the 15 ticks.
Yeah, man. You have to declare. You declare this. You declare that. You declare this. You declare that. And all those were sent back. Yes.
Okay.
Right. So I don't. When I listen to the reason why we are not considered, right? And you tell me now, if Mr. Speed was in the meeting, he verbatim, he can tell you exactly what our ticks were, why we want that thing.
Well, you know what would be nice is to find out from one of the board members, because he said he would not have been in the meeting at that point.
Well, if you know that he speaks from a position of authority, right, all the time. All right. So if you were in the meeting, but you know everything that why we were rejected, when did you find that out? And why would the board explain to an opponent association the things why that association was not agreed to, and not just to tell them? You can tell them, Jamaica Coaches Association, you are accepted, but you know why this association never accepted it? Because A, B, C, D. Why? You tell me now.
Yeah, it's kind of
Imagine,
funny.
Management, you're an intelligent young man. You're an intelligent young man. You tell me, why would you explain to an opposing somebody running against another association why the other association wasn't accepted?
So here's my challenge with this. All right, this is again my what I call my bottom line. All right, so the both contestants would have been in that room. All right, the one who this would seem to be going against, it would be interesting to know what was his position during this.
Whose position?
The either one. Like if I believe that the former association would nominate me, because this is not so much about the vote, firstly, it's about the nomination from Pillar 3.
Right.
Right? It is really about it, because that's the next thing I think the people need to understand. Because really and truly, it's like for these organizations, it's 2 votes.
Yes.
I do not think like 2 votes will determine the winner of the election on either side. So it's not so much.
Could be. You never know. That possibility.
That's what I'm saying. That I do not believe either way it goes.
Right.
It's going to be, by a good amount. So my primary question is, if I am aware that the former organization or association is possibly going to nominate me, and this came up in the meeting, I would raise strong objections to it, to the point where I would have to come out, and I said it yesterday, speak publicly, even if it means walking away from my position in the board, because the term was used yesterday about collective responsibility. So if I stay silent in what is deemed corruption, am I not a part of it in terms of collective responsibility?
Exactly. But we can go on and on, you know. But this is a certain question that should be asked, you see, to justify the decision by the JFF, if at the board, is this: if an association is going to be disqualified for membership based on certain criteria not met, wouldn't it be the right thing to do when the letter came in, right? Or the letter should state all these areas you are, instead of sending a letter back to the association and saying, meet these criteria and you and membership is okay. But now you're gonna hear that no coaches not involved in coaching, not doing this, not doing that, and why were those things written out to us to say these are reasons why we are not considering you for membership? Why? And then the other association would have to show our association or the general public what they have done to that other than I mean opposing what the other what my association did. You know, it's ridiculous, right? And the person who is a board member, who is the president of the Jamaica Coaches Association, came on your program and listed all those things. Why does he have that information, but the coaches, the Jamaica Football Coaches Association, doesn't have that those information? That's totally a conflict of interest that he knows that, right? We, as a matter of fact, to date, what Mr. Speed said on your program has not been said to us yet. So how do we know it's true? You know, how do we know all those things is true? Right? It's just convenient that you can explain yourself away on a program, but the persons who it's affecting doesn't know all these things. But you, as the opposing association, let's call it opposing association. I don't care if they have two associations, which is would be ridiculous. But say you have two associations. So it happens in the US too. They have two different associations sometimes in the US.
Right. Somebody just said that there are different organizations in the US that offers coaching
courses.
You have the two dominant ones are USSF and United Soccer Coaches Association.
Right.
Association, formerly National Soccer Coaches Association.
And you have coach association.
So yes, there can be multiple organizations that offers coaching courses.
Yes.
Or license,
That's true. You have, but you see, remember, US is a large place. We can't compare Jamaica to the US. Because even the in the different states, them have their own coach association too, right? But they all the US coaching license. But this is not it. You know, it's better they had said, okay, you can be there and this person can be here, but don't come up with these. Obviously, you come up with these criteria that nobody knows about. But on the day, the president of the other association can tell you exactly why this Jamaica Football Coaches Association was not selected. That is ludicrous to me, right? So we can leave that if you want to leave that.
Man. So I think I'm just going to take Ohini, but before you do that, so your resolution to the matter is to recognize your organization right now as legitimate, having checked all the boxes. Therefore, you'd have the right to nominate a contestant for this election, if so desired, and you get your 2 votes.
Yeah.
Which would be decided by you.
Yes.
So you would get to choose. So would it not mean that you would consult all the coaches in Jamaica? Or
No, not necessarily. It's a process that I have to I would have to deal with and when that comes up. But I'm just saying, I'm not talking about the votes right now. I'm talking about the procedure or lack
No, man,
thereof.
we're going through the procedure now
No.
because
That's
I
what I'm
mean,
saying. I don't want.
yeah.
I'm saying I don't want to get into where the vote is going to come from, or I'm going to proceed with that.
Okay.
I'm just saying that my immediate concern was not about that. My immediate concern is what I heard said on your program, and what was being said, and the fact that the person who's saying it should not have been in that meeting. You understand me? So the executives who were in consult would be the delegates. So it just depends on that. All I'm saying is that if you're going to have a fair election and an election process, it should not be done where any favoritism or whatever you want to call it, right? But I leave you with this again. No member of the board who was affiliated with an association as president, right, should have been in that meeting with the board. I'm done with it.
That's very interesting, because isn't Mr. Anderson head of competitions?
Yeah.
Like the chairman for
Yeah.
and he's a vice. This is where I see the whole
It goes
JFF
deep.
whole thing need to. That's why this whole JFF thing need to be changed up how it is, because they're gonna have too much perceived conflict of interest.
Yeah,
Because
but listen, Manning's man, if you go there, if Mr. Anderson had a vote to vote out as one of the federation, maybe he vote against speed. You get me? So we don't want to get there.
Which is what I'm saying. Which is going to come across as whatever you do it, because if Mr. Speed, based on what our reasoning, Mr. Speed is going to make decisions that he believes are in favor of what would give his side vote, which is the same thing on Mr. Anderson's side. Mm-hmm. So this is why that's what I'm saying, the perceived conflict of interest continues to be a debate in our football. Mm-hmm. All right. So let me just say this. So while we are not at the is there a way that this can be resolved where you would be okay if you don't get the rights to vote?
That's not my decision. That's not my decision at all. Call an association with board members.
Don't you go like a smarter than me, answer because
no, I can bat carefully, leave alone sometimes. I was a good batsman, but I know how to leave alone. No, it's sad that we can come to the state. It's sad that we can come to the state over an election, but I'm not surprised. But that's how elections are.
Yeah. This person has been asking me to. He says he wants to speak to you, and he says he has one question. He promises not to be long. I'm going to let him ask you one very concise question, then I will release you to go. One very concise question, and then we'll continue afterwards. Okay. All right. All right. Oh, geez. Hold on. Let me get through. Let me take it. All right. Caller, before you come on, you're allowed one question. No part A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P. All right. One question, and then we can have the discussion after. Caller, good afternoon. Welcome to I Am Sure Sports. Who do we have online? Hello.
I had about 3 questions in the chat which weren't asked. So am I to choose which one, or am I to ask the most? Because I'd like those information. I think the public needs to know. So I would hope that I would ask not A's and B's, but I would like the questions up. Because I know my questions weren't asked enough, because I figured I would come on. But James Smith, every single question he posed was repeated and highlighted. But Mr. Blain, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Blake. I will say good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, man. Good afternoon.
Thank you, sir.
Pastor extraordinaire and all these things. Mr. Blain, I just wanted to be clear on a couple of things that the public media, local correspondent for YouTube channel Dre Anywhere Sports, which is a friend of I Am Sure Sports. I want to just be clear on something that was said. Is this Vin Blain's company, or is this a coaches association that has a body of directors?
No, I clarified that with management just now. I thought I should have clarified, and I did. I said to him, I think he said it trying to make a point, but then afterwards I came back to him and said, listen, just to clarify, it's not Vin Blain's company, it's a coaches association who Vin Blain is the president of. You know,
All
so
right,
anything we
Colin,
do,
that is
we do
a
as an
yeah.
associate, not my company.
All right,
I
Colin,
used to have a
that-
company. I used to have a company
Yeah.
that brought in coaches some time ago. But this now we are talking about the coaches association.
All right. So, Colin, that is your question.
That was the clarification I was seeking. That was not the question. That was the clarification. I was seeking a clarification here that wasn't
Oh,
clear.
so it was the question. Okay, all right. Go ahead with your question.
No.
now.
That was a clarification I was seeking. It's a play. Seems that the reasoning of CONCACAF and FIFA around the world is to widen participation of stakeholders and broaden democracy in sport, football, which we love. Can you tell us whether you feel that your organization has been disenfranchised and then broadened, or whether this? How do you see this vis-a-vis the overall mandate of FIFA to have broader representation and participation of stakeholders?
All right, Carla, you were breaking up. Sorry. So I wasn't sure Mr. Blain was here. Can you just ask the question again, please? You're breaking up. So,
asking, am I breaking up now?
yeah, all right, go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah, man, go ahead.
I was asking Mr. Blain that whether that under the broad mandate of FIFA, which is to broaden the participation of stakeholders and include them in the democratic process of football, the sport we love, what is their view? In your view, does this action, is this what FIFA intended? How do you feel as a stakeholder? Whether you're disenfranchised, or are you comfortable with process and the outcome? What does it mean for what FIFA is trying to do?
You heard the question, Coach Blain? Coach Vin. Hello.
I'm here.
Oh, we have to wait until he comes back. You have the question written down, because I don't want you to miss part of it, just in case he didn't hear it, because he just went off. So I suspect he's going to come back on. I'm very sorry about that. So he wasn't hearing. He's coming back on. So
Man, sorry about.
And I'm not. So are you hearing now, Coach V?
Yeah, I heard the question, but I hear
okay. Awesome.
somebody call and knock me off. All right, I heard the question. I want to answer it this way, caller. The change of voting and the numbers of people who can vote, I think that was implemented.
No, I'm not hearing.
I think I am not hearing either. It looked like a next call came in. So you just be patient a little bit, caller. All right. He's probably going.
Cataract. Let me just call him cataract. Are we not on alias basis? You say I should call you host.
All right, cataract. Yes. So I think he's
very interesting discussion. I think you proceeded soberly. I would have loved to have read my comments, my questions, so that when I come on, I wouldn't have been seen as being taken up a lot of time, because I tried to type the comments as you asked me to. You said to write them down and type them. I did that, but then I got no joy.
Cataract.
I don't know.
You heard me just now? Sorry.
No, we weren't. You're muted. Go ahead.
No,
my bad. I was in a course yesterday. I heard the question, Carter. But I was saying, Manning's man, I heard the question, and I think that my answer will be this: from the moment that FIFA sort of changed the voting, the way the voting went on in Jamaica by including other stakeholders, I don't know if they were forced. I think JPL was forced to adopt a new approach, and from the moment they did that, it indicated to me that they want more stakeholders involved to have a more transparent system way of the voting. And but as I said at the end, I in an association like Jamaica Football Coaches Association would feel disenfranchised for sure, right? But it's a matter of I think where the problem is being experienced is at the pillar 3. That's that nowhere else, So that is the area where the juggling is going on, and people talking about why Jamaica Football Coaches Association was disqualified from being a member. To me that was like a slap in the face, because you ask the association to submit all the documents that's required, and as it go back to this ticking of the boxes, we tick all boxes, right? I'm surprised that came up, because and then to compound it, we were never given information as to what we needed to submit, other than what they send me. You can't send me one letter that's asked for A, B, and C, and then after I did A, B, and C, you're going to come back and say, well, you need C, D, and E. You understand me? So that's my take on it. After on, I hope I put some clarity on some of the things that were said, and wish them all the best.
All right, Carla, you heard that response? Cataract?
Yeah, I heard it's difficult, but thank you, Coach Blaine. When you mentioned juggling, track is a cash song to juggle, But I hope you come to a resolution and good sense prevails, because what we need in football is really to get back the whole trust in the system and get fans in the stadium and get our teams playing well, our club teams progressing in the club competitions, and just get football. Get the discussion back to the on-the-field football rather than the off-field dramatics.
Agree, Carter. Agree. All right. Manning's man.
Yeah, man. Coach, as usual, best up and always appreciate having you on as usual. You understand me?
Bye-bye.
Yeah, man. All right. So that's Coach Vin Blain. I've heard it. I think he has educated me on some things today that I didn't even consider. So that is always good to understand how processes work.
That's because you were doing what you accused Cataract of doing, not listening to me when I speak.
Not.
I did say to you yesterday that in good parliamentary procedure, what you do is, if you have a conflict of interest, first of all, it must be declared at the start of the meeting, when the meeting is called to order, or when the agenda for the meeting is adopted. You hear to the chairman of the meeting that at item 2.1, I have a conflict of interest, and that is what my conflict of interest is, and then the chairman can recuse you or ask you to recuse yourself at that point until after the agenda item, because leading up to that particular agenda item, this agenda item 4, something might come up during the adoption of minutes, or something might come up during matters arising from minutes. So you generally choose yourself until after your agenda item has been dealt with, and then you enter the room. That's how I know it in the good governance framework that is given to us as civil servants.
All right, what was I going to say that I learned, though? Because you said that you were telling me, I said that, well, I've learned so many things, and you said that if I had listened to you yesterday, you were educated.
You have learned that one.
Oh, so that is what I was going to talk about.
No, I don't know, but I'll just tell you that one.
All right. Cataract.
Just start the league. But you get cracking no man. A Friday no man. You know so we have to go party. Send the link I'll jump on the link and free up the line for that in democracy, in the telephone democracy.
All right, boss. Not a problem. Cool. All right. People. Yeah. So that is what is happening. All right. So what I'm going to do at this time, I'm going to, take a couple of phone calls so that you can share your views. Ketarak on the link as well. So I'm going to see if I can help him with that, and we're going to continue this discussion. I haven't even yet touched on the JPL games that are coming up. Listen, can you hit the like button for me, please? I haven't seen a super stick or a super chat in a while. We have 4, so we kind of have 6 to go. So if you're not yet, made a contribution to the channel in this worthwhile discussion, go ahead and do it. See Jason, Parky, and Denton, Garnet, Codfish doing theirs. We need 6 more. Freddie, you're listening now. Where you going with Freddie? Drop a super Samba, where you going with? Drop a super sticker, You understand me? Hold on, we have Jermaine. Oh, geez. We lost Jermaine. Ketara, can you turn on your camera, please? It's Super Friday. So we don't want the double O sign right there. Turn on the camera, man. Can you let the nurse know that you're going on I Am Sure Sports, and it's a big show today, so she need to make sure that you're attired properly so you can come on the show now. Come on, man. Jermaine, let's hear from Jermaine in the meantime, in between time. Come on, get the likes up. Big up Jason.
Yes. Big up on his man and panel. Caps up yourself.
Peso, the truth, right, is like a lion. Let it loose and it will defend itself. Trust me, let me just say this to you, Peso. Let people talk. It don't matter. Like the people who know me know my character, my reputation, my integrity everywhere I go, locally and abroad. Nobody can put my hand in anything and say, in all my life in operation, sit on big boards in Jamaica, major financial institution. And even at my leaving, they always want me to be there. So don't worry yourself about that, man. Small-minded people talk about people, man. Come on, man. Don't, so you don't get involved in that. When people go low, you go high. Elevate and think bigger. Because here's what. If you keep on fighting with your hater, you will only grow to hate more. If you keep on fighting and criticizing your critics, you'll never, ever do anything of great credit. Focus on that. All right? Bless up yourself. All right. Jervin, go ahead.
Yeah, you got manners, man. So I'm glad that you have this show today, and I've been listening all morning. I take a little break and I come back. I'm glad you have this. Now, I listened to that show last night and with that man, Mr. Stewart, whatever. And I listened to him. And if everything that man is saying, if it's true, and my God, it's a lot of corruption going on. And I'm saying if he's lying, then he should be sued. But if this man is speaking the truth, if he's speaking the truth, man, we're in a lot of trouble. We need clarity. We need to, it's just so much that's going on because this is my personal opinion. Mr. Speed, I heard you say earlier, he should not be in the JFF. It's just so much corrupt. To me, it just sounds like conflict of interest over. Conflict of interest leads to corruption. Now, I'm not saying anybody is corrupt.
Yeah.
But, it's just from what he's on national TV saying these things. He's not hiding. He's on national TV saying it. So I'm saying again, if he's lying, then he should be sued. But if he's speaking the truth on national television, then, this is a case for alarm. Everybody needs to open it and say, wait a minute. But Ketterock touched on something a while ago about it turning off the fans. It turned off a lot of people. Because if you don't get the fans on board and you are just about yourself and your board members and so forth, we're not going to further manage, man. And so you come here and you defend your character, which shows something about you. That you have nothing, right? You come out every day and you talk about what you do and what you don't do. And I'm glad you clear this up. But from a fan's, from a fan's perspective, and my family in particular, they saw something in me change. They was like, how come I'm not going to the games again? I used to fly across the country. I said, listen, man, I just, I love I love the football, but I just cannot support the JFF right now. And that's my opinion, right? I just don't know what is going on. It's just so much turn off.
I hear
so much negativity.
I hear it, caller. This is where, though, I think, I want to just give a perspective. Going to support the brilliant play of Leon Bailey is not supporting the JFF. Not watching your team hurts your team more than the Federation. Because whether you watch your team or not, the Federation is going to be in office for 4 years. So my point is,
but what most people go ahead.
So my point is this: that I am going to support my team regardless of who leads the administration. What you and I must say is that if I have millions of dollars, I would not give it to the Jamaica Football Federation because I may not trust them. But that don't mean that I can't buy 100 tickets for kids to go and watch the game, because in that I'm helping with football. That is where you and I differ. So if I had the resources like you, I'd fly across the world. Like, I'm going to give you a good example. Kerry James, I mean, his father is always beating the JFF. But anywhere Jamaica play, youth, female, friendly, he travels to go and watch them because he's supporting the Jamaica football team. So I cannot, let me say, I don't agree with people saying, oh, me no go watch the reggae boys, but you still sit and watch, don't watch it on your TV.
Yeah, okay.
My point is,
I defend that.
Let me hear your defense.
I'll wait till you finish. So this is what me and my friends were saying. Because I remember I spoke to you the last time, and I told you the last game. I buy 7 tickets, right? And I let my friend them go, and they were upset too. Like, this is my youth, but they were, so I'm not even doing that anymore. What we thinking is we embolden the JFF by fans, showing up, seem like they're not doing anything wrong. And I get your point, right? That yes, we need to be behind the players, right? We need to be behind the players. But what we are saying is that if we turn to them, they're doing everything right, right? All we want them to do is just pack up shop and go. Somebody else coming. Not saying it's going to be better, right? But my whole point is this. I get your point. We have to show up, for the team. That we have to try to separate. And I feel you. Yeah. And I do believe you, right? I do believe what you say. You actually make sense. But on the other hand, a lot of folks are saying, we show up to support the team. It's like we support the JFF and we don't support them.
But
and
so listen to me. All right. Let's hear what I'm saying again. All right. So I think it's Cataract. It says if a former convicted sex offender is elected to lead, would you still go to every game? Cataract, let me tell you this. I
have a different question for you.
No.
So let me ask you the question.
All right, you go.
Let me ask you the question.
I respond. So delete. Hold on.
All right, one of the wrench man, delete the comment, delete the question, because I'm going to ask the question in a totally different way.
No man. Just listen now, because we have the call on the line. So you said ignore that because you're going to retract that.
Yeah, I'm going to ask it in a different way.
The correct question. So don't answer that.
It's the same. So I'm going to ask you, if a known atheist was elected to, or a self-proclaimed atheist was elected to the presidency of the JFF, and at every match when we won, he dedicated the victory to the devil. Would Manning's man go to the stadium? And so, sir, I'm asking a question. All right, no, okay, fine. I'm asking a question. Is that a legitimate question?
Whoa. Cataract. Let's on let me just get Cataract. I'm going to respond to the caller. I'm going to give you some time to construct your argument and come up with a question.
A question.
All right? Come up with a question that we can have a sane discussion as two intellectuals. All right, so caller.
You could give me 30 seconds, caller. Let me ask it again in a different way. If someone was elected to the JFF who said that they believe in white supremacy and that slavery did not exist, and made those public, and that was their platform, because it's uncomfortable questions, you know, because they are, would you still go in the stadium and support? Because I wouldn't. There are certain lines that can be crossed where a fan can say, I cannot be associated with this. I can't give my money to this. I can't give my face to this. So that when the person finishes, they say, hey, the stadium is ramming up. So everything
do you know that you just asked me a question, you answer it as to why you wouldn't do it, and you gave an explanation? Do you realize that? Do you realize that you just did that? I'm going to begin to highlight the things that you need to do differently so we can have healthy discussion. You asked me a question, you never allowed me to answer it. You answer it by saying you would not, and then you give the reason why you would not do it. Am I supposed to still answer the question that you have answered?
I gave my answer. So yes, please give yours.
Okay. All right. We are discussing football. I have not heard, unlike your example, where someone come out and declare that they are white supremacists or atheists and would give monies to the devil, right? An atheist does not believe in the devil. He doesn't believe in anything. All right? Two different things we're talking about, right? So someone comes out.
The atheist and agnostic.
So everyone finished the cataract.
Jermaine. All right, Cataract. I'll come back to you. Yeah. So what I'll say is this. There are many things that I don't appreciate about the present government. I still pay my taxes, though I don't believe it is spent in a way that it should be, but I do it. There are many other things I do socially to help people, though I believe rightfully it is the responsibility of the government, and in those areas they are failing. All right? The point I am making is that there's a greater cause at work. The cause is I see Adujan whisper Richards. I owe it to him because he's not the reason why we're at this place. And me going to clap and cheer him on is better for him. And I do not believe that directly makes the JFF have is put in a big or great light, because people have attributed the success of our female team primarily on the performance of the girl and Sidela Marley, and they have taken credit from the JFF. So it is still possible to go and support my team, and still, when it comes down to the Federation, I'm diametrically opposed to how they operate. That's how I see it, because I owe it to my track and field people, my cricket people, my football people, that regardless of poor administration, that I support them. Let me just say this, because remember, and I said this yesterday, so I have some documents that I want to read, because I want to explain to people, for example, that restrictive financing is simply simple as this. Part of it is this, right? Part of it is we will give you the money, but it has to be spent in these specific things. So we're going to ensure that it does that. All right? It doesn't mean that you are thieves, which is what I was saying yesterday. There are cases when there is theft and there is corruption. But in cases where it has been implemented, it does not necessarily suggest that. What it says is that I can be doing, watch this, I can be doing nothing illegal, but I'm not doing what are the best practices. And sometimes you're put under some watch list because you're not putting into place. People, the business know this. Best practices, though that what you're doing is not illegal. Like a company, for example, that probably not using a cash register so that people can have refunding, and they're writing up the receipts, though they are charging the taxes and stamping them. It is not illegal what they are doing, but it is not best practice. So there are countries where FIFA has gone in with restrictive financing to help engage the countries in such a way that they are best practices. It may not be the case in Jamaica because there have been cases where there are legitimate cases of corrupt practices and theft. All right? And FIFA may have come in and said, listen, this is happening. For example, do you realize that after the outcry and with the whole TV and people traveling with TV, let me give some credit. Ryan LFC used to bring up these things about the amount of people traveling, right? When that happened, do you realize that a policy was put in place that only people...
Yes.
Because guess what? Though it was not illegal to send all of those people, it was not financially prudent. Therefore, the best practice was to stop all of these people traveling for the purpose of travel and send specific people. That's a good example. But it's not saying that there isn't corrupt things going on. But do not assume that because there is monitoring, it is theft and people are thieves. This is why it is happening. That's all I will say.
Okay, so I hear you. So let me give you what I think of you just say, right?
That mean it. Sorry, let me just add to this. That mean, given what Mason Greenwood has done, I cannot watch Jamaica if he plays. If I'm going to use moral standard, I cannot go and watch him. I cannot. As long as he's playing for Jamaica, it might as well I just pack up and leave and support the next nation. And Demo has been saying this, and all of us have been beating Demo about it. So we can't use moral standing and people moral action in all cases to determine they deserve no support, and we should not watch others because of some immoral act and stuff like that. But go ahead.
So as you were saying, back towards the government and tax, right? Here you have we can't get away from paying taxes, right? Whether we like what the government do with the money or not, that's different. Right? We have to pay taxes. You have to have a driver's license, you know what I mean? If you drive, you have to pay insurance. That's something we cannot get away from, right? With regardless of how we feel about the JFF and the stuff that they do. What I'm telling you right this minute, I am not the only one that feel this way. I can tell you tens of thousands of people, I mean, hundreds of people I know that feel the same way, right? And can you imagine if there's people that I know that feel that I feel that way? Can you imagine them with the people that maybe you don't know who feel that way, right? And so, as we were saying about the stuff that they do, it may not be best practices, right? But they still do it. They need to come out, start doing something right, so the public are trusting them. I get what you're saying about not supporting the team, hurting Nelly and Bailey, hurting at this, and you're right, you're absolutely right. But the other hand, man, these guys got to come out and start doing something new right now. Like, every day is something bad about the JFF. Like, come on, guys. Give us something to cheer about.
Let me tell you
it doesn't have to be a victory on the field. It doesn't have to be a victory on the field, right? Come out and say...
Yeah, man. Jermaine, let me say this again. Let's slow down. The Mount Pleasant has not been acting immoral, nor has Harborview in their operation of their clubs. The leadership is clear. Same thing with Arnett Gardens. Same thing with Mullines United, Veer. And people still don't go and watch them. I'm going to give you an example. I went to a schoolboy game. And 10 people. Outside of the people, like connected to like coaches and teachers from the school, like 10 spectators are there. So people are not refusing to watch because of acts of corruption in the leadership of sports. Usain Bolt has run at our national stadium in races with Asafa Powell, with Ewan Blake, with Nesta Carter, one of the biggest 100 meters, where all of these athletes were in 100 and Jamaicans still not go. Not because the J3A have corrupt leaders and thief and all of that, and the international and WADA is over them, and court of arbitration for sports. That connection is what we call a false parallel. People have lost their passion.
I'm talking about people I know. I'm not talking about in general. I'm just saying people I know who said they're not supporting because of that. But I'm saying if the amount of people that I know who feel that way, because I also with a lot of past high school players in my circle here in Washington and in Florida, right? I'm not talking about what's going on with the teams, you know what I mean, back home. I'm just saying people that I know who said the same thing.
No,
There's an guy I know, right?
Yeah.
Right. He used to buy all the jerseys. When you see this man, he just black, green, and gold, 24/7, right?
Yeah.
And he decked out, right? Let me tell you something. One thing will never flop every year, and I go every year. Penoliers. Penoliers will never flop every year, right? But I remember when I came here, everywhere Jamaica that play, I used to drive, go. A lot of us used to drive, go. I'm telling you, some 15 hours. We're driving on, not flat. We drive. I tell you, they're the coolest place because what they do, they move the games with Caribbean teams. They're the coolest part. And somehow I don't know how they always select this game. We always talk about it. Why Jamaica, 99% of the time, play the US in a qualifier, always in the winter time. We don't know why if they don't, we always think it's a setup. They always get them to play the first leg or the return leg in the winter here, in the coolest part. And we always find ourselves going. The last 8 years also we stopped going. Right?
Carla,
we said, no, why not waste the time and drive down
Jeremy,
and
Jeremy, I mean, I like I'm saying, that is the people around you. Let me tell you this.
Yes.
Let me tell you this. It's
not just people around me. Right? It's a club of us used to talk, right?
No, the club, so the club of you, it is 8 years ago that you stopped this. So before that,
we just stopped.
No man. Here's what I'm asking you. Just hear the question. Here's the question. Was the JFF corrupt under the Captain Horace Burrell leadership?
You know what's so funny about that, right? I used to have so much belief in Horace Burrell. And there was a guy from Jamaica, he's up here now. He coached a prominent high school. It's a lick out from Burrell. And we all used to chase him and say, I furnish him attack. And we used to support Burrell, right? Now, I'm saying this to you now, right? We're hearing stuff about because we also, this is one thing I'm trying to tell you. We also have, I'm not going to call this player's name, but we also have lots of national players that we talk to, and they give us stuff of what they used to go through back in them days. Still, my youth, I know they still own money. 8 years old, I still not get my money, right? So this is stuff that we should but the camel that brought the straw for me was the game Suriname with the JFF and Mr. Dalton
man. But I don't want
no, man. But man, why you cutting the caller if he's answering? Can I get the pleasure of hearing the man's comment? It's like when we are going to a water when deep, you cut it.
Caller, let me ask you the question again.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
It's a very simple question. Was the JFF corrupt under? I don't need explanation. All I'm asking.
Under Burrell.
Was the JFF a corrupt organization under Captain Horace Burrell?
And my answer to you is that I don't know.
All right, cool. All right,
I don't know.
There you go.
Manage, with respect. You know, my mic has been mute. I'm just asking you because I would like to have heard the answer that the caller was giving.
He just answered. All right,
the caller was. Could you tell us what broke the camel's track up?
I'm not going to listen to this part, so I'm going to give you 5 minutes to talk because I don't want to hear it because I'm not there. So talk to Cataract and then I'll come back. All right.
So no, I'm
You
okay.
just,
So the listeners are
so
listening.
caller,
So
here's the question.
there's
Here's
a
the
game
question.
that was played.
Okay, go ahead.
There's a game that was played in the US at they play at the United States, the US, where Shaman Nichols scored a goal. Come to find out 2 years after, that was 2019. 2021, I heard that they haven't got paid for that game. That's when I started to pay attention and start to hear about the disruptors that was going on. As a matter of fact, let me jump it back a little bit. So I started to pay attention. After we went to the first Gold Cup final with Schaefer, then it was time for World Cup qualification about 2 months after that. The first one was Panama. And there was, I get to understand now, we lost two to Panama. The players was demanding money. That was when I started retention. So keep going. Go ahead, Cataract.
No, but I was asking you, you were telling us about the straw that broke the camel's back, and you started by saying Suriname, and then you were interrupted by our host. And so I just wanted you to just tell me as a ultra, what was the straw that broke your back, so that when I speak on behalf of fans, I can just start representing myself. Tell us about the straw that broke the camel's back for you.
So, by listening to what I heard about the players were complaining about inadequate traveling, the hotel, the place that they were staying, the bed was not tall enough for Andre Blake, and every time that they reach out, and the thing that the way Mr. Dalton was talking down to them, he was talking down to them like, and so I heard the phone call that was taped, and the concern that they were saying to the president, which they have him trapped. He didn't know that, maybe he didn't know that it was taped. And when they cornered him, and he said, yeah, they was like, if you don't go, then we're not playing. And then he said, yes, he has to go. And then from source, everybody have a lead, they said. And some of the stuff I heard that was going on, right? When the players took a stand, because they love Jamaica, these guys play with Jamaica, they took a stand. That was when I said, you know what, I have to take a stand. So that was the camera that was it for me right there.
All right, Carlo. So the point I'm making to you is that people don't decide to follow or not follow, right? Teams based on whether they believe most people are corrupt or not. That is why people follow Manchester City. That is why people still follow Chelsea, even though Roman was involved in a lot of things in Russia and all that was happening. That is why even though many other associations have corrupt practices in them, people still support their national team. The point I was making with Captain Horace Burrell is that for those of you who don't know, if you check the timeline, FIFA restrictive funding in Jamaica started during Captain Horace Burrell's leadership. It came to the end of it.
You're right.
Let me just finish. He was involved in the indictment and whatever with Warner. Many people say that he's the person who gave all the information when you read the affidavit, and then he died after. Bruce Gaynor came on, we were under restrictive financing. Mike Ricketts came on and continued with the restrictive financing. Since that time, people understand this. Some of those restrictions have been lifted, right? And monies are still being given. All I'm saying to you is this. To say that I am not going to support my team because of what is perceived corruption. I support New York Knicks, and I've heard many things about the Dolans. I watch CNN, and some of the anchors are not even of the same sexual orientation as I am, and that is known publicly. So to me, right? That to me don't make any sense. As if, for example, someone in here talking about if I were to come to America, I don't know who you are. and you're talking about Triple E, 'cause some of you see people you don't know. I can guarantee you that I work for larger American companies and with them than you. I guarantee you that. So you can teach me about corruption and those things in America. You can't, honestly, with all due respect. So if we're talking about cataract, let me finish and let me give you a time. If you're going to talk about football, let's talk about football. Don't get into people's personal life and talk about people must come to America and you could not come to America and all of those things. When you come on the program, speak with respect to people because you don't know. And let's stick to the discussion of football.
I'm gonna finish my point and I
caller.
Let me just finish, Cataract. I'm going to give you all the time that you need for their involvement in cash for votes, bribery, scandal. He came out publicly and said these things while he was the president. And people are still following the team.
Because the leader.
So caller, I just wonder.
Just German, take a last minute and then I'll go to Cataract and give him his time. So go ahead, German, and you can wrap up.
Okay, so let me finish up. So the belief that of most people, right? And say, so people believe in what he does, but yes, I was hearing that he was corrupt. So this is what people are thinking, and maybe it's not going to happen. They thinking don't support the JFF, worship our farm, they will lose this. But what they already have
I think we're losing. German,
right, we need to support.
Yeah, you're breaking up. I don't know why. All right.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, man. But just go ahead quickly, cause a lot of people trying to call in. Yeah.
Let me finish up. So I get what you're saying. By not supporting the team, we're not hurting these guys, right? But that's what we think. We don't have a voice in voting, right? But if what that man said last night about 95% of the referees, of the coaches are whatsoever, are JFF employed, and some of them get to vote, that is corruption at its source. And that's why we don't believe in these guys. But we have to find a way to support the team, even if we don't believe in the JFF. And that's what I'm going to start to do, right? I hear you. We have to support the team. All right, guys.
Yeah,
I will listen.
Respect. All right, cool. All right. Brian is here, but Cataract, how much time do you need?
This is not about time. You know, this have been respectful and calm. Some of us like the same respect. I just want to participate in the discussion that's respectful, that can move Jamaica football forward, that can bring to light facts and alternative views, that if there's something that is presented as if it was a fact and it may not be so, that light is shed on that, right? So we're not trying to win none. We have a clash later tonight. Anybody there in a Mandeville, where they're down the Mandeville town by the big one sports bar. Listen to this, man. It's for two things. One, your assertion that corruption doesn't affect fan support. You said it's making a parallel. The person is making a parallel. What fancy word to use? Your comparison to Usain Bolt and the stadium, that's a perpendicular, because track and field has nothing to do with football. Let's stick to football. And the fact is that there are some fans who will not participate and who are turned off. That's a fact. And how we choose to quantify it, I don't know. But I know that the number of people that used to come to the stadium no longer come to the stadium. I don't support Mr. Speed. I want Mr. Speed out. When all of this comes to the end and anything happens, I want people to remember those who laugh at me when I stood outside JFF, me alone, because I stand for something and say Speed out. Right? I don't know the time I'm going to talk about what really happened. Right? I want you to understand that some people different things matter to us. So you can't say for a man, boy, because it's corruption, go support the team anyway because you don't want the team. Because those who, if they are corrupt, that is exactly what they're banking on. They're banking on you. They can continue to do their shenanigans, but the team will win, and other people say, oh, go support the team because at the end of the day, it's not true that you're not hurting them. Because as long as you put money into the turnstile, you are giving support by the dollar. As long as you turn up at the stadium, you're giving support because when those numbers are counted, you're giving support to when they say to the TV sponsor, 670 people were in the stadium versus 200. And I would just end by asking you, can you ask me for a comparison? So I'm going to ask you this. If President A, and I'm not going to call Mr. Ricky's name in this example because I don't want to associate him with it, right? If President Guru God was of JFF and he kissed one of the female players in the same way that the Spanish FA president did, and he refused to leave office and stayed in there despite the outcry, would you, man's man, still go to the stadium?
Keter, before I answer your question, so you said I said that corruption doesn't stop fans from going to games. That's what you said. I said. I need to firstly deal with that, and that the example I use of track and field, I said
It's
false
perpendicular.
parallel. And you said
It's a
perpendicular, which is
false
two lines
perpendicular.
touching, with two lines
Yes.
touching at a 90-degree angle.
Yes, it
Can
is.
you please explain that to me?
I will be more than happy to do so if you just right after you answer my question. Manins, you and I skilled in this game, you know. You leave the correct question to go and deal with the minor matters.
Because you said something.
As long as I will, and a man of my honor, I will answer those questions right after you provide the answer to the major matter, which is about
Cataract, if I see one of our coaches,
the president. The
let me
president.
finish.
That was the question.
Let me finish, man. You can't tell me how to answer your question because you're not.
Yeah, but you have been telling people how to answer the question all day.
Me?
Yes, you told Jeremy and said, no, you can't answer like that. When they cut him off at Suriname, you need a
I
yes or
did
no
not.
answer.
Cataract. I did not say that to Jermaine. Jermaine went on, and I told him to go back to the question that I asked because I needed a yes or no. Because he had gone on to give explanation and examples. I just needed a simple yes and no. Because it was a yes and no question. It wasn't an open-ended question.
Just to be clear,
on
a point of order, just to be clear, this is a yes or no question. It's not an open-ended question.
So, let me make the point. If I see a coach of any of our teams, an administrator, for example, like what they Spain, without even the outcry of the people, being sexually inappropriate, even if it is not a kiss, with one of our players, I would come out publicly on my platform and ask for their removal. Like I have said, if any member of the Jamaica Football Federation is found to be, just like with Burrell, anyone from Speed, let me just call everybody from one side. Speed, Michael Ricketts, Dennis Chung, Bruce Gaynor, and all the persons who vote and support them, that side. If any one of them is found to be thieves, stealing money from Jamaica's football for their own personal benefit, they are found to be corrupt in their practices, breaking the constitution of the Jamaica Football Federation and the constitution of FIFA, where prison terms and sentences are necessary, it must be executed to the full measure of the law, and they must be removed forthwith.
That's a
They
long
don't.
answer to say
I
yes or
don't
no.
care what you want to say. So you don't have to
But
have no
except that you
follow.
didn't answer the
Let me
question.
finish.
No, man, except you didn't answer the question. So I'll ask you to do as you did,
So,
Jeremy.
so,
Just
so
go
let me
back
let
to
me
the
let me
question.
answer your question again.
If the
If any
president of
member,
the JFF, no, the question was if
hey,
the
let
president
me
of the
let me
JFF,
let me answer. If the coach and administrator, the president, anybody on Michael Ricketts' side, male or female, management, anyone at all, is found to be inappropriate, they don't have to publicly kiss, but it is found that their behavior is sexually inappropriate, I will come publicly. What else you want me to say? Tell me
no,
what
but
you
that's
want
not
to
the question. The
say.
question I
What is the
asked
question?
you is if the president of the JFF kissed publicly a member of the female football team without her consent, would
I
you
am
go to the next game and other games and support the team while the president sat in office not resigning? That's the question.
Hey,
Yes or
listen,
no?
let me tell you this. Because the answer that I give you, I'm saying to you, they don't even have to kiss the person.
No, no, you're using a
So
lot of
let me
words to
finish.
obfuscate
No, hold on,
and
man.
go around the thing. Me, I
Let
talk
me
the
give you.
truth, man.
Hold on, I give you. Watch it. They don't have to kiss the person.
But I am saying they kiss the
So let
person,
me
so don't
finish.
tell me they don't have to.
I
I
hey.
am asking a simple question.
So let me finish.
You're
So let me
creating some
finish.
other
So
scenarios.
so let me tell you. For you, that is what you're saying. I am saying to you. Let me answer your question, man. They don't even have to kiss the person. The first thing I'll do, I'll come out and you see if that player decide that they're going to play, I'm going there to support the player. But I want the person to be removed. What I'm not going to do is victimize the victim by not supporting them. That's me. So me, I will go there, go support. If the player is playing, I am going there to support the victim. And at
No,
the
but,
same time,
but that's not the case in the Spanish scenario that I said. The players stopped playing for the team. So that's what I'm saying. You're putting in some whole
listen,
different set
Brian,
of scenario. Anyway, Brian, go through. You're not the answer. You're just not the answer. So I respect that.
Cataract, you know what you just did? You talk about the JFF president. Then when I'm answering you, you're going back about the Spanish and the players
So
stop
I
playing.
said
You
in
never
the
said that
same
in the question you
way.
asked. You did not ask me that in your question. You did not.
No,
You
but I
did
didn't
not
ask
ask
you
me
if you're
to go to
going
the
to
next
support
one.
I didn't ask you if you're going to support the player.
But I am telling you, but
Brian,
Cataract.
so if the next match was a Reggae Boys match, if the next match was a Reggae Boys match immediately following, would you go to that Reggae Boys match? After
Of course, I'm going to. Me,
okay.
I am going to
Yeah.
watch the Reggae
So
Boys match.
okay.
Because I would have come out, I said to you, I am going to
Okay.
come out and ask the removal of the person.
But
But
you're
I'm not
going to
going to
match and
victimize the
enjoy.
victims.
But the victim
Me
not
not
going
going
to
to
be playing for the Reggae Boys. The victim was playing for the
the
girls.
footballers. Peace and peace.
So how is that the victim? How the victim going to play for the Reggae Boys? Because we have to get specific so that you don't find a loophole to run through.
Okay. All right. Say, all right. Okay, Cataract, listen.
Me now go to stadium. Me now go
All right.
watch the match. I
All
will
right,
stand
Cataract.
up outside the
No,
stadium in
Cataract.
protest.
You have a
That's
point.
what I would do.
Cataract, here's the thing. Here's the thing now, Cataract. You see, you're a fan of them. So, people, Cataract say now go, so me not supposed to go. Because Cataract views, I want me to go do. Me go do what Cataract. Me not go no more much.
No.
All right? You're right, Cataract. Let me
You
go to Brian now, man. Come on.
tried to run. This is going to be like a
What
Tom
can I
and Jerry
run?
chase.
What can I
But
run?
they
If
will
me
catch you.
disagree with you, you have a
Because
problem. If me agree with you, you have a problem.
When Jermaine say he's
Yeah.
not going to the match, you never say, okay, you have beat out on Jermaine for do what you would have do.
Here's what you're bringing up, Cataract. We're talking about corruption. You bring up sexual inappropriate behavior.
So that's not corruption.
Oh, that is correct. All right, Cataract.
Using your office as the president to make advances on a female is also corrupt. You're corrupt in the office.
All right,
It's not
Cataract.
stealing.
Yeah, man. Cataract. Listen, Cataract,
But
listen.
Brian, come
Listen.
in, car.
Cataract. Let us move on. People, and this is, I'm being honest. Cataract, you're absolutely right. and I am wrong. Here is what. Any inappropriate behavior by the president, I should not go and support. No game. Any corrupt practice. You're right. I'm agreeing with you. Once there is corruption and perceived corruption, which is because we have not called out him, we have not. So once you have identified corruption, the right thing to do is not to go and support. So I agree. I agree. And I admit that I was wrong for being so strident before. We should not go and support our teams because the president of the Jamaica Football Federation is a corrupt individual.
I said no such thing.
But isn't that what Jeremy was saying?
And that's what you tried to do. You tried to slip in something. Like I said, the president of Jamaica, and I said you, I'm not calling the name right, Ricketts. I'm not associating his name with this question.
But you just said the president of the Jamaica. Would I go and watch the Jamaica? You see, this is the thing.
No,
you
but I
said,
just
first you use a hypothetical. When I responded to the hypothetical, you went to Spain. When I went to Spain and said you're bringing up Spain, you said you're talking the president of the JFF. No, I'm saying you're talking the president of the JFF. You're saying that you're not talking the president of the JFF.
Gotta give me. But I will stand. And to the person that asked in the chat, why do I still go to the games? Till I die. Even if I'm dead, I go and support him like Colin Kaepernick. The injustice done to Anthony Grant, I will forever fly that banner. And even before him, I used to go to games. Every game. I still will. But what I go and do at the game, I will continue to highlight the injustice that was done. Me a man believe in something, me not fall for everything, brother. Me stand for some things. All when people are laugh after me, me still a stand for it, cause no man can push my button. Me not do something for the come around. And as more and more things come out, and I was hoping that Mr. Speed would join us for us to be able to ask him to clarify some of the things that he said so stridently yesterday that everybody believed. Like, for example, Mr. Speed said yesterday that every single, for a fact that every single organization was written to. And then lo and behold, it's sent out to members of the media, right? I'm in the media, something I'm going to put myself in, right? There are letters now where there are major organizations in the pillar tree who said they have never been written to nor spoken to by neither the general secretary or anybody in the JFF to tell them that they are a member and to tell them that they needed to submit documents. And that is in writing. So me have concern, Bridget. Don't feel like me want to see some who win or who no win, I want football to win.
So
I want football
Anthony
to win.
Grant, because a coach decided not to pick Anthony Grant.
Not a coach. Don't go there, so. Don't go there, so. Don't go there, so.
The federation.
Don't go there, so.
All right. So I'm going to go there.
It's my fight. It's my fight. You ask me in the stadium, I will forever fly that banner until justice is done for the youth.
I did not. You see, your life is. I did not come here, and mention anything about the player Anthony Grant. You didn't. You said don't go there. Is your cataract? I'm not going to go there. You said don't discuss it. I'm not going to. You brought it up, but I'm not going to discuss it because you said don't go there. I'm done with that then.
All right.
You said don't. Anything you say, me go work with. You said don't discuss it. Not going to discuss it. Can I allow Brian to say something, please?
Can we praise Jesus for a minute? Can we say a prayer?
Cataract, you want to pray? Heavenly Father, we thank you for your grace. We thank you for your love. Teach us to love, be patient, be long-suffering. Bless us and keep us, we pray. In Jesus' name, amen. Anything else you want me to do?
I will be patient. Brian, go ahead.
Also, I can allow Brian to speak on my show. Brian, please. You're being allowed to say something. Go ahead. You're muted, Brian. Brian, you're muted. Brad, fall asleep. Brad.
Brian, I hope it's not that you're atheist. You don't want to pray.
We're not hearing you.
I'm saying, just give me about 5 minutes.
All right. So I have this text that I want to read. Paul, bless up yourself. Dean Fraser, Decoy James. The JFF has issues that needs to be corrected, but it is obvious to me that with the involvement of YouTubers and some of their guests, many of the issues the JFF is having are being blown way out of proportion. However minor many of those issues seem to be. Many of the YouTubers should never have a microphone because they are spewing irresponsible and inappropriate nonsense with no basis in fact most of the times. It is these irresponsible nonsense why the girls did not show up when they were called, because they were hearing all this negative stuff on the air on a daily basis, even to many of their own detriments, I might add. I am an independent listener who doesn't believe the JFF is perfect or may even be inept. But my word, the negativity is hurting the sport because if and when a new administration comes in, after their honeymoon period is over, the same negative criticism is going to start all over again. Alvas Powell was the best until he wasn't the best anymore. Kemar Lawrence was very solid until he's not solid anymore. Leon Bailey was a godsend until something has gone wrong with him. Now some are saying Andre Blake is not good after saying he was our savior for such a long time. And I haven't even mentioned Boza yet. People need to just stop. All right, Brian, you're back. We have Gunners Boss online. Welcome.
Honest.
I'm gonna stop beat the corruption. I'm gonna stop beat the fire.
Yeah.
And players are good. Players get old.
Chatter, come on.
Players when you get
We have a caller. Let the caller go.
oh, I didn't know. I thought it was Brian you were waiting for. Who was pause?
No, we have a call online. Hold on. Go ahead. Gunners Boss, go ahead.
Boy, the show kind of combative today. I want to go on with it today. It's so combative today. Ooh, it's hot up in here. Me say it's hot up in here. You are very combative today. What's going on?
No.
Yeah, man. I never hear.
It show off. You understand me? You have to add some cataract sun clash later, you know. So this is a warm up.
Okay. I figure he was in training and you was training in there. I stopped playing up to get the
yeah.
Your little sound never play with stereo Mars. Your little sound never play with stereo Mars yet. Yeah? Ask reggae vibration to say you're on tape with them and stereo Mars. People cataract stereo Mars in a mandible.
Hey,
this evening.
Hey, you talk about stereo Mars, man. I wake my mandible come take with stereo Mars from and can't go up a Palm Beach and a town. Boy.
All right, Gunners Boss, what do you have to say on the discussion and so we can, yeah.
I find out with this thing, just like me telling you, 1998 is not walking back through that door. Neither is Mr. Burrell. And not coming back through that door. You see, no expectation is football and the people them it now go nowhere. On the too combative, on the too argumentative, on the too everything when it's JFF. Me say every day, 365 days, this platform and every other platform. Me never know. You should have just change the channel and just name it Reggae Boys Discussion only. Because me can't even come over here come talk about no other sports that people that complain about JFF. You know what? About JFF, imagine people get up every day, 365 days across JFF. Sunday during the week and triples on Sundays. Come on. And man, you're better than I don't think JFF is all that a problem. I think y'all dudes is a problem. We're complaining every day about that. Every man calls JFF this we can't just
Give me a second, man. I'm gonna call you back. I'm getting a very important call. Hang me up. I'm a friend, world boss from 45th Street. I call you. I page you. Oh, round at the British spot. So, Marins, I did ask the question though. And you dealt with the minor matters, but I asked the question to say that that things were stated, and then in terms of that, they are let us know. I've seen one more that an organization is stating that it did not receive any communication. Sorry, Mr. Natio,
No. I like El Gran Hero comment,
I can't see them when I'm up on my phone.
El Gran Hero says, an intern is saying she loves to listen to the guy with the velvet voice. She's not sure what you're saying, but
I think we established already from Frederica that I am the man with the voice. Your voice now have no velvet.
okay. Yeah, continue, sir.
No, man, I'm just saying that I would love for Mr. Speed to come back. I know he's listening, you always listen to the program, and just clarify the statement that you made, and that how does that statement stand up in public? How is your credibility going to stand up when
all right,
organizations have written? And if those organizations are lying in writing, then we have a serious problem in Jamaica, not only in football. Yeah, go ahead, Brian.
Who are the corrupt people now that needs to, based on their corrupt? All right, go ahead and answer, Cataract.
No. Sorry, go ahead.
No, man, you go. No, listen, you
I'm listening to you. Remember.
You interrupted me, so I'm giving you a
sorry.
chance. Hold
on. Sorry. I'm muting my mic. Not talking to you. I'm listening.
So, who are the present individuals who you considered corrupt, either by conflict of interest, that they should be removed from what they are doing? So call out the people who you perceive are acting in a corrupt way. Call them out, because people are saying, like, you are one of the persons who are calling out the corruption and the corrupt. So call out who are the corrupt people from your standpoint, so others who are not clear can understand who the corrupt individuals are and who are involved in corruption, so we can begin probably advocate with you for them to be removed out of the football, and who are the non-corrupt people who should be involved in the football from your perspective. Because, like Gunners Boss says, maybe we need to look at what then is the solution. If we know for sure that they are corrupt people, shouldn't we then have them removed? And who are the people who should come in to take that? All right, so somebody says Speed is corrupt, so he should be removed. Michael Ricketts is corrupt, so he should be removed. Do you agree, Cataract? I see Speed. I see Michael Ricketts.
I have to take care of the virus that I'm giving, because you have caught the one where you ask the question and answer it too. I have no local standing to name who is corrupt. There are bodies that have that's called CFU, CONCACAF, and FIFA. They can determine and have the power to determine who is corrupt. I believe in a democratic process, free and fair elections, free from fear and free from intimidation.
All right, so let me ask this. Hold on, go.
So I come again and say, because we have
hold on, Cataract. Let me just ask a question. Let's go before the election. Was the JFF acting in corrupt ways? Before the elections were announced, before the candidates put forth themselves, were there reasons to believe that there were corrupt practices by members of the present Jamaica Football Federation leadership, from your perspective, Cataract, as an independent observer?
Okay. I will zero on one that I heard recently, right? And the persons who are involved would have to step forward and say who was involved. That a plane had to be chartered to carry players from Suriname, and a private citizen
be asked through his company to advance funds, interest-free, we have now been told, to pay for that flight, where the JFF would reimburse a percentage of that advancement.
Yeah, man, but we'd have to go around.
Hold on. Yeah, oh God. And the JFF, it is reported now by the government organization or the former head of the government organization that the JFF refused to do so.
All right,
That for me is corrupt.
All right,
because if you hold on, if you get on
oh geez, gonna go. Cataract, say answer the question. So let me help the people. Just hold on, man. All right. So let's make the people understand. So when the trip was in Suriname, Mr. Denzel Wilk was recently on an interview, because we can call him, it is public knowledge. He said that, and he was speaking about not corruption. He spoke about the inept behavior and the failure of the administration. In this discourse, he said that an example of it is the whole Suriname, where they had to ask Chris Williams to forward money. He said that the JFF, the Jamaica Football Federation, they were not paid on time. So he had to say to them, the money that comes from the Social Development Foundation will not be given to you, but will be given to the person, which is Chris Williams. All right? So that is the example. All right? So I am going to agree with Cataract. That in itself, let me agree with Cataract, is corruption. So at that time, the persons who were in the leadership of the JFF, let's look at the vice presidents. Peter Reid, Michael Ricketts,
wow,
Raymond Anderson,
wow,
Bruce Gaynor, and General Secretary. Just listen to the question I'm asking.
Wow.
We're not going anywhere yet. Let's break down the thing and have a conversation.
Wow.
And the General Secretary at the time was Mr. Dalton Wint. Mr. Dalton Wint, subsequent to that, under very what people would say spooky circumstances, resigned and all of that, and monies had to be paid over, which many of us, including me, called out. So that
paid over to who? Paid over to who?
Weren't money supposed to be paid to him because of the contract?
Yes, but when you said money paid over, you made it sound like he did something and the JFF had to pay money.
Yeah, man.
The JFF had to buy out his contract. Right, or a compensation, a settlement.
All right, so let's get specific. All right, let's go with what Cataract says and be very specific as to what happened. Right, the specific are, based on what Cataract just said, is that the JFF had to buy out Mr. Dalton Wint contract.
Specific as a settlement. As a settlement. Don't leave out that part.
It was not a buyout, it was a settlement. So I'm not going to say it. I'm going to ask Cataract to just say that so he can say it specific, because I don't want to misrepresent him. So Cataract, can you just say that part specifically so I can continue? Please, sir.
That the monies had to be paid out by the Jamaica Football Federation as part of a settlement for the end of Mr. Wint's contract prematurely. The sum and value of that settlement is not known to the public.
All right.
Nor are the terms.
Right. Cataract, you say it already. We don't need to get into other things. That's the part we want to get. So the money we're paid over. We don't know. Because remember, we are highlighting the act of corruption that you cited. So Mr. Wint was removed, and because that's an act of corruption, are you demanding that the other persons in the leadership of the organization at that time be removed from their duties on the basis of that act of corruption that you cited? That is my question.
The persons who were responsible for that act of corruption should be sanctioned. And everybody sitting on a board would not be responsible. I do not know who is. Hold on.
No, see, answered already. All right,
hold on.
All I'm going to do, you answer. I'm going to say what
I didn't answer. I didn't complete my answer.
You didn't complete. So what? I'm working with what Cataract has said. Not
That's a fact.
everyone on the board would be responsible. So not everyone on the board should be sanctioned. The
You, you,
specific person.
you cut me before I finish, and therefore you go on and quoting a part of my answer. And I tell you that you do that all the time, Bridget. And it's not right, brother. It's not right, man. Let me finish my sentence. I even say, oh, okay, cataract, that's your time, come off the program, let me do that. But don't take half of my answer and then start quote on it and take out 2 words out of it. I was
I don't.
simply saying,
All right, so yes, in answering my questions, I don't need you to explain. I don't want you
I
to give
was
me no
not
explanation.
explaining. I was not
Just listen.
explaining.
Oh, whoa,
I
whoa,
was
whoa, whoa, whoa.
answering.
All right. So you see, in your answer, I don't need. I don't need. I don't need you to explain anything to me. I don't. Ex, I'm just telling you that I do not need your explanation. I need an answer. Take as much time to answer, but don't give me no explanation. I'm not asking you for explanation. I will give you your time to question me, and you must demand the same thing. Do not, if I'm giving you explanation, you stop me. I don't want explanation, I want answers. So go ahead and answer and complete your answer.
I will do that. Thank you. I'll also stay. Oh, God. If I laugh, I'm dead. Oh, I have to keep them across in my mind. It's not really that clash. It's just too big sound that place. Still, I don't really like clash. It's too big sound that place. Here we go. Manins, the person or persons who are responsible directly in for that action should be sanctioned. That includes whoever made the decision not to pay back the monies that were advanced within the agreed time frame. Because having an external body say to you, I am going to go ahead and not give you the money I'm going to give you and pay the debt is the same thing that's happening now, which is you gotten some money to do something, you agreed at a certain time to pay it, and when that time comes, you don't. So this is becoming habitual. But I would like to know who is the person that made that decision, because it's not 18 members of a board make that decision. Because getting advances should be approved by one, the finance subcommittee, and the vice president in charge of finance, I'm told, is a one Mr. Peter Reid, right? That should come to a board meeting, that the board, an emergency meeting, that the board sits and approves those things, because you're not supposed to put the organization in liability without the knowledge of the board, even by emergency run robin meeting. That's the organizations I know. If it's different in the JFF, I would love to hear that. How much thousands of millions of dollars, rather millions, could just be put on in liability. So whoever made a decision and whoever made a decision not to stick by the obligation to repay.
All right, so Ketara. So you again, thank you for answering. Whoever made a decision not to pay is the answer. Right? I just want to make sure
That's
that
the
I am
only person you heard. I said whoever made a decision to take the advance and whoever made the decision not to pay back the advance.
should be sanctioned.
Right. If
All right.
the person who took the decision to take the advance, if it was taken without going through the proper board procedures, should be sanctioned. The person who took the decision not to pay should be sanctioned for breach of fiduciary responsibility, if you want to call it that.
Okay. 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 All right. All right. So the person who made the decision and the to get right to to request the funds in the first place. I just want to be sure. And the person who made the decision not to pay it back when it was due to be paid, they should be sanctioned, because not paying
You,
on
could, you,
time.
You cut
I'm
off. You cut
asking
off
you.
the. You cut off the first part though. With the first part, you eloquently left off the most important
What
part.
is the first part?
If
Just
the
yeah.
decision, if the decision was taken without going through the proper procedure and approvals from the
Okay.
finance subcommittee and the board approval, that person should be
So,
sanctioned.
so if the decision was not taken through the proper channels or
Yes,
processes, which is the subcommittee on finance, if the decision was
and the
not
board.
taken through, that means the
Yes,
person
sir.
who took the decision to do that
Should
should
be
be
sanctioned.
all right. All right. So here's what I want you to do because we don't know all of that information, Cataract. What I want us to, because here's what, because people say that you're calling out corruption. What I want you to do is to call out corruption that we can put our hand on and say, here is something that is corrupt, and we can tell that this person is directly involved, and therefore this person should be sanctioned or should be removed. Because it, this, what you just said, as important as it is, it's still not clear where you or I can come out and said, remove this person, that person, because there are too many things in it that is unanswered. Is there a clear example that you can cite that it says, management, and remember now, I'm talking about before the process of this whole election. This is a clear example of
Or
corruption.
you're going to before the process
And I
because,
said,
but
that is
I am
why,
not the total
Let me
boss.
finish now. Let me finish now, Cataract. All right, Cataract, you go ahead. Sorry for interrupting you, Cataract. You go ahead.
Sorry for interrupting you, management. You go ahead.
All right, I will give my time to Cranky who has joined. Gunners boss, yes, you're back. Oh, Gunners boss is gone. I see somebody named Love is the answer. Let me take this call. And Cranky is online. Love is the answer. Good afternoon. Welcome to I Am Sure Sports. We have Cranky online, Cataract online. It says reconnect.
Good afternoon.
Yes.
I just did a show earlier, and as a person as possible is getting challenged to listen to you, and
yeah,
it's like you're dancing around answers when you're Cadillac. From a fan who's neutral, it becomes painful. I don't like to cast judgment. I get dancing around too much and complicating things and not being simplicity. Simplicity is genius.
So be simple with us. If Cataract and I are complicating things, be simple with us. Give us some simple things that we should be saying and doing. You tell me.
Listen to it.
Yeah.
The JFF might not be doing legally, but may not be doing good practices. Management, if somebody's on the financial restraint for 5 years and FIFA has not released.
What you're yeah, and they're let me say you said that they're under financial restraint. It's called
okay, well, restrict. What is it called? What is it called? Refresh us memory.
Financial restriction for 5 years.
Oh, financial restriction.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
man.
So you say if 5 years. No, man. You're breaking up. So you're saying if they are.
Okay, if they're.
Yeah.
Because they're not kind of the best practices. If somebody's on a financial restraint for 5 years, it means that the leadership is not doing something correctly and is not coming up to a certain standard for FIFA to release that constraint.
So caller, you're from Antigua. So if I say to you, they're not doing here's what you just said. Do you know not doing something correctly don't make it illegal? There's a difference between.
That's correct.
Caller. So I said,
yes.
Hold on, caller, hold on, because I have an accounting person who explained this to me. His name is Cranky. So you are trying to be simple. I said yesterday and I said today. Reading the article, it says that best practices. That's not from me. That is from FIFA. You said to me that I am complicating the matter. Your way of simplifying it is that they are not doing things correctly. But you are now agreeing that it is not illegal. but I am complicating matters. So I'm going to let the person who is in accounting speak to it
Let
because
me
I am complicating issues.
let me clarify anything. Let me clarify anything. I said previously when you have a discussion,
Yes.
you sort of complicate things. But I move on to the topic that you said they may not be doing anything illegal at the federation, but maybe their practices are up to standard.
Yes.
But if you are under financial restriction for 5 years, it means that every year shows an improvement, so you come off that restriction. Is that fair to say that?
Yeah, but I also said that many of the restrictions that were originally imposed have been lifted over the years. Remember,
but
I
you
read,
have 5
remember,
years. Listen,
Lord of mercy. That's why I can't, because, yeah, but.
Management, let me say long and short of it. Long and short of it, management.
I wanted to listen to Cranky because Cranky is in accounts and he can help you because I think when
a crank is in accounts or not, let's be clear and simple.
Yeah.
If you are under restraint for so long, right, it means that you're not working towards getting the restraint removed. It means that there's poor leadership. Because 5 years is a long period. It's a long period.
Okay. We can admit that.
As a leader, you have a mission, you have a vision, and your vision is to implement the best practices.
Of course, but Carla, we are not arguing that the leadership is great. I have said this. The leadership is failing. The leadership is inept. Nobody's disagreeing with that.
Okay, the first time I hear you say that.
Yeah. Oh my God.
The first time I hear you say that.
Carla, listen.
You're clear.
Hold on. You have never heard me in all my years of doing this that the leadership of the JFF.
I've never known.
You have never heard that. Carla, big up yourself. No, man. Hey, Carla, big up yourself.
I never heard that.
Big up yourself.
I never heard it.
So can I jump in because I have to jump off soon?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Mannings man. You know, Mannings man. I just come off of the plane, Mannings man. I'm coming in program and you keep me waiting for something. I can't get a word in, Mannings man. I was on the runway when I text you, On the runway I text you. Anyway, it's been a long flight. And by the way, Mannings man, I got off the program the other day and Ketterak was talking. I came back on as I landed. Ketterak was still talking. So we know how that works. And he doesn't have to talk now to explain because I've heard him. So I'll say this. That's why you hear me always challenge. I may be breaking up, guys, because I'm on the highway. That's why you hear me challenge Speed about the concept of financial statements being audited.
You're on
and
the
what that entails. Yes, I'm on the Bell Parkway. My driver, I'm on the Bell Parkway. Yeah, I'm in the backseat though.
The sky.
I just landed, I said, but you don't listen because you're always talking. That's why you don't hear me. Anyway.
Can land and take off again.
Mute and let Cranky talk, no man.
Your mouth never lands. Anyway, sir. Here's the point, which is, I'm gonna give you an example. Guys. Suppose the Federation is told or is allowed to rent a car or buy a car for the leadership, right? And they bought a Ferrari versus buying a Honda Accord. That's not necessarily legal, but wouldn't that be deemed appropriate? Given how much you spend and what a Ferrari costs versus buying something which needs to be economical or reasonable. And if you're the auditor, you can't say they do something illegal or say it's not accurate. It is. The policy allows that. And we've got to make the distinction between what is deemed to be corruption and what you would think to be sensible or appropriate behavior when someone is spending funds, right? And my concern is this, is that, as the caller alluded to, and by the way, I'm so glad to hear Antiguans and Trinidadians and everyone are called to this program. I think those countries also need to develop their own program where we can call in, because we all want to help improve the football in the region, and we want to criticize too and add value. But it's good. I'm glad to see that. I think us as a people, differentiate ourselves based on where we live versus who we are, frankly. But I don't want to call anyone corrupt, man, unless I have evidence to say so. We should be very careful with that word, right? And we overuse that word and we say it, and we don't have evidence to substantiate position, and that's not fair. That's not right. They may be on a financial constraint because my understanding was, for example, when they used to go to matches, all the executive members would go when not all were needed because some wouldn't have a role when they fly overseas. And they would have seen some of them people I know. They're at games, they have on the badge, so they're allowed official. And my understanding was they didn't have official duties to perform while that wouldn't deem to be if you're gonna spend thousands for
caller.
Are you driving?
It's not Frankie. Oh,
Is that
it's not
Frankie?
Frankie, man. It's a caller. No, man, it's not Frankie.
I'm okay. Stop with that.
Yeah, it's a caller. Go ahead, Frankie. Just mute caller and listen. Just mute the phone and listen, please. Yeah, there you go. Go ahead, Frankie. Yeah. Frankie, go ahead.
Yeah, as I said before, you may lose your innings, man, and I'm probably around 5 to 10 miles on destination. So the point I'm trying to make is that we use the word corruption very loosely. It's not fair to anyone to
Frankie's
There's no way you can
driving.
tell me that when Warner wasn't.
You're going in
I'm
and
not
out of the
driving.
Frankie. You're going in and
I know.
out.
I have to
I'm just
call back,
letting you
guys.
know.
I have to call back, guys, because I'm in a car, and my connection may not be
Yeah,
that
man.
great.
All right, call back Frankie, right?
Are you driving through the projects? Don't have to hide your phone while you talk.
I'm not driving Cataract. I don't drive myself from the airport. But anyway,
No,
I'm gonna leave
I'm
it.
just
Leave
asking:
it.
is the vehicle going through the projects, or do you have to protect your phone?
No, it's on the highway, so you know
Frankie,
the
just
connection. Anyway, I'll call back.
Yeah, man. All right, Frankie. All right, so caller. So I explained that. Let me give you a next. So one of the things that has happened is that now people can only travel if they have legit things. So that has allowed part of the restriction to be lifted. There was also the issue in Jamaica where I think Mr. Speed alluded to it, where per diem in Jamaica, they used to pay it by cash. They had to stop that because people could then probably, I don't know, well, this part I don't know, but let me not even put that in there. But they used to be paid by cash. It had to stop. So it would have to go now directly. Those are procedural things. It is not saying that what they were doing was wrong. It was not best practice. One of the other things is that, say they got monies to buy like football, and they bought like igloos because igloo were needed to go on a trip. But then when the footballs were checked, they were supposed to have 12, but they didn't have 12. It's not like the money was stolen, but they bought other things. So what FIFA has done is say, okay, here is it. I think somebody put it in the comment section. Get the invoice of the amount of balls they need, and this goes directly for balls. Those things are not illegal things. That is not saying that illegal things are not being done. But the idea of financial restriction, all I'm trying to help people to understand, it doesn't say that money is being stolen. And here's why you must know that. You are saying that FIFA have an auditor in the JFF, and every single year, people have been stealing money, and he's there checking it, and nobody has gone to jail.
Man, can I say something to you, man?
Yes, sir.
There's many ways of scamming the process or circumvent the process without maybe it's clear to you. I could have a company and get a contract with a federation and increase my invoice by 20%. And that 20 extra percent goes to somebody in that federation. Understand?
Okay.
There could be like yeah, it can happen.
Yeah, man,
it can happen.
That happened with one of our political parties, Traffic Guru. So that can happen.
So don't say that because you have auditors there, you can't circumvent the process.
No, I didn't say it cannot happen. But to say that these things are happening, we cannot point to them and say that this is the reason why the financial restriction is in place. We can't. That's all I'm saying. Don't put that why to it.
So management.
There's something called a ledge, right? And sometimes it could be true, and sometimes it could be false. And I'm not saying it's black or white, okay? Let me clearly say that. I want to make another point. I want to move on another point. Management.
Yes, sir.
Is it fair to is it true, it's alleged, one person down in Jamaica, possibility can vote, have 5 votes for the upcoming election, can have 5 votes for the upcoming election. And if you think, if it's a yes, you think that is appropriate, or you think that constitution is tight enough to allow something like that.
All right.
Okay,
So,
second of all,
good question.
the last question, the last question I'm coming up, because I have to watch the game. Is it true that your name is part of a beach football association? Are you part of the body of a beach association? Yes or no?
So you want to stay and answer? Which one of the questions you want me to answer first? Because I answered one already, but I can answer the question already. I saw a document earlier. I told you, and I don't want to call his name, but he's part of Raymond Anderson's slate, and he called and told me that my name was on a form. And I said on Monday on my show that I have a very good attorney, and that will be investigated. What do you want me to say? So that has been answered. Secondly, let me answer your first question, because here's what I want you to do. I want to keep your number and call you because I want to know about the state of Antiguan football. Because here's the problem. No, man. No. Yes, your life is what you know. I'm going to answer. No, man. No. Lord of mercy. Hold on, man. Hold on. Caller, I'm going to answer your next question, you know. But here's what I want to do. I don't know how you're getting so edgy. I want to talk to you about the state of Antiguan football. Why is that a big issue? That don't have anything to do with the questions.
Well, you call me privately and mention that. Don't mention that because I asked you the question.
Because I'm asking you for permission because I don't normally save your number so I can call you to talk to you about Antiguan football. Or you're getting so heated.
No.
Let me ask you again. Can I take your number to call you to ask you about Antiguan football?
Well, yes, you can do so.
So why are you getting upset? So let me get to your next question. So what I know is that the top four teams, I believe, in women's football, each team get what? 2 votes, I believe. The top 4 teams in the Premier League gets 4 votes. So each team, so Mount Pleasant, Cavaliers, Arnett Gardens, and oh geez, who was the next team? Who was the next team in the semi-final? How about you? Those 4 teams get vote. In the female side, I think the semi-finalist was the team from St. Catherine. I think they won. Cavaliers, I think maybe Mile Gully or one other team. 4 teams. So each of those 4 female teams get 2 votes, I believe, right? And the male teams get 2 votes. So my question is, if that is the case,
no, man, that's not correct. The male teams get 1 vote each.
All right. So what? The female?
Because no female Division 2 or Tier 2 football competition was held, those 4 votes go up and are taken up by the Division 1 teams, which includes Cavaliers, Vere United, Fraser's Whip.
Fraser's Whip, right.
Right.
So I don't have a problem with the teams getting the vote. So if you're asking me if something is wrong with the teams getting the vote, I don't. If it so work out that half of you get 4 or half of you have a team up there and if Speed Cavaliers team is it number 1 team, male and female, and they get the votes, I can't complain because that is in the Constitution.
Yeah, mornings.
Right.
Good afternoon. I was on earlier, but for some reason, you guys weren't hearing me when I was talking.
Yeah.
Which I guess probably is not a bad thing in Cataract's case, because he got all the time to talk. So I hope he will oblige the rest of us, myself and Cranky, the opportunity to speak a little bit more than we normally would. Well, I had a point earlier when Coach Blain was on. Probably that point has been exhausted. But I'm of the view, though, that if the JFF board is deciding on an issue that is potentially contentious, because on one hand, you have persons who are a part of Ricketts' team that want their associations to be affiliated and you have persons who appear as if they are part of Raymond's team who want their association's affiliation to be granted. Now, in an instance like that, I think the right thing to have done was those members of the board who have affiliation status queries or inquiries should not have been a part of that board meeting to begin with. Also, I don't think the president, who is the incumbent, and his challenger, who is also on the board, should have sat on the board in that meeting as well. As a matter of fact, I take it a step further and say possibly they could have had, well, I don't think they could have appointed a committee. I don't know, but I'm just saying I don't think it should have come down to the persons who are involved in it. I know that Mr. Speed would have said that he was at the board meeting and he left. He was asked to leave when they brought up the Coaches Association and stuff. But I think, go again?
They voted when the vote took place.
Better. I know what I'm saying. I don't need for you to help me to say what I'm saying. He said the issue about the coaching school or whatever they're calling it, association came up and he was asked to leave. I'm submitting that he shouldn't have been a part of the board meeting to begin with, along with Mr. Gaynor, who has an interest in the Beach Soccer Association thing, along with the president and his challenger, who also have interest in the affiliation of entities either way. So Raymond wants his people who he think is backing him to be affiliated, and Mike equally wants the people who he think is backing him to be affiliated. And I'm saying they should not have been a part of the meeting, because if the board has 18 persons, you remove 4 of them, I suppose you still have a quorum good enough to carry out the duties of the board. So that's that. As it relates to the restrictive financing, I am of the view that the restrictive financing would have started from a while back, but as the caller from Antigua was alluding to, which I'm partially in agreement with, is if you've been under restricted financing for 5 years, certainly each year you must have been notified as to why your finances is being restricted, and you would have had to be putting things in place, or should be putting things in place to ensure that these restrictions are lifted. Now, if as the years go by, I guess certain things are changed and some aspect of the restriction is being lifted, the question I have is, have the JFF been under such restrictive financing so that with it over a 5-year period they cannot unleash themselves from the shackles of FIFA, the FIFA Finance Committee? They have been so poor that they have been under restrictive financing for 5 years. I think something is wrong with that. I also don't agree with the point that persons are making, because when persons talk about the JFF and their incompetence or the appearance of corruption, they are always, in my view, seeking to single out Mike. And I put it to you that both persons who are challenging for this leadership are culpable for whatever actions or whatever consequences JFF is facing now. And oftentimes I don't think due regard is being given to that these people. Mike Ricketts is the president for 6 years or 5 years. Before him, Raymond Anderson was the interim president for 1 year.
No,
and before
Raymond
that,
Anderson corrected.
No, man, it don't need no correction, man. It don't need no correction.
Bruce Gaynor, sorry, was interim president for 1 year. But before that, Raymond Anderson said on coach's decks that he was the vice president, I think, under 2 other administrations.
Yeah.
So he would have been there.
And Captain Burrell.
Yes, and he and Mike would have been in the JFF, maybe not for the same amount of time, but I suppose they would have been there for long enough to be able to when they were in a position of authority or power to institute some of the changes that is needed to bring the football forward. And I put it to you, I don't think neither of them has done acceptable job at saying.
But I said it before, Brian, that the people, the constitution, that is causing the problem now. When the board met, which included all of these people right now, it was unanimously voted on. Then it was brought to their Congress that include all and everybody agreed with it at their retreat unanimously. Then it was sent to FIFA and agreed upon, and then they signed off on it. Now today, people come here and it is Manning's man that they want to investigate. It is Manning's man that they are calling out. Or some want one candidate, so them call out that one call out the other one. When you don't realize that at the end of the day, it is the said people who create this constitution that we are here arguing about. And that remains my point. Let us come to our senses. The makers of the law are causing us to fight over the law.
Management, I don't think that's the case. I don't think that's exactly the case. And I want to
last thing.
Keter, let the caller finish and then you just all right. You have a minute. Go ahead.
Okay. I endorse the gentleman who just spoke a while ago before you, management. I think he's right on par. But you can see that Speed potentially has 5 votes. The 2 for Cavaliers, the ladies and the men's team, and the coaches association. So he potentially can have 5 votes. To me, when you have a constitution, everybody should have equal amount of votes, in a sense, right? Because everybody has collective responsibilities. So I think that maybe after everything, the constitution has been written and now certain things are being played out publicly, maybe a lot of things were overlooked. So people recognize that there's some loopholes in the constitution. So maybe they have to go back and amend that constitution going forward.
No,
because
you can't control that. Remember, the votes are not given to, what I'm saying to you is that the votes are not given to clubs. The votes are given to positions, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. You don't know when the next election comes around who will be 1st, 2nd, 3rd, or 4th in this league, who will be 1st, 2nd, 3rd in the other league. Because
Can I accept this, management?
No, let me just...
Caller, before you ask the next question, after management finish, I just want to say that they don't believe the caller is correct because management is also correct. You don't know who the winner, the top 4 teams would be, but you could have a saving clause in there that could prevent that. But more importantly, management, we have not examined the fact that
Keter, can you never finish my answer?
Oh yeah, sorry, my brother. Sorry. So let manage. I'd love to answer before you jump.
So the Constitution did not give Mr. Speed a vote. I asked this question of Vin Blain also. When either of the Coaches Association has a vote, is it the individual who started it has the right to vote? Is it Wellington who has the vote for Issa? Or is it the principal meet together in a quorum and that is decided? That's the second thing. So the first question is, we cannot change the constitution and says, we're gonna give our top clubs, and then we say, okay, well, if your club is successful to be able to win Mount Pleasant, if your B team, if your female team and your male team win, guess what, boy? Unfortunately, you only still gonna have 1 vote because I don't think.
Management.
I beg you before. Just I beg you. Thanks. Management is correct. However, there is a question to be asked, which I heard before. The the Division 2 Women's Football League was not held. And questions have been asked, who made that decision
Yeah, that's a
or who
separate
made
issue,
that
though, Ketoro. Yeah,
recommendation,
man. That's a good issue,
and
Ketoro.
did the person who made that recommendation
Yeah, man. That's a
benefit
good
from
issue.
that recommendation
Let me just
or his or her organization?
That's a separate issue. I want to hang up because other people call in, and let me done this issue with the caller. And I don't lose that issue because I think that is the issue we need to discuss. Not a team, not a constitution says your top 4 Premier League team has a vote, and your top four, the 4 teams could have been 4 teams from Clarendon, where my crickets is from, as an example, or 4 teams from St. Mary. And then we go and say to them, listen, all of your St. Mary clubs are going to have 4 votes and every other parish have 1. We are going to take, we can't do it that way. That's all I'm saying. The other issue we're going to talk to. Carla, your last question, because you said you were finishing up.
Okay,
And then go ahead.
listen to me. Listen to me. For the last 10 years in the Premier League competition.
Where? In Jamaica?
What's the lowest? Yeah. What's the lowest position the Cavaliers has come? Now they can always come in the top 4.
No, they have been relegated. They have been relegated. They got relegated and got promoted.
Okay.
And they don't normally finish in the top 4 in the women's side. You have teams like Waterhouse was dominant, and the team from Montego Bay. It's just as of recent. Yeah.
No, Barbican.
And Barbican. Yeah, and Barbican. And Harborview. There was a time that Harborview was winning.
Yeah, but there's no women's team at Harborview for a while now.
Yeah, but they haven't had any. But there was a time when Harborview won the women's league, the men's league, the knockout league.
That's not a long time ago. But I say to you, man, is that the question came up. The question came about as to did someone who has a benefit, both in terms of someone who's putting themselves forward for a position, or someone who is a director or president of one of the clubs, make that the recommendation that the tier 2 teams competition not be held with an apparent conflict of interest that their organization benefited by getting an extra vote. Those are things that have to be looked at, right? But I just wanted to say to you, this is I kind of want to
That's a very good point. Listen, we agree on this. The point that you're making is very salient. Like, who made the decision that the votes? Who was it? Was it the board? Who made that decision? And what I'm saying to you, Ketara, those are questions we need to ask the relevant persons, because to have a discussion about it now, it's going to be on speculation. But I think that's a pertinent question that must be asked.
And who recommended to the board? You're correct.
And not only that, because if those vote, because the other thing is that maybe the persons, if the decision was made before the teams finish in their position, maybe the decision was made to do it that way because people believe that they would have had the support of certain teams. Because that is also possibly, that is what I'm saying.
I'm not. You said we shouldn't go into speculation. I'm trying to stay away from it.
The Constitution must be been. Gunner's boss is back. We had him on hold for a very long time.
I don't say we shouldn't speculate, man. But listen,
find it out. Okay.
The issue comes up again about conflict of interest. If when the board was making the decision to suspend the tier 2 competition, did the persons who could have benefited from that decision recuse themselves from the discussion?
That's speculation, because guess what?
No,
when
that's a question.
When it was being done, was at what? Because here's what it. No, it
didn't matter what position they were. It didn't matter what position their club was in the league.
No, Cataract. Let me ask you. Cataract. That's what I'm saying, Ketara. You jump in the gun.
Never shut up, son.
Here's what I'm saying to you, Ketara.
Never. Nobody gonna lock up my sound.
Remember this, Ketara. This whole idea of the election is not something that has been out there for years. And I'm saying a lot of these decisions were made before a decision was made for a party, a person in the said group.
Well, it's on a point of order. That's not correct. The decision not to hold the tier 2 women's competition was made this year. It's
when
this year's competition that was suspended, you know.
no, yeah, man, yes, cataract. But listen,
So
cataract.
it's not
When
made
all right,
some
hold on.
previous time before the
No,
constitution. It was
cataract.
made
Just
this
listen.
year.
No, not the Constitution. Cataract. I didn't say the Constitution. Cataract. Just listen. No. When Mr. Anderson decided to challenge for the election, challenge my cricket scatterer. That's what I'm saying. When he decided to challenge, right? Just please, just hear me out. What I am saying to you, when some of these decisions were made, it is apparent to me that he had not yet made a decision to go up against his friend. Therefore, he could have and may have supported some of these decisions, not knowing that they would have these kind of implications. That's all I'm saying in a cataract. I'm not here to argue. I'm not arguing with you. You know, you and I saying the
No,
same
no,
thing.
no. It's not, remember, you've always told me is that you and I are alone on the platform. I'm partially responding to you and partially responding to James Smith. That I
Lord have mercy.
agree with you that the Constitution has some weaknesses. But I'm
All right, you know
saying,
what? On hang up from here. On hang up from here. I don't want to argue
No,
this
man,
because
go on, boss.
the man them say them a run show and they open up phone line to call and them act like them love to hear for them voice more than the people them we are calling.
True,
That kind of madness.
True.
Man, them just on the can't have cataract on the phone line and chat and interrupt everybody and just chat so. And them a go dance that. Get somebody talking before you go dance, Gulliver. You think you're dead last week?
Yeah,
Damn, son.
Careful, man. Careful what they did out
it's a next sound dead last week. I know my son, brother. We do the killing. Them do the burying.
The number one. The man,
We don't even have one gully back dub. That may I tell you. Go talk the reggae vibration. We get all the addict dub. I dub them paper, brother.
Man.
Yes, sir.
Man, me hear you read something like earlier. I may say, I would have give that person who write that thing about the YouTube people. Some of them a medal award. They deserve a BAFTA. One of them big award they would them give. Cataract no would them give to them kind of thing. There. It's true. A lot of these guys in these spaces just here to tear down and destroy. And every time when they go out here and desperate, the JFF in public, when they step in on their own flag. It's like when they pooping in our own kitchen and they don't understand it. When you see when people are called from all over the world and attack bad things, the thing is not somebody, because just like I've been saying and just like someone said earlier, if the organization is, if the people them is so thief and the organization is so corrupt, how nobody haven't gone to jail? How none of the JFF people them no jump through no window over Paris and France and all those things, and none of them never get handcuffed up over there with everybody else, like Jack Warner them and all of them. That's just enough to talk about. Uno corrupt, uno bad mind, uno don't want to see this thing problem, this thing progress. You people with this JFF every day are the problem. Because, as I say again, let me repeat it and I say it every day. No expect progress before we not get nothing. Because I know the people them in the Federation worthless and the people them over here just attack every day because they're idle and they're lazy and they don't have nothing else to do but wait till management and other people turn on this platform to come over here and bash the organization. Where that put on? It now put on energy somewhere else where it can help on. Yes.
Gunner's boss?
Yes, my boss. Yes, my boss.
I'm not going to use the word bashing.
You the man. Hold on there. As long as Stan just come back. Let me ask Stan a question. Stan.
Him do ask a question. Hold on, the Gunners boss.
Hold on, no, man.
Stan did want to ask you a question
right.
before you
No, go on, keep going. Go on.
Yeah.
Joker cataract style your thing. You should have asked him which project on the Belt Parkway. Because I said he was in the back of a taxi on the Belt Parkway and he wants to feel important and let people hear it. Like he know there's a project on the Belt Parkway. Sometimes you don't have to talk to feel important because we know you're important, cataract. But when you talk, you're less important. You're talking too much sometimes. Yeah.
Remember say that. Remember say you have to stay up. Mind me make you can. Mind me make you can go a 45th Street at West Palm Beach, you know. Mind, you know.
Oh, man, me can't make him go at the British spot, you know.
Pennsylvania. Me not
Oh,
tell.
yeah, they are Pennsylvania. You know about man. Right.
So can I say a couple of things? One is Gunner's boss. You know, I would agree. I would agree that it seems over the top the way we talk about the JFF Gunner's boss, but I think Gunner's boss, they also cause this. So if you go through, you can't talk about something that is occurring and you're making it up. If you're making it up, then people will know and find out eventually. If you think about with the boys team, it's from 3 years ago, you know, when they boycotted and didn't go to Austria. Then you have subsequently when got displaced because the boys were uncomfortable with doing the thing with the under 20, the things with the girls. They give the YouTubers ammunition and Gunner's boss. They didn't actually tell them, they will give it to them ammunition, content over and over and over and over. And so people are going to talk about it. I just had a discussion with Andre about it. We're talking about this, which is Andre is pleased that Jamaica YouTubers have started the forum they have started because he believes it will cascade toward the Caribbean because the Caribbean is challenged when it comes to some of these things, administration, and things that be brought to light. And traditional media, this is my words now, have not done their job, partly because they have other responsibilities, and partly because they're probably conflicted, and partly because they're not doing enough due diligence to bring these things forthright, right? Yeah.
And they are not conflicted. A lot of them in the public media, I know, are compromised, and they cannot talk because they are going out. If you have to go over a man, you have to go eat, you can't talk. And if you have to see him and beg him a beer and call him and beg him $100, you can't talk. Respect man's man. That's why I know you're not begging, you're not begging nobody nothing. Somebody want to put a super chat on it, then put a super chat in there. But we not beg nobody nothing. So, at that, but the guys who go around and eat at some people, yard, like all the big man, where I walk and adapt 19 and 20-year-old picnic and them have to go up and yard, go eat. Them can't talk nothing about him because them have to beg him friend. And them compromise. And you can't be in a media and be compromised. You have to do your job without fear and favor. But a lot of these people are mischievous. I now call them names, but enough of them all over here keep and listen. And I look, I say them I go back to them channel go burn me. But I can't burn me. You know, the on the channel, I mean, I listen, you know. But too conflicting. Somehow, no.
Yeah, it's nothing to go about. People should understand this, right? People should understand this, which is, I do think we got to be careful when we use certain words about people when we don't have any proof. It is not fair to someone to call them corrupt if you have no proof that they're corrupt. You may say you feel that they are, but you can't definitively say that they are. It's not fair to say that. You're affecting someone's reputation. You're saying something about their integrity, and you have no way of doing so. That's not a good thing to do. You can say you feel that, you know. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, a lot of people come on this platform and the borderline. Some of them even go as far as calling the.
Is it me or Gunner's boss? I think Gunner's boss. I think we're losing here.
I can't see that. No man, me there. Manage man.
Yes, Gunner's boss.
Me ask question. Me see them say you're there for investigation. What is that about? That is just a joke or it's just a clickbait? What is that all about?
No, I'm saying that, you know, like we have the SBI, I'm saying that the football investigator, the football bureau of investigation.
Hey, Gunner's boss. Let me answer that to you, Gunner's boss.
Yes.
Man has been caught up into being a media personnel. So he's now using these clickbait type headlines to draw people in. And even using himself as one of the
and he got me fooled because I'm sitting here and saying if it was down a glass house investigate him, he's not in any trouble. But as long as it's the FBI investigating, he is liable to most likely to get indicted more than not. So me that one now, when am I gonna reach up at MDC up a Manhattan when me have to go start sending more little lunch? I don't want the one in Florida where people
So Gunner's boss, you know something Gunner's boss? My land, I'm open my phone, and the first thing I see is that thing from Manning's man, which you know, the notification for the program. I'm gonna click out and read the headline and be like, what the hell happened? What did I miss? Just started Manning's man about 2 days ago. And then now I'm realizing that the headline was just a clickbait thing, so.
Yeah, me and him have a meeting from yesterday and him calling him up to 1 o'clock last night and can't get him. So me I wonder now if that was the time when them have him in a one place. Seriously. Am I lying, man? Yesterday was Thursday, Friday. Am I lying? We not say nothing more. Nah, say nothing
All right,
more. You
go ahead,
talk
boss.
to me
I
after
need to
the
hear.
show.
So for people who
Let me, Nolan, let me just go. It was a great show today. I hate people bashing the JFF every minute and don't understand that we are disgracing ourselves and we are destroying what the people are trying to build. There is no criminal or no corruption up there until someone got arrested and charged for something or something like that. I don't know if you stop it. McGann, man.
All right.
Stan, cataract. Me know say you get your teeth look out tonight. When you tell your teeth look out, we find a dentist here. Gerald McIntosh lead over man care. Go on, my God.
All right, go
ahead. I'm from the management. My phone in my pocket. Yeah, I'm on the job.
All right, so people, I'm going to read, and before I allow Cranky and Cataract to speak on this. So it's I wanted to do this from the beginning. I am going to read to you the document from FIFA, what they call reporting and auditing, which cover financial restrictions, so we can understand the context. Because all I can do, is present you with facts, present you with the information, and again, you make the decision. It says FIFA Forward 1.0 introduce enhanced oversight controls to ensure that the investment in football development is 1, transparent, carefully managed, and effective. 1 contract of agreed objective per association, setting the strategy for development over 2 to 4 years, approved by the development committee. All tailor-made projects must be linked to the approved contract of agreed objective. Next, any project above US $300,000 to be approved by the development committee. Next, FIFA administration to monitor the implementation of projects and their legacy and impact independent financial audits of forward funds for each association. Next, enhanced development regulation, including greater power of oversight and tougher compliance measures. Publication of independent audits of member association annual finances. Under FIFA Forward 2.0, member association shall 1, ensure that the principles of anti-discrimination, diversity, accessibility, and inclusion, and human rights for all are protected and promoted. Take measures to protect and safeguard children and minors for potential abuses, to promote their well-being within football. Avoid any situation giving rise to conflicts of interest. Avoid the usage of cash. Remember, I told you that one of the problems that they had was that they were paying per diem by cash, right? Right? Maintain or supporting documentation of all expenditures and payments made with FIFA forward funds. Remember, I was telling that you see what I mean? You have to so you cannot now come and say you buy 10 ball and don't have the receipt. All right? Use the FIFA funds exclusively for the purpose allocated. They can't give you money to buy a water bottle and you buy football because 10 of your ball them burst. You're not allowed to do that. Use contributions and funds allocated under FIFA 1.0 by December 31, 2022. Any funds used according to purpose shall be deducted from the entitlement, and it gives you the date and the cycle for that. All right. So those are some of the things. All right. So Cranky, Cataract, what do you think?
But management, even those things can be circumvented. Even if you have management, it's collusion, get you around some of those things in the management.
Yeah.
You can get your receipt for 100 bar, but then buy 100 bar. So
caller, just mute until Cranky is finished, please. Go ahead,
Cranky. So look, I if we just dial back management and say to ourselves, right, which is it's very disappointing actually to see the progress in the players for the national team, and we don't see corresponding progress in the administration. Right? You just look at the quality of the players, both on the female side and the male side, who we're seeing the team now. We're seeing individuals who may have considered playing for some other countries want to come play with us. We're seeing fans, even though they may not be attending games in person, being encouraged by how the team look going forward. And yet, we keep having dialogue about things happening in the administration, which seems contrary to what direction of travel we're trying to go, what we're trying to do. It's very disappointing. And I've said this before to Dennis and others, and to Speed. It's not sometimes that people in the administration don't want the good things, They're just not capable. It's not part of their domain. It's not part of their purview. It's not part of who they are. It's not part of their, even be derogatory and say intellect, as far as I'm concerned. So if you ask me to do something, if you ask me to go play Premier League football, I'm not good enough to go play Premier League football, I'm going to struggle. And they're struggling because they're not capable. And people don't seem to realize that. It's not casting aspersion on people. It's a fact. You keep doing the same thing and can't get it right year after year after year. Either you're doing it deliberately or you're not good at what you do. I think it's the latter versus the former. And so we can talk all we want, but as I said before, we don't have the election makes no difference to me. Same people, same results going forward. The vice president and his people are no different from the people in power today. Unless you get material changes in the persons and get people with very good resumes who have been there, done it in other industries, and they become part of the program and apply some of the fundamental basics of good governance and good execution, things are not going to change. So we can argue all we want. We can get up all we want. It's not changing.
Don't get involved, Turkey, because you'll be classified as corrupt. I can tell you from experience.
Stan?
Yeah.
Stan?
Yeah.
I was going to say, and then I have a serious question to tell management before. And management have to saddle up soon and thing, right? But Stan.
All right, Winston Griffiths.
No, I'm just saying that I have been observing. I still wait on Mr. Cricket thing, but I have seen some new faces as part of my cricket team. I want to hear from the other faces even though they've been around, like a Raymond Grant. We've all heard from Bruce Gaynor on the infamous leaked tape with the players. But a Raymond Grant, Barry Watson, I want to hear from them. What is it that them articulating? Because we've heard it, in writing and stuff from the lawyer there, Miss Cummins, who they said is part of their slate. There's a doctor.
Part of whose slate?
Raymond Anderson. Her name came in the papers. I went back and looked back. And when he was on Stan Kroenke's program, because he talks so much on Coach's Desk, it's like this. On Coach's Desk, her name was mentioned there. And then he asked, what he did say is he's saving too close to his chest, right? So I'd be interested to know who those two is. He named Keith Wellington and he named Miss Cummings. And those are new persons coming into the board of the JFF. But I want a balance thing. But I'm not going to hold out for longer, because this thing look like it's a spiral out of control. Believe you me.
But question for you, Ketterak. Question for you. I don't disagree that the people around you can help improve who you are, what you do, and how you do it, right? But if you look at I'm going to use the area you're familiar with, the political party in Jamaica, you're a leader of your party, and wholeness. Doesn't people sort of judge from the top first and then cascade downwards? Do they start at the bottom?
And where has that gotten us? Where has that gotten us?
But I'm just saying, but that's how people think about these things, right?
No, but
so if the person at the top is poor, you're gonna assume everything else is poor.
If you're advocating for a different way, then you can't go back and tell me let's do how Jamaican politics do it.
No. You're missing. See, that's because you don't listen. What I'm saying to you is that when people are judging the parties, they start off looking at the leaders, right? Okay, use America, for example, Trump and Biden. Probably people have different coins. Nobody walks away confident saying, you know what? The Democrats or the Republicans are where they probably should be, because they're saying the leaders to them don't give them any confidence. One is too seasoned, and one is just, we know what? Probably can use the word corrupt because he's been tried and found guilty.
You see, Stan, you take the time, and me little time that I was going to say something to manage before the call.
Which little time? Nobody little time think. You're on a program 24/7. There's no little time. You talk more than management and management show. I don't know about little time.
You talk as soon as you land.
You're not even.
Caller, man of God. Man of God,
Get the
go
poor
ahead.
girl.
Man of God, I've been waiting for 5 minutes. Man of God.
Yeah, I'm a Columbus.
Yeah, man. Me know, man. Yeah.
All right. So, based off of the discussion that is happening now, I don't have any qualifications. I know. Think that we talk on that issue.
Yeah.
What I'm here to talk about is that what I see in the space, the YouTube space, is that when somebody have a opinion that differs from persons, we tend to call the person's names, which we're not required to more than just attack the argument, not attack the person. And most of the persons in the YouTube space, the host and some of them attack the person because they have a different opinion than what they are advocating for. So what I come to the conclusion that everybody has something what they're fighting for, and it's only for them decision or opinion values, which whatever reason now reach there, so unless we just attack the argument and have a wholesome discussion.
Yeah.
So, but Carla, Carla, you ever try to talk football at one bar or talk football in a stadium in a stands? It's the same way. So it's not. I don't think it's fair. YouTube is just a reflection of how the general Jamaican society goes.
I'm in an Arsenal group, and no man no call no man wicked and thief and criminal and dirty. We don't do that. We discuss Arsenal.
You probably don't understand the words they're using, mate.
No, man. I'm not asking you. I'm telling you. I'm in my Constant Spring group, and there are many of us in it. They have the older players, the younger players, and we don't get into you are this, you are that. No, but we discuss it, and they are fans of every. There are some people who are with this present GFF, some are against it, and we have discussions, which is what the caller is saying. We can attack the argument, but stop getting personal. That's what the caller is saying in the Ketara. Like they shouldn't attack you or Cranky. There are people who start having problem with Cranky now, don't like Cranky. Same as like how some people don't like you, some people don't like you because they don't like the argument. Like if you
but you have to know that's how it goes in public life. Some people like how I play, and some people fly me around the world to listen to how I play. And then the next man say, "Yeah, big idiot selector."
Cataract. I think you're confusing two things, Cataract.
No,
there is
I'm
something
saying
called.
they don't agree.
Listen.
When you have hold on, just hold on. I'm not confusing. I'm saying playing music is just like an argument. You're making you're having a conversation with the crowd. That's how I was taught.
Cataract has no idea how to listen. It doesn't listen, and it's so frustrating. It doesn't listen.
Don't listen.
Okay, keep talking then. Tell me how well you listen. Yeah.
Now, Frankie, Cataract, if somebody call you a propagandist because you're against the nowadays the person who's in charge now, and you call some, you don't think that is unfair?
Yeah, that is unfair. But the some animals said that the world is nothing.
Talking about instead of
but that's how life go. You have to be thick skinned. You have to be thick skinned.
No, Cataract.
As long as the man don't get hold on. I don't say it as a Jamaican man, right? As long as the man don't cross the line like with your mother, or the man don't cross the line with that. But people get so that's what heated debate goes. We never call you no name. You never call me no name, and we disagree violently.
Cataract. This is not about you and I. The caller was talking about generally across the YouTube platform. I want you to listen to what Cranky is saying, because I think Cranky, because I still think you are missing the point. So just listen to Cranky, please, and then you can respond. Can you do that?
It's like shocking, man. Cataract never listens, and it's very frustrating to listen to Cataract. He's a smart guy, but he wants to hear himself talk so much, and you hear me getting perturbed. He doesn't listen to you. You don't hear anything you're saying. He doesn't want to hear what you're saying because he has his point. There's something called respect, man. You and I can be opposite side of the Hamas-Israel discussion, but we can have a real dialogue, listen to each other's point, appreciate what may be correct, what I'm challenged with, express our view without denigrating the person. People can have violent disagreement and still be respectful. we are losing respect for each other.
There you go, Cranky.
And when it comes to ideology and religion, people don't want to hear what you have to say because their mind is made up, and that's it. They're done. Don't tell them it. Unless you're on their side. If you're not on their side, they're going to be offensive. They're almost going to be violent how they engage you. They want to make sure they totally destroy you and get rid of you. And I love debates. I love these situations where we have different sides because you want to reason and prove your point with facts, right? You don't want to have to be, boisterous and be rude and be obnoxious to prove your point. That's not a way to prove it. That's not debating. I don't even know what you call that. So, but if Cataract would listen more and appreciate others' point and make his point, but he doesn't listen. And if anybody's always going to say, hold on, I'm going to tape how many times he says, hold on. Because he always wants to talk, so he's telling you to hold on so he can talk. And that's not a good way to be. Listen to other people first, and you may learn something. Seriously, if you listen better, you may learn something. Because you can't learn if you keep on talking. For those in the audience, frankly, and I love management doing this, which is part of Jamaica's problem is people just want to do things their way. They don't listen. They don't educate themselves. Smart people will make good decisions. If I have a gun before I shoot a man, I'm going to say, you know what? I may go to prison. So is it worth me shooting him? That 5 minutes, maybe a 1 minute, maybe the wrong decision going to affect the rest of my life. So I may decide not to pull the trigger. Somebody who can't think, going to pull it because they're going to get their revenge and they're going to feel happy about themselves. Not think about the implications. And people don't think about decision-making and what that entails. When you hear me talk about football, like I said about Bailey, I said Bailey wasn't making a good decision. Not because he can't play good football, but I thought his decision-making was atrocious. And I watched him over the last 4 or 5 weeks. It's getting better. And this Emery must be beating into him better and better. And if you have innate skills or developed skills and you enhance that by how you think, how you learn, how you apply, you'll be amazing about how the outcomes are in your favor. So my philosophy is management that the caller is 100% right. We're not listening to each other. We're just there beating our point to death. And you don't agree with management? All hell gonna break loose. You gotta agree with me. And we promote these things, management, which is not healthy. It's not healthy. Go ahead.
That was Peter in Cranky's voice. No, we turn over.
Yeah. I don't listen. But my advice. I thought he turned over to Cataract.
Oh, sorry. Caller. Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So
yes, and again, the reason why I come on the platform and say this because the persons like Cataract, Cranky, yourself, and some other persons, I will go call your name, who are on these platforms need to give that example that who was the persons in the comment section. Because the comment section is a reflection of you guys. Because everybody tends to lean to somebody opinion on the panel. So I'm saying to the rest of YouTube space, because there was a old footballer was calling some persons agents, and I was like, why you is a man of you is a man like a man of where people that look up to? Why don't you put some maturity on what you're saying, not just put out everything in the YouTube space? So when we have things like those, we don't need to have that conversation that we're calling people agent, corruption, and who is not entering.
All right, I think we.
They stay in a certain position. You hear me?
Yeah, man. All right, we're hearing you now. All right, so I'm going to let Cataract respond because I know he have to go string up him sound and thing, but very brilliant point you make. And I think it's not just needed in this space. And I tell people all the time, it is the problem right across Jamaica. And I said it yesterday, it is one of the problems in one of our political parties why they are continually struggling. But I'll turn over to Cataract for him to share his views. Big up yourself. Right. Yeah, man. Go ahead, Cataract. Your time. We're listening to you.
So let me take my time. So if you notice, I'm familiarized myself with the mute button when other people speak.
I pass that on to Cronky that you do. In that case, when you interrupt me, that's when I go, hold on. But I'm going to cut my hold ons and I'm going to count the number of times you say and keep on a different point. Mannings, this is robust, male dominated, because there are females in the chat, etc. Unfortunately, they don't come on the platform in any way. I mean, Crystal used to come once in a while. But when males have robust conversations, that's how it goes. You have to learn to operate in a space that is highly charged. Now, I don't know if persons have forgotten how elections go in Jamaica, but once election time comes in Jamaica, things get fever pitched. And generally, anywhere in the world, battle lines are drawn, people pick their sides and defend to the hilt. Now, you're not ever going to make, in an election period, a forum, a platform, a barbershop, in a one taxi car, anywhere, go in at the stadium, round at the jerk center where we watch football, round at tracks and records. Nowhere are people just going to as if it's a sermon. Yes, we need to listen to each other more, but there's some things I'm not going to listen to because my mind made up. And that's the view that some people take. So, for example, for the general election, I don't want to hear nothing that the government is saying. My mind made up that time come. The only thing I'm trying to do is convince you that to see things my way. And you have to have maturity. You have to have the ability to cut through the chatter and take up what is important. That's a skill too. So I don't call it, I don't believe that we're going to get to a utopia. I think for the most part, on this platform, on Coach's Desk, the two where I am, the panelists are most respectful to each other. Me and Madden's man don't agree on mostly 99% of things. But he sends me a link and invites me and entertains me on his platform. And I come here, that become, I have other things to do, but I believe that football is important to me and we share. So yes, we must listen. And you might not think I listen. I certainly listen and take note of what I think is important. I listen because I have to rebut. So I do listen. Never you think that I'm not listening. I might not acknowledge, but I am certainly listening. And in the end of the day, Carla, I think what is important is do all of us, whichever route we choose, want what is best for Jamaican football. Yeah, the man call your name, it's not nice. Okay, no one likes bullying, but I say, go bad man at Jamaica, this is a Jamaican forum. I think what surprises me is that it's not as worse. It's not worse like I think it would be, like if we were discussing national politics. So no, I don't think we need to beat up ourselves like we are no evil wrongdoer. If our political parties behaved in this way, we'd be perfectly fine in Jamaica. Because lives wouldn't be lost. That's just my view.
So I think that's at some point.
Cranky, just hold on.
Go ahead.
I need to ask Ketarak one question, and please, all I'm asking you to do, because I'm going to go back to Crank. Please just be as concise as possible. Can you please repeat for me the point, the salient point Cranky was making? That's all I want you to do, because I need to make sure that you've got Cranky's point. And if you don't remember it, you don't understand it, I can explain. But what is the point you believe that Cranky was trying to make?
Which one of them? Which one of the ands you want me to go to? Because he had 5 ands in his comment, right? Which are 5 different things. So let me tell you what. He's trying to say that Cataract doesn't listen to each other. And we all need to... Hold on, now you asked me the salient points. I'm going to answer.
No, Cataract. I said Z. I didn't ask you for, just one. Because he started out...
But I didn't say any and. So I'm on the one point. And is a conjunction, which would suggest more than one. There's a vocabulary lesson. That Cataract doesn't listen, and therefore I miss what the person is saying, and therefore I go on to make my point. That, however, is his salient point. But that's the art of debate.
No, Cataract, that is not the point that Cranky was making. Cranky started out by saying he agreed with the caller. The caller was making the point that while we must have robust discussions, even debates, we should not attack people personally. We should attack the discussion and the points, because that leads into other things, and the environment, the space is becoming disrespectful. Cranky started out by addressing that, and you were suggesting that there is some disagreement. That's the point that Cranky started out making. So now I'm going to throw it over to Cranky because maybe I was wrong. But that is what I believe that he was initially saying to you. But maybe I was wrong. So let's hear from him.
So Manning's man, yeah, 100%. I won't elaborate long. I won't be loquacious like Cataract. I'll say this Manning's man, which is there are some things in Jamaican culture which needs to change. And the genesis has to be somewhere to change it. And I think YouTubers have much more influence than they think they do. Because when you're pulling audience of 1, 2, 3, 4, 500 people, if those 500 people talk to another 500, that's exponentially multiplied in terms of whole engagement. And if you have a public forum and a platform, try to make sure it's useful and, to me, have societal value. Right? And we shouldn't just sit in our way and say, yes, that's how we do it because we are Jamaican, not realizing that we're advocating things or we're doing things which are probably not appropriate, frankly. It's just in my view of appropriateness and goodness and how you should engage as people and operate. That's not a good thing. I'm sorry. I grew up in a Jamaican environment. I understand how it works. But some things just need to fundamentally change. And unless we start someplace to change it, it's always going to be the same. I'm going to say it's norm. I'll make one last point, Manning. I was in India this week. I'm still, I think I slept 15 hours in 5 days. I didn't sleep. I made a mistake on your program because I paid for it. But Mannings, I realized this, Mannings, which is people in India, how they drive, you have to be there to see it. That YouTube doesn't do you justice. But here's what I realized in the whole concept. Because people are going the wrong way. They're coming opposite direction, bike coming, people walking across the road, goat, car, van, all at the same time, man. Chaos. I have never seen one road rage, Mannings, man. And I cross my finger from the time I leave my hotel till I get to the office, was an hour away, Mannings, man, I'm telling you. And I tease them all the time. Even the last speech I gave when I was leaving, I was like, one of the guys say, I love driving to Pune. And I'm like, how can anybody love driving India? Are you crazy? It is chaos. But Mannings, man, no road rage for the whole thing. Somebody cut you off, you just keep going, Mannings, man. In fact, you anticipate the cutoff, Mannings, man. And I walk away saying, you know what, in society, if we really think about decision-making, think about how we engage, treat people humanely, it'd be amazing how it's a better world, Mannings, man. And YouTubers have a forum where they're reaching out the public domain. They have to leverage that forum to improve, to inform, I should say, and help improve how we as a people operate and try to educate also. Not just trying to, you're not just do-gooders, you're trying to educate people so they can make better decisions in their life, in their personal life and in their public life. Cataract, the floor is always yours.
All right, Cataract, so do you understand what Cranky was, because I think that was the point that was being made. I don't know if you missed it or you found the others to be more important, because the truth is, Cataract, and you have seen this, and I've said this to you.
The answer?
No, man, no, let me just say this. There are persons who have said things about how you operate. That could be deemed disrespectful as well. So when I speak, I'm not speaking just at what comes at me, but even to you. But I've heard people disrespect, like Coach Minzy, disrespected me, and you probably would have heard that. What I am saying is that you can agree with the position that I'm on, but for you to come out and say that Cataract is corrupt or Cataract is this or Duklan or any person, it is not right. It is not right. And I think that is the point. You can say, listen, Management said this, or Cataract said this, or Cranky said this, and I disagree. And here's why I disagree. And you raise your point without attaching titles and names and those things to people, because there are long-term implications for some of those things. And I think as a society, I think all of us are saying that. we have crime in our country to extreme measures. And I'm telling you, Sunday, I'm going to give you a real life example. A lady just came out on a main road that she was supposed to stop. Didn't touch the car. They didn't know male or female, but when he drove down, he realized a female was in the car. The lady was going to come out of her car to apologize. The man jumped out of her vehicle, blocked off the lady like he might take out something out of his waist. The lady went around and drove off, and he drove over, which his car was not hit. He wasn't going to be in an accident. And I'm saying a simple thing like that could lead to someone losing their life because everybody feel like, yo, this me. Yeah, all right, me this a boy. I need to say this. And we have to change the culture. And I am saying people like you, me, Cataract, and many other persons on this need to be a part of that. And what I want to encourage the people to do is that we don't facilitate or encourage disrespect of management or any other person when we are on this space. It can happen on other spaces, but we don't want it on this space. Let's make a change right here. Your time, Cataract.
So, I don't know where to start.
At the beginning.
First of all, I'm confused because the word loquacious means the one who uses a lot of words. And Stan Crockett certainly used a lot of words. So I will even call him garrulous. I feel vocabulary not bigger than him in one. Right? Good. Number two, I got what he was saying. And yes, it would be nice if we all called each other Sir and John, but this is part of it. So what I've seen, man, is let me just tell you something. The caller said people are calling agent. Hold on now. You notice I didn't interrupt anybody. People are calling people who are supporting bike crickets agents, right? Somehow they've come up with that term. I want someone feel, that's what I see. I want someone feel you're on the program or you're in the chat and support Mr. Ricketts, they call you agent. And then if you support the other side, them call you one other name. I say, go in a PNP, in a Jamaica, comrade, I'm gonna call you shower man. These things will happen. That's just the nature of it. Is it right? Should we all clasp our hands and bow our heads? Sure. But I don't want us to get, people say we come and BJF every day and get over the top. I think that's over the top. If somebody call you an agent, is that your agent or not? If you're not an agent, just laugh or move on, brother. Because it's not like a man is saying you are a thief and you're coming. No. So the man in the comment section, come the 14th of January, if FIFA not step in, this will be all over. Well, no, the 15th of January, everybody will cuss out them one another. Which side win over which side lose. But then we have to get back to the February window with the under 20 qualifications. I am not perturbed. I don't see anything in here that should ring alarm bells off. Some man should just dial back a little bit. If you're asking me, or casting aspersions, since I'm the person who opened up the bottle throwing in the comment section. Well, last year I asked somebody to buckle somebody. We don't do that. But it used to be fun. I'm just saying, I'm honest. Hold on, let me finish my part now. We not use as many words as Stan yet. We have about 1,000 to go before we reach Stan's zone. Come there talk about the goat and the India and the driving and the jet lag. I'm just saying, yeah, we're all there, so. And there's a reason why hundreds of us come every day. And management is correct, which is why I'm a bit more guarded about some of the things I say. Because I realize that people who I don't even know, one girl run out of the toll booth where they and just come hug me. She just want to hug Cataract. I'm like, you know me, which dancing be that I play? She said, no man, me see you on YouTube. And when me there in here, I work on a night, not your program she watch. A coach me told her. She said when she work on the weekend and thing, she watch that because she love her son play football and she just love sit down. So we impact a lot of people, right? And a lot of people watch our things. So you're correct about that. And because of that, I will end now and say time come.
All right, Cataract,
But man, let me change the road. I have one more thing I want to say to you though, on a different topic, totally.
Cataract, one of the things I want to say is that I think you still miss the more. the most important point. And let me say it again. All right? The point is not the agent. The point is ascribing titles that suggest that people are criminals and thieves in a public domain without the necessary information that is considered as being, one, irresponsible, and secondly, disrespectful. I think the JFF can be called out, Cataract can be called out, management can be called out, Cranky can be called out on the points that they have made, the things that they have done, without ascribing titles like corrupt and criminals and thief and all of those things to people. I think that is the line that we are not supposed to cross. When we begin to use those terms, we need to ensure that we can prove it without a shadow of a doubt. I would not want to be responsible for casting aspersions about anyone on these platforms that in some way, shape, or form would affect them in something that I don't know, maybe employment, maybe when they're being seeking promotion somewhere, something is being said, and me by my careless assertions cause them to not, which in turn affects a family. Because I feel a need that if you and I don't disagree, my next step is to make sure I diss you. I don't like you, so my way of expressing that is to quote unquote diss you. We can have dialogue. We can cuss and say, oh, for Manchester United no good. I idiot team that, them not ready yet. That's a different thing than saying, yo, all the whole and a thief and a criminal, a be robbing and rob people money and go from yourself. That's a completely different thing. And I think that is the point the caller was making. That is the point Cranky was making. And what I want to say. We're not talking about the idea of battle someone because we know that for most of us, that is in fun and in jest. And that is normally because you don't like what the person is saying. I'm talking about the name calling and saying unequivocal. We have people from other Caribbean nations who are calling people in Jamaica corrupt just because I'm here it on YouTube. They have no facts to support their argument. But here's what. They are saying without facts. And that is because, you know what? They have heard, and I'm going to put me in it. We Jamaicans saying that. I also disagree that this is how Jamaica is, as a Jamaican state. The negative things about our culture. Cataract, as a man who is involved in politics, you must create a better pathway for the people. You cannot say, this is bad, but it is how we are. No, you must say, this is bad, we need to change this because this is not truly how we are. We have never always been like this. I'm going to give you an example of my life. There are occasions when my parents never spoke to the neighbors, but they never allowed me to pass the neighbors and not say morning. Even though they had a quarrel with my mother and they used the worst terms to describe her and she used the worst terms to describe them. God bless my mother who is now deceased. She would not allow me to walk past them because they are adults. Even if they were smoking, even if the two of them were fighting. As a child, I was not allowed to pass them and not say good morning or good evening. That is the Jamaica that I know. And we can get it back. And I'm saying to you, right, and to me, and to Cranky, and to all of us, we can do things different starting here.
You must be reading what I'm reading, man. Pagan's comment. Pagan's. I think it's a classic. I
wonder if it's brain drain using Pagan name because this
must be Mannings, man. Must be. Can you know only brain will come up with that, right? Only brain come up with
only brain drain would come up with something like this. But Ketara, that is what we're saying. You understand me? I think that is the bigger issue that Cranky is raising and I am raising. All right, boss. You're on everlasting mute now.
Another everlasting mute. Give me a few minutes. The vehicle out here protect me, but I won't hang up. But I'll come back to the point.
I am so disappointed to hear that. I thought he was learning and acting.
Ketara, you never heard anything that I just said.
Yes, I heard everything you said. I said, but I'm muted because I'm putting stuff in a vehicle.
I thought you were muting as a sign of respect, and this is the management. I am so disappointed in you. Even when the outcome was good, how you got there was awful.
The management and his girl just smoking neighbors.
Hey, Ketara.
You cannot make this up. You cannot make this up. I'm sorry.
Cataract didn't hear half of the thing. Cataract took up some stuff to put in the car outside and came back in.
So you really think that'll be that quiet for start talking?
The man didn't hear
Let me
anything.
get to the car and go and talk, man. The man I'm going to reason. Give me a couple of minutes. They'll lock the truck.
But the whole thing, it don't make any sense anymore, Cataract.
That's okay. Cataract say, you know what? I'm not change for your man, man. I am like BP. You know, but it's man, when I hear a lot of programs, the first thing people start in programs sometimes, man, is, you know, we go beat tonight. And those same people don't like to be beaten in the context of, you know what, criticize. So, and it's funny because those who are doing well at criticism sometimes are challenged with receiving it. And we all should be open-minded, right? I do agree. We won't have a utopia in terms of this forum, but at least we try our best to set an example. That's all I say.
Yeah, and you know what is funny? I don't think, some of the Caribbean nations, if they had a podcast like what we have in Jamaica, they would facilitate us.
Look here. You can't have things both ways. You can't have things both ways, right? You welcome the people, let them come here and do them for them thing, brother. They're not gonna beat Jamaica. You understand? So I have a problem with a man from Antigua coming.
What I'm saying, a lot of the Caribbean nations could not deal with things the way we're doing it in this platform. But we have.
But when remember some of them country that bad, bro. I don't care.
Manage your words. Manage your words.
I'm managing my words.
But yeah, man. What I was going to say, boys, don't make sense to go back there because you guys moved from that section, so it don't make sense to really go back there. So, like, you guys are not.
And I want to hear a response on it. Right? Me never cast I never cast that personal judgment. What I'm saying is, my only thing, I heard you say you have a lawyer, but I'm saying, if it is that your name was submitted without that, to me, that's not a lawyer thing to sue a man. That is something for a police matter, brother. Because them think are normal something. Right? Them think are normal something. Right? Take it seriously because that is just my view. I will have a question at a time but those are sensitive matters. I mean, if me have an issue with Mannings, I think what Stan is saying in some instances, we deal with it privately. You understand? But
yeah.
I know that some of this is a man. YouTube is like a song clash arena, you know. Let me just tell you, YouTube is like a song clash arena, you know. Just understand that.
It's not supposed to be. It's supposed to be. When you come on to sport,
I was supposed to be 6'5" and playing basketball at college. But me stop grow from a reach 6 foot and me used to be towering over the children. I was 6 foot at age 13, you know. I'm sure me the hottest thing for the basketball court.
You're tempting us to be hypocrites. You're tempting us. Please transition to the discussion. You're tempting us to make comments about you. We're going to leave it alone and say, we agree you may have certain things about you which could be athletic. I just haven't seen it. Anyway, keep going, man.
Yeah. What I'll say is this, Ketara. Let me just move on. This person, Wealth Info, says some of the person on JFF board and the GenSec is either ACCA or CPA designate, it is a disgrace to be calling these people corrupt without evidence in public forums. What I think what you can say is that, listen, those acts are, from my perspective, they're real corruption. But to say that they are corrupt and they are thieves is like, I honestly don't think, like, and this is the thing with Jamaica, I don't think that is why we use the B-man thing to we don't know the implications of our word and people character. We don't care. We don't care. I'm telling you, we really don't. We can say, who Andrew Wellness said this. What's the name of the next one? Mark Golin, who? Them and they.
No, don't go there. Don't go there.
Yeah, but I'm telling you what people will say, Cataract. People will say that, and they have no evidence. I'm gonna give you a good example, right? And I know there's a special branch of the Jamaica Constable Force that maybe they are listening. Recently had an encounter, right? Where a lady, oh geez, she was carrying on. Oh, police are this. Oh, the police them corrupt. Dirty, all kind of things. So I said that, all right. So have you ever had any interaction with police, like they have come into your community? No, but me know them. I saw them turn. You think me don't know? You think me don't watch news? And so them are going in on the street, right? So in her head, police corrupt and them wicked. And no police, she has never personally experienced, or her family, she's saying, But she says, you know why? Because growing up, all she heard is that police corrupt. Police corrupt. Police corrupt. Police corrupt. But I guarantee you, right? I guarantee you.
Does that lady drive a motor vehicle? I just ask you, does that lady drive a motor
she don't
vehicle?
have a car. No.
Well, Mannings.
Yes, OJ.
Cranky. Welcome back, Cranky from India, because Cranky, I was telling someone the other day, last year I was in Chennai, and worst experience I have down there. So I know what you're talking about, Cranky.
I hear you, Soji. And by the way, Soji, I just 1 second, I love dealing with people in India. It was a great experience dealing with them. They just gotta figure out the infrastructure about driving, because they drive well, don't get me wrong, they're excellent drivers, because to have all that confusion and don't have an accident takes skill.
It's just like the Jamaican drivers, when they're driving those short down Mount Rasta, you have to give them a lot of credit to go down those hill with those narrow roads with those big lorries. So
what you call Larry?
Larry? We don't have Larry, we have Chuck. Larry. Oh, we have Soldier. Yes, have Soldier Larry. Remember, say Soldier Larry, Soldier Larry. Yeah, we start with boss.
You're showing your age, Cataract. You're showing that you're young. You're showing you're young, Cataract. You're showing you're young. That's okay. That's okay.
No, but man, seriously, let me tell a man in Soldier Cataract. Let me tell you my disappointment. You see, all week, we not talk nothing about ball game. We hardly talk anything about player with it. Boy, when I come back and talk a little more about the under 20, because the off the field happenings, though I'm not, you were saying, hold on, or the off the field happenings are overshadowing the on the field and the footballing happenings, and that should never be. That's not a good look.
Yeah, but Cataract, you have to understand, that's how politics are, Cataract. It's like when politics thing coming up, everyone drop everything and just dealing with politics. But as I was saying, last night I was listening something on Sportsmax, and when the Aberview president, I hear him saying some stuff. Man, you guys can go and listen. I don't have to repeat what he said.
We went through all of that already, Soldier.
I never know story, man. So that's why I say I don't want to go back there. Okay, like I go through those things already, it don't make sense to go back there. So we can see, we just have to just go. Man is man, all the team will change the topic and all the team.
All right. All right, hold on. Cataract, we're going to close. So Cataract, bless up yourself. All the best in your playing tonight. We'll talk. Cause it sound like you're talking to somebody in the background. All right. Soldier, Jamaica play Guatemala on the 11th. Soldier, Jamaica play Guatemala on the 11th, and they have 2 games against Canada.
Okay, so we have to talk about that. So who we gonna get? We getting our international players them?
Yeah, man. For what? For the Canada game, yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah. That's what I want to get to full strength. That's we can beat the boys there and know say yes, that's good. So as long as we get a full team and can come, we just concentrate on some football now and no matter with the politics thing now. Politics time for next time. But Cataract love the politics, so you have to see with Cataract, you know.
Yeah.
You understand that, Cranky?
Yeah, Reggae Boys commentary. Simon
Yeah,
Preston says the Guatemala friendly is not in a FIFA window, but North America and JPL players are available.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's good. That's good anyway. We have to just let them know, say, the football have to go on, you know. Don't matter who wins, football have to go on. Football have to go on.
I hear that. I hear that. Is it true that Harry Potter may be coaching your team?
Yeah, well, for now, still management, I don't think fire the coach is the solution, because fire the coach is the same players they're gonna be dealing. So fire the coach is not the solution, because if they did fire Sir Alex Ferguson during those days, because this manager done better than what Alex Ferguson done in his first 3 years, you know, and it's the first year in done, you know. So but the people they used to winnings, they just want to see you as you come in. You look at the job that the Arsenal coach doing now. Remember the first year he finished. Remember he finished 8-2 season, and people them get rid of Arteta, and look at the job the guy doing now.
Hey, Soldier.
Have patience.
Hey, Soldier. Yeah. I hate to tell you this, Soldier, but I can see a future for Arsenal. I can't see a future for Man U. I hate to tell you that. Because you're right. Arteta didn't do well. Wait now. He won the FA Cup in his first year, just like how Ten Hag won the League Cup. He didn't do as well in the second year, but you could see the direction of travel, right? He was getting rid of the old guards and bringing in new players, and he spent some money. Your problem is you've spent over $1 billion, and you can't point out 2 players that you have bought who you say, you know what? They're going to be great going forward. You can't point out one. We can point to a number of them. We can point to Jesus. We can point to anybody. You can't point to one player you've bought as $1 billion you spend. You can say, you know what? You didn't buy Rashford, for example. Whether it's Fernandez, whether it's Casemiro, maybe Martinez in the defense. But you can't point to too many players and say, you know what? They're going to be very good players going forward. And we can see the future. Sorry. Interrupt. Soji.
All right. Soji. Tell me your 3 best players right now at Manchester United.
3 best player right now?
Yeah.
All right, before we go into that, let me say something Cranky first before I say that. The biggest mistake that he should never make David De Gea go. That's a mistake. Okay, the 3 biggest players now that I would say right now for me, and they're going. Well, I don't even see one to tell the future.
So you look at this squad and say, you know, I can't point. No, so the Martinez is not bad. Even though he's probably more of a left back than centre back.
The best Martinez, but in shot, the best looking one was there. What I would say is, and was Mason Greenwood, and then get rid of and them the people them Man U fan them, woman them at least. And the next one, what I would say, the little boy from Argentina, him is a one for the future.
Yeah, but you didn't buy him. You didn't buy him. You didn't buy him or Rashford. They grew up at the academy, right?
Oh, you're talking who we buy? Okay.
No, not
the only person.
But somebody said Rashford, Martinez, and Varane.
Varane done. Varane done.
Varane, yeah. Casemiro look like him go over the hill too, but I say Martinez and Rashford. I like still, you know, is Martial, you know. I like Martial, you know.
So the truth is, Manchester United issue is not the coach then, because you can't even find 3 good players.
No, it's not the coach. It's not the coach. Another coach. Because
So let me ask
you can tell me
do you think,
what I'm saying, management. But you're getting 300,000, you're getting 300,000 a week and you complain and say coach too strict.
Yeah,
and 200,000 for your people.
So let me ask you this.
They should cut all of them to 50,000.
I believe that if Rashford were at Arsenal, Tottenham, or City, he would be playing a whole lot better than he's playing at Manchester United.
Well, you haven't. The mistake, the fault of Manchester United is not really Rashford to all that. It's the midfield. He don't have no proper midfield away from Ericsson. He's over the hill because the biggest rush by is the one from Chelsea. That's why he should never come to Manchester United.
Mannings. He paid 50 for Mount. He paid 85 for Anthony. He paid 75 for Casemiro, and he can't give them away now, Mannings, man. And this isn't too short years. That's not like you bought these players and yeah, go ahead.
Frankie, you're 100% right. The man spent $400 million since he's there, and when you look at you're not seeing that 400.
Frankie, give me a sec, please. Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead, Soji. Go ahead, Soji. Soji, you still there? I think Manny doesn't realize that he cut off Soji. So I'll try to run this soliloquy until Manning's man come back. No, what we're talking about is we digress to the Man U discussion about the Man U team, and they appear to be in trouble. It's one thing to spend a lot of money like Chelsea does, but at least a lot of Chelsea players are young, they have potential, still doesn't see cohesiveness in the team. It will take a while to do so, but they have good players. Lafia, Caicedo, Fernandes, Madueke, Sterling. They have a lot of good players who will come good at things at some point, maybe 2 years from now. But Man U is really challenged in terms of putting a really good team on the field and a sustainable team, which is important, which is what Arsenal has done. Chelsea may do eventually or get there. Tottenham has done, and they may just made a few changes, and they lost their best players and still do well. Don't know how Man U get there. And I know we have digressed away from the Jamaica football to the international football. I probably should come back to the Jamaica football around where we are. I think players-wise, both on the female side and on the male side, we are well positioned. My concern is that all these things happening in the JFF, which are not positive in nature, may turn away some players who are very, very good players, may want to come play for us, but don't want to be associated with an organization which seem to have so much negativity in the public domain. And justified, frankly, given how they have behaved. And my concern that I've expressed numerous times is that the people who are opposing the current administration, and I know Raymond has brought in a number of different people, some with very good reputation, some more challenged reputation, to be part of his team. But I still just think we're going from the left hand to the right hand. I've said that numerous times. I don't see the material difference between a vice president who's been a vice president for like 18 years, been in the administration for 37 years, cannot point to me one substantive thing that he's accomplished or done, which shows that, you know what, he may have the leadership capabilities and skill set to be a very good president. And people got to understand, when the buck stops with you, it's a different ball game. It's one thing to be a vice president. You can hide behind the president. You can say it's not my decision. But even though you may have a strong team, when you have to make the final decision, when you may have to even override your team, when you have to subdue your own ego and perspective for the larger good, or leverage your team and not just make a decision, it's a different case when you have to make those decisions. So I was hoping, frankly, that we would see more interest from people who are maybe in the business sector in Jamaica, who have resumes to suggest that they know how to run an organization, they know how to build a team, they know how to market the product, generate finances, how to engage with players, all those things you need for a successful football program, how to evaluate talent, surround themselves with talent. I was hoping that we would have that, and we're not having that. And my concern is it's going to repeat history. And to be honest, everyone, I know people keep talking about 98, but you've heard this in numerous forums. The discussion around past players and their perspective on the previous administrations It was ugly, but they didn't have forums like social media to express their view and their dissatisfaction. Rightly or wrongly, for this administration, it's a different ballgame. You have so many avenues now to express yourself and to garner interest, and that puts much more light and focus on any administration, including football. And when you have that, you can then be having whatever source you want to use to get your information and provide your perspective. And frankly, the traditional media is now following the social media. I'm not sure if you guys realize that when news come out, the traditional media is always late to the table. Most times it's the social media where you're going to get your perspective. And then you go try to get authenticity. We try to figure out the traditional media is your more authentic source. Sometimes it's not. That's what we go to get or sort of final confirmation of what we heard on social media. But social media also have their contact. And it's becoming more legitimate news as time progresses. And at some point may even replace traditional media in a lot of respects, just because as a person in social media and you have a program, you can talk like management has done for like 3, 4 hours, 5 hours on a given topic. Given how traditional media is situated and constructed, they don't have that leeway to do so. They can sit down and talk for 5 hours on a topic. They have advertisers, they have other programs they have to run. So you can actually do this in this space, and people who are very focused on certain topics can get all the information from you. So my hope actually is that the JFF, whoever wins the election, whenever that occurs, really learn from history, really try to supplement what they have in terms of talent, because I do think it's a talent issue. And this is not causing aspersion in everyone, because you hear me ask Chung this question in different forums. I think it's a talent issue. No matter how good your views are, no matter how good you want to be as a person, no matter how well-intentioned you are, if you don't have the capabilities, you're not going to have good outcomes. Or the outcomes you would like to get, right? And if we're asking, here's what's interesting. So we're pushing to get better and better and better players, right? And if you look at the composition of our football teams, both male and female over the years, they have changed dramatically. You know, the one thing that hasn't changed is the administration, which is interesting. So you want to have a good product on the field. You keep going out and sourcing and recruiting better players, but you have a very stagnant organization with people who've been in there forever and not changing, and that can't be right. Sorry, management. I try to run my mouth so you could come back. Thanks for saving me.
Yeah, Soldier. Let me take Coach Minzy calling. So let me call you back. Hold on. Let me just. Hello. Yes. Yeah, Mr. Wind. Dalton Wind.
Is this the JFF show?
You tell me what your thoughts are. Coach Wind, go ahead.
My thoughts are that they're getting a lot of traction and a lot of fight in the media. What is happening?
I don't know. I didn't know that when I started doing this, I'd be moving with such alacrity is the word. To the top of the criticism pile.
Yes. And it's that you're doing something good, or it's two things, You're doing something good or you're doing something bad.
That's a very good question. But you know what I know? So there's this quote that I like. I always say to my kids, and I think I need to apply it to me. If you don't want to be criticized, do nothing, say nothing, and be nothing. Because and so it comes with the territory. What I don't appreciate though is that it people must always criticize but never become disrespectful. And that is the issue. You can disagree, you can have your thoughts and stuff, but never be disrespectful, because all of us don't think alike. No, Soldier saying that me cut him off from a leave him, and me never cut off Soldier.
No, you did, management. I think inadvertently when you closed down, he lost connection. Yeah, you closed him off. You don't realize that, but you did.
Soldier, I'm so sorry. I threw I didn't mute the thing. Soldier, me vex. So, I'm
Yeah, yeah.
going to say about the time. Let me WhatsApp it back to you. Go ahead, Coach Minzy. Me WhatsApp about the time when we just take with.
Cut off Soji to call. I get a call from.
Well, what you saying, Coach Minzy? Do you think like we need to try our best while we call out all the matters of acts of that look like corruption in the football, deal with those issues, but still be the cognizant of the fact that there is good thing happening on the field with both the male and the female team, and we don't spend enough time discussing that, or we need to stick to what we have been doing or what has been happening generally across the social media platform, or there needs to be a pivot. What are your thoughts on what is going on?
We definitely should attack the situation at hand, and definitely, you know, ensure that, especially the information going out in the public is not one that is, Frankie would use this word, relation. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. I think that the topic at hand, the attack, it seems as if though that from my understanding that some sort of, what I call it, stronghold that is, you know, ringing up the hand of other persons in the football, and that is causing it to be at the state where it is. Especially the fact that the an election that you're gonna have that is basically free from these things. The JFF election is no different. But I mean, I guess it has to do with anything political. People do what they need to do to win, but it is always mind-boggling when that the extent that they go to actually, you know,
Hey,
get a
Minzy.
seat and.
Minzy.
Yeah.
Have everyone ever studied what Burrell did after he lost the first election? Anybody study what Burrell did? Huh? You know, we praise. Go ahead.
Are the same thing may I refer to, because
Yeah.
people will do what they have to do to get, and it is just kind of set a certain way. It is just how election is done. Every country you check and people want power, they do anything even against their own moral standard just to get in power. So
Yep.
it just kind of messy, and it's like Mr. Ricketts, as the big boss is exercising his biceps and trying so that no one can
You know what I find?
barrage them.
You know what I find so strange? I don't know if you have heard or anyone, but up to this point, I've not heard any of the candidate in their public utterances speak of the other person in a disrespectful tone.
No.
And I find it strange that it is the people who probably are picking sides who are doing it. It's very strange. Like every time I've heard them, they keep on saying, we are friends. One will say, boy, but the time for change is now. But we are good friends. And the other one says, I don't understand, because we have always been friends. We are good. They keep
Hey,
on
Mannings.
Mannings, I asked
Go ahead, Benzi.
question, you know, and he definitely said that. He said something, so I'm asking if he's afraid to be suspended like what had happened to Mr. Wilkes. And he said, no, he's just speaking the truth. They are friends, like you said. So it's not like they are really. I mean, I guess he's still a serving member, so he really probably can't go out there and show the pain on the door that much. You understand?
No, I don't think that's it, guys. Here's my view, Minzy and Mannings. If you listen to both them, especially Ricketts, because I've seen Ricketts much more in the public domain, they are two very respectable persons. Here's look how they engage and even how they communicate. To me, anyway, doesn't mean I advocate for either of them to be in the position. Not because you're a nice person, a respectable person, a gentleman, mean that you've exhibited to me the skill set you need to be successful or to maximize what the role entails, right? So we shouldn't conflate the two between them being good, respectable people, who I think they are when I hear them engage and see them in any situation, versus what I think is needed for the role. So the person should have those capabilities and those attributes in addition to other skill set to allow the role to evolve and to allow the role to be effective. I do think that they probably are friends. I think Raymond just thinks it's time for a change and he should be the person. And he's going to go out and get individuals to support him and build a team where people can feel comfortable with the team. I still think the leader has to have certain things about them where I vote for both the team and the leader versus just the team. That's my view.
Yeah. What do you say, Coach Minzy?
Yeah, I agree with Frank. Around the argument. So
I think that is oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, because those are the two things, and I said it earlier today. When I checked the timelines, right, all of these things were agreed by, again, the word they use is unanimously agreed on by the board first, then by the Congress, then which is the Constitution. So I don't think the idea of the election or contesting the election was there at that point, right? Because if it were, then maybe there would have been earlier objections to the thing. So now, after this agreement, the said Constitution that both persons agree to is what is causing most of the conflict. That is why, for me, it would have been better if a completely new group were doing it, because these are the people who put the Constitution together.
So Mannings, here's my question to you, Mannings. Mannings, here's my question. And for your audience, just think about it before you answer. Why do we care? Why do you care? So Mannings, here's what's killing me and I'm struggling with. I have the same people sitting on different sides of the aisle fighting for a position. Not non-change. I'm going to use Jamaican language. Why do I care? I don't care because you know what? It's not like I'm changing from to a new set of people with new ideas, new perspective, going to bring something different to the table, different individual with certain skill set. Yes, I know Cameron and a few more people are in there, but as far as I'm concerned, it's just repeat of the history. And you know what I should focus on? Getting the best players and try to work around the administration until we can get new people in the seat. Because I don't see we arguing about this. And as you say, man, it was the same people at the table who makes the decisions. We argue with somebody. We argue with the family. The family have their own situation. They're figuring out things about themselves. And we on the outside arguing about it as if we're going to change anything. We're not changing anything.
Yeah, because you have been told, listen, if you see a man and a woman a fight, don't get involved because when them gone at them bed at night, them probably turn around and beat you. People have always said those things. You understand me? Yep. In this context, two persons came together and decide that this is the constitution we want to have. Months after, one says, okay, I'm going to contest the election. And now the same constitution that they agree on. Like Cranky said, like, should I be working up myself about this?
Exactly. Why are you working up yourself? And we all get excited and we saw Sports Max and they get excited and they're thinking, have you guys really thought about this? The people amongst them, they have their own family feud about things because the one want to change the other, but it's a family.
So
I don't want to call it a mafia family, but it's a family. It's a family.
So is it that, am I going to believe that when one comes in, the constitution is going to be changed? Like, I would have more faith in that happening if the person were a complete outsider coming in. And I keep on saying that, and that is what I think most people are missing. This is insider going up against the thing. It would be like the the next general election in Jamaica is the prime minister going up against the deputy minister, right? The deputy prime minister, and the only party is the Jamaica Labour Party. It like, should I have confidence that policies are going to change if either one win, the prime minister or the deputy prime minister? And that is the issue.
No.
We need to look at what we need to advocate for is that the Constitution should not allow people in the same leadership to probably contest the election.
Yeah.
So here's the question, man. Here's the question. Here's the question. Sorry, here's the question, man. Why did FIFA allow that if they had to pass the Constitution? We're talking about FIFA as this overriding body who's going to be the guardian and make sure things work well. Really? I haven't seen it. So aren't they involved in reviewing the Constitution and say, yes, it's objective, it makes sense, it will achieve the objective?
This is why I was saying that the trick in the whole thing is this, Cranky. I think when they were doing the Constitution, they never foresaw an internal challenge.
Yeah, management, but did the board have to approve it, management?
Yeah, but of course you're going to approve it because you just figure that we will not challenge each other. That's what I'm saying. So what you remember there was an issue, I think, with one of the prime ministers having people write some letters that became an issue because it's almost like you don't expect the thing to happen.
Right.
So you do it to protect yourself. And then, bam! You understand me? Here it is now that two persons in the same party are going up for the position and no other party is involved.
Yeah, man, I see some comments in the section talk about Chris During and others in Jamaica who are not advocate of overseeing born players being in a team. I must say this, and this may sound not smart me saying this, them can't stop citizens from pursuing position on the national team. I don't care what they say. And we as a public would not allow it because we'll know quality. We watch football 24/7. They can try the nonsense, but we're going to push back management whatever way we can. We don't have the power that to make decisions, but that cannot be digestible, acceptable in any shape or form. So that thought has to be rethink. You're a Jamaican citizen and you have the skill set and the capability and the coach maybe should be in the team. Then we don't want to hear about you don't want foreigners in your team or foreign-born players. Then change the citizenship law if that's the case. Because, otherwise, get over it.
Yeah. But here's one of the things that, right? Because what the candidates have come out and said so far, like Mike, and these are public information. Mike Rickett says he has 9 parishes. All right. These are all people who are going to support him, right? These are all people who are in football for a very long period of time. The other party has the other 4 people, other 4 parishes, are they right? Who are all people who are in the football. At the end of the day, it will be the same group of people that governs the football in terms of key decisions. And I think that is what we need to look at. And when I keep on telling people, they think money is on a side. Until and if there was a next candidate, I don't know who it could be. Like, I think it would have been better, for example, if let's call one of the names, like Dave Cameron said that I am going to run by myself and formed a
new,
yeah, like a bit, yeah, because that to me would make a little bit more sense.
Mine is really, you could use a better example.
No.
Say Chris Williams.
Chris
now,
Williams.
West Indies cricket management, we see what West Indies cricket.
Yeah.
So Chris Williams.
What's
done well with the JPL, for example.
Let me see what I can find.
Let me take a literal panel one. We can't use Cameron. We cannot use Cameron.
If I use Chris Williams, people are going to, and listen, let me say with
Chris I know Williams. What he says, management, but just say use Chris Williams because he's done. He has accomplishment he can point to.
Yeah, but let me say this with Chris Williams. Chris Williams is clear. He's not the president of the JFF. So he will tell you that. And he normally goes and says, I know the JFF me are running now. at the JPL being run.
Right.
And my job is to fix the local league and the local players. Not tell me about no foreign based player. Me not business about that.
But man.
In a sense, he's right, you know.
No, man is not right. You know why it's not right, man?
Yeah.
Because any visibility given to a Jamaica team has trickled down effect for the JPL, like it or not.
Okay. So
Agreeing
you
or
see
not,
that.
right? So
Okay.
the big picture is, don't disagree with him about developing local players. What he's missing is the visibility given to Jamaican football. And even though those players may not be based in Jamaica or grew up in Jamaica or play in Jamaica, you can only have good outcome from that. May not good outcome in terms of him putting those players in the national team, but they would probably want to watch Jamaican talent in some way, shape, or form. So I don't think one should discard that there's benefits to be derived from putting out the best team that you can. But I understand his perspective in terms of him promoting his team and what he's trying to accomplish.
Yeah. So at least that. So I can. So if like Chris Williams said that he decided that he was going to go and run as president, and he said he had a slate, and he said he get like a Peter Gould and some, he called like Neo and some other people. I think, to me, that would make more sense if they were raising some of these objections, because the truth is, these things would not have been done with them signing off, and they're coming into it. So those objections would be more legit to me, and they would have a strong case because they were not, they're not a part of the original constructing of the Constitution. That is the source of a lot of the debate right now. And that continues to be my biggest concern about this. Should we even be engaged in this process? To this point, like, what are we going to expect regardless of who wins?
Nothing, no change.
So why are we arguing and fighting? That is the thing.
Okay, the football now go change.
For what?
Because
yeah.
If PNP win the next election, things now go change right away. I just one of them things that we're gonna take due process. And if these people are willing to learn and take the feedback from the public, then you might have change. But as it stands, me not see no change.
I haven't seen, you know management, you know what's funny, management and Minzy?
Jason Guna says because it is fun.
No, you know what I felt management, interesting management is this, is because when I heard you speak, and I keep referring back to this management, and you played that, I think, an excerpt yesterday from the Grenada thing that you see the kids playing on the field. When I hear you talk to the Grenadian president, I walked away impressed. Whether or not he achieves all the things that he's trying to accomplish, you could see a plan, you could see a roadmap, you can see initially some things that have been done on the ground, management to suggest they're going to go in the right direction. I know that Speed talk about them applying to FIFA and getting some funding for under 14, for 14 and up, frankly, 14 through 17, whatever it is. It's a good thing, and they must have had a good proposal. But I haven't seen management that comprehensive plan, both tactical and strategic management, that showed me they can get the football in the right direction that you want to get into, to have a really sustainable program, to develop world-class talent. So we don't have to worry about where you were born, because those who are locally developed can compete with anybody, just like our athletes do. I haven't seen that management, and that's my concern when I see a new person. Management, if you're coming in to run for a position of management, which is ingrained, been there forever, you want to communicate to the public and the management how your plan different from what things have been done, anything that person can conceive going forward. It is so comprehensive, strategic, detailed, differentiator. You're going to say to yourself, you know what, I can vote for this person. We have done this. And they're projecting out 5, 10, 15 years about where they're going, management. You'll be like, you know what, this is what we need. I haven't seen that. Yeah.
Presenting something like that can also be misleading, because oftentimes we hear these political people come in and present manifestos or whatever they are presenting, and when they go in the seat, you wonder if these men are pathological in their statement of the truth.
No,
because sometimes people are setting the appeal to the audience,
And then when them go in, them switch.
Right, but here's the thing, Minzy, which is yes, and you'll have to take 4 more years to get rid of them. But here's the thing: a lot of us know, and in the audience knows some of the things that are needed. So now that you're talking to foreign topics, it's just about strategically how you're going to do them and how you're going to execute it, and what you're going to leverage to do it, right? Because what the Grenadier president talked about are not new things, grassroots football, the concept of improving coaching, improving refereeing, transparent your players so they know what the numbers are, and there's no ambiguity about what the numbers are, and I can't pay you and I can pay you. All those things are not new in the management and Minzy, but they're things that people like to say, you know what, this is going to take us forward. And if you come to the table, wait, first of all, Minzy, here's what's shocking about this. The person who's been in that role for 37 years and the vice president for 18 years, I'm going to say this 101 times, can I point to one or two things which are differentiated that he has done over his tenure? That's shocking. I don't think people realize I'm talking about that, I can think about any company I've worked for and I can point to one or two things I've done which I'm proud of and which resonate with any audience. He can't do that. And if you're a leader, if you're going to run for the presidency of any organization, your resume has to speak for itself. And then interview process, you demonstrate that what your resume on the resume is, you can talk to. I haven't seen the resume, Minzy. I haven't heard anything in the public domain. I mean, walk away with a sense of confidence, except, you know what? I have Minzy and management on my YouTube list of great presenters, and therefore I'm good. But I can't talk about myself and what I have done or how I've influenced the team to achieve an objective. That's what I struggle with. So don't disagree about people who will come to the table with all these promises and can't deliver. Sometimes they can't deliver because they didn't realize what they were getting involved in. And sometimes they've been disingenuous. That happens.
Yeah. What I'll say is that, go ahead, Vinzi.
Yeah, and that's what I'm referring to. They make the plans, when they go in the seat, they can't do it, or they have to revert from what they had said because going in the seat, they have become a different individual. Or the seat would have basically caused them to adjust what they really said before.
So, let me say we want to management before we go further. Just one comment quickly. I've said this before, there's no time in our history, management, I'm watching Jamaica football for a long, long time, where we have a group of players, both male and female, who I believe given the trajectory we're on, and the more we're going to come in, we're going to be able to compete at a decent level on the world stage, management. Improve our ranking, improve our brand, everything around it, and leveraging that. And yet, management, there's no time in our history, and I'm corrected on that, because when Burrow was in power, he was a dictator, so he got things done with Warner, that our administration have such a negative perception, frankly. Because even when Burrow was there, we know Burrow didn't do certain things right. At least he had Warner's back in and they could influence things and get things done. Didn't treat the players right, but nobody hear that. But the administration, the view, and maybe because of the publicity that YouTubers bring. Huh?
YouTube never there on them time that the crank.
True. That's a fact. That's a fact.
Well, what I will tell you for sure is that some of the things that are said about Mr. Chung and YouTube, they dare not say that about Horace Reed, because I will tell you that, remember, he brought CVM and they had to come out. He want a station him bring. If you slip, you're gonna court. What I will tell you is that while I believe that would have been said, if you never had facts to support any name you called him, Horace Reed taking you straight to court with millions in lawsuit, like he did a couple stations in Jamaica, and they had to remove employee. So, part of what has happened is that when some of these things have been said and done as well, is that maybe where they are wrong, nothing was done, so they have continued.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't think some of the stuff that has been said in the public about Michael Ricketts, even with YouTube, could have been said about Captain Burrell without court cases. I also believe that, right? But let me say,
management, they would have if that happened, management, it would not have been good for the person to bring it in, because there was evidence, management. I'd say that. When lawyers start drilling deep, it gets sticky. That's all I'll say about that.
All right, but what I'll say is that the one thing that Chris Williams did say, and he said it on this program, him no want no proxy Jamaica. Obviously, you can't say that, and he said, you can't tell me something else that man is man. Them a proxy Jamaican. All right, I think that was not good, and I think
I think Chris believe the only Jamaicans are the ones who live on the island.
you'd have to. I think you'd have to retract that. And I know him. Like I said, he's focused on what he's doing, so I don't think he's ready to do that. But he did use that term in reference to a particular player, said that they are proxy Jamaican. So you know what that means. But I will not. I will not say anymore. But we have the man from Trinidad and Tobago. We had an Antiguan earlier. But what is the conversation in Trinidad when the people hear what is going on in Jamaica? They must say Jamaica football mash up. Not true. You know, when they hear us every day. When they tell me, hear what's going on in Jamaica football dead.
I hear you telling.
Watch me. What time the show start later? Tell the people, you know.
Yeah, man, the show start about 6:30, you know.
Yeah.
And we have a special guest on the show that is talking to me right now.
All right.
I thought I was a special guest, Minji. I'm very disappointed to hear that. I'm not comparing you again. I'm not comparing you again.
Anyone else say I talk to you right now?
But I'm not talking to him, so I'm very disappointed in you, Minji. I'm just kidding. In the audience, don't take it. What may I say? I true, you know, because we don't understand.
All right, listen.
I say my skin a rubber skin, and I must be in the comment section there.
All right, Minzy. Look at it.
All right.
Yeah, but all right, so that's Coach Minzy. Yeah, Andre, what say you know? What is the word in Trinidad about Jamaica?
I don't know. I'm not in Trinidad. What could Trinidad say about Jamaica? Cranky, how are you doing, buddy?
I am doing well. How are you doing?
I couldn't be better, actually. I have no complaints right now in my personal life, that is.
But not your football life. Not your football life.
Football life is it goes up and down. You know, football is an emotional game. Look, I don't know that Trinidad. What could Trinidad say about Jamaica? Jamaica football is potentially in a very good place. Are there some challenges? Yes, there are some challenges, and I think I like the idea that there's the conversations that are taking place. But I think one of the things that we need to figure out is for the whole region in particular. In this case, I'm hearing a little bit of, well, what could we do? We don't have a vote. We don't have this. What could we do? I'm thinking that we need to figure out if there's a way to hold people accountable. For example, FIFA has an integrity app. Okay, and I think that integrity app is being marketed as a tool for people to report potential match fixing and that kind of stuff, right? And they also point out the things that you would need to have to make the allegation with the while following through on. So is there something like that that exists for the MAs, right? Something that make them uncomfortable, that the conversations aren't just happening, but if people have evidence that something is happening, then it's going to be reported to FIFA, and then FIFA will be on their back, because they're just merely a representative of FIFA, right? It's just each MA is just an arm of FIFA, basically, right? And so I ask the question all the time: why it is they allowed the amount of things that are spoken about in YouTube? Why all these things happen, and it seems as though nothing is being done about it?
Yeah, Cranky, you want it?
I'm trying to multitask, which is not good. No, look, as Andre is alluding to, look, there are policies, there are procedures that one has to follow in any organization. And the fact of the matter is, if you're in the public and you're not a shareholder or you're not a member, you can only try to use any kind of public pressure, but you don't have any true pressure apart from just public perception and the collective body speaking to help to influence, right? You can't really change it. So we can't really change, but we're not part of the administration or have any voting power to change them. And even when voting power has been created, it's still with a selective group to do so, which makes it very, very difficult. And that's for all administration, actually. And I find it ironic that one of the most corrupt organizations in the history of mankind is the governors and the overseers for football across the planet. I find that really ironic, actually, that FIFA is deemed to be almost like the Integrity Commission, who's going to make sure all things work right, when they historically have not necessarily been good soldiers. So I do think that in some instances, we've seen the past, you have to kill the football to save the football. Now, using a nuclear bomb to change the football, like your government coming in and FIFA then sanctioning you and you have to start over, sometimes you have to do that. Are we at that stage? No, but I do think we can't continue the status quo of the same people running the football. It's just, we've seen that they may be good guys, but they lack what we need to have the football progress. They just do. Now, management talk about the JPL and Williams, but Williams is not part of the JFF. And we see how he's trying to change the JPL. Look at the final that they had with Mount Pleasant, and who did they play? Arnett, whoever they played. Look how that turned out. And look how the competition is being run. It seems like it's somebody with a good mind, good thought process, used to leading, used to managing, now running something and trying to make good with it, even without a good underlining structure by the JFF to supply that league with players, right? If you had a grassroots football and players come to the ranks and they have good coaches that would supply the JPL, that's why I said management, they're not mutually exclusive. What Chris is talking about is not mutually exclusive from the national program or what the JFF should be doing. The FA that runs football in England, you'd be totally not thinking really well to think the JFF is not going to be the one that has started grassroots football, supply the academies, who then spend the money to bring those players through. That are support the other leagues in the country. So I do believe that across the Caribbean, frankly, not just Jamaica, that people need to do better. And I'm encouraged by some of the FAs in the Caribbean about their presidents. I don't know about the teams they have, but if you hear the president speaking in a public forum, you walk away saying, hopefully those presidents execute on what they're saying to bring those programs forward. But I've heard anything about Trinidad, by the way, Andre, which I'm a little bit surprised about. Because historically, Trinidad was next to Jamaica. I haven't heard about Trinidad.
In terms of what?
In terms of who's leading the football federation, how well that person is situating the football in the country in terms of its development. You have a lot of stadiums and big stadiums, but they're always empty when I watch the games or look at some of the games. And I don't hear them in any public forum talking about the football. And frankly, the product you put on the field seem to have regressed over the years. If I go back to the Latapes and Yorks and Stern John days to now, it's night and day in terms of the quality put on the field. Versus Jamaica, by the way, who didn't have some of those quality players. You think about the players you have produced over the years versus Jamaica.
Mm-hmm.
Trinidad has done a better job producing some of the better players, frankly, player for player, pound for pound, even on the same volume. But today, even though Jamaica does leverage the international arena, I think Jamaica is a better place than Trinidad football. And you ask the question, has Trinidad football regressed? And is that because of the administration, why they have regressed versus anything else?
So right now, Trinidad football is under a normalization committee and has been for the past 4 years or something like that.
4 years?
Yeah, I think so. I think it has been 4 years. And what needs the last piece of business that need to be done while we were put under a normalization committee is to fix the constitution, something you all were just talking about in regards to Jamaica constitution. And there was information recently to suggest that is being worked on with FIFA, and it should be done by December, I think was the timeline. And then there'll be an election early next year in the first quarter. So
our new people in the football, so if the election should run, it would be a new set of people who were not there before that would be in there now.
So you can't really say, because there are some people who might be interested in running, but they don't know what the new constitution would look like. So they have to wait until that moment to decide. So potentially there can be some new people. I think one of the questions, and it's quite interesting that you all have two candidates that coming from the inside, and I don't know your constitution, but if you wanted to run management, could you? Could you run?
I think you have to be an affiliate. So I possibly could because I have a club. I have a functioning club.
So somebody with the leadership qualities that is required, could they that may be in the business community, they have to be part, they can't run, they have to be part of a club.
Yes, if they're like a PRO or they're part of
Right.
the executive arm of a club.
So maybe
yeah.
so maybe the job, and this is for Jamaica, I do believe this is the job for Trinidad. Maybe the job is to find somebody from the outside, so to speak, outside of what exists now, that is in a position that has the leadership qualities that we believe could improve the football, and have that person run against the current candidates. Because I think the whole thing is about leadership, right? What does the MA in the region want to? We spoke to Marlon recently, just a few weeks ago, right? And what is the difference between Marlon and some of the other presidents, some of the other people that run the federation? He was a breath of fresh air, right? Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Right. And I think the one thing that I think makes a difference with him, I think he wants the best for young people in Grenada. That's what I heard. And one of the very first shows we did when I came on to this platform, my perspective has always been that you have to want the best for the people in football, for the children in football, just like you would want for your children. You follow what I'm saying?
Yes.
So if you want your kids to go to Stanford and you're a leader in football, you have to be able to create opportunities so that other kids can go there if they want. And if you're not thinking, like, if you think all the other kids could only go to CC or wherever, right, and not Stanford, then there's a problem. And I just use that name not in no disrespectful way, but it's a school in Jamaica, right? So I think that's the difference with Marlon. I think Marlon seems to want the best for young people in Grenada. And I think that's the kind of leadership that we want.
Yes.
Whether it's Trinidad or wherever.
But I don't know. There seem to be, I don't know why the persons who are in those positions would not get involved in the football. I don't know if they never had any, I don't know. That, like, they never have any desire. Is it because it is not, the kind of money that is available in it? Because the truth is, some of those persons, it takes a lot to be involved in football, and maybe some persons don't want to make that kind of a sacrifice. I don't know, but that's a very important thing that you're saying.
Management, is that what the finance minister says? The reason why they triple the compensation for the political persons is because they're trying to get better talent.
Better people, there you go. Because like I can use me as an example, that what I do is in probably any business, if I were doing that, I would be making probably millions in Jamaican. But if you're going to do it for football, you have to just give your time. So how many persons are at the place in Jamaica with the kind of expertise that you're suggesting, Andre, that can basically say, all right, I am willing to give to the football, and it's going to cost me.
Right. I think you're asking a good question, but I think the effort needs to be made to educate them, right, on the job, what is required, and the importance of somebody with their skill set, what it means for Jamaica. Because right now you're doing it, you are not employed by the JFF, and I think you should make a banner saying that you're not employed at the JFF. So
there are some people, no matter what banner I put up, they're going to believe that.
Right? You're not an employee, And what I've heard you say is that you're trying to help Jamaica football. You're trying to do this for Jamaica, right? I'm sure there's people in Jamaica that would want to serve, that would serve if they understand what's involved, right? Because
Hold on. Sorry to cut you. Big up the texter who just text me and they asked me, what is the name of Andre's show on YouTube? It's called I Am Sure Sports.
Thank you. They're trying to run more of your platform management.
No. They're saying that you sound so good. They want to go and check out your platform.
Oh, okay. Hey, well, this is it. This is it. I'm trying to find somebody from Trinidad who wants to do it, But in Trinidad, the dynamic is a little different. People remain quiet. It seems as though because they may have ambition to be in football. And it's almost like a death sentence if you have an opinion on football. In Trinidad, that's not consistent with the power, the power structure,
Yeah, but I think that is one of the biggest issue. The issue is the matter of compensation, because a lot of people, I believe, probably think to give what they have now requires them to get something out of it. They're probably not at the place financially, and corporate Jamaica provides way more financially than what football would provide. Because, like I said, most people who get involved in football in Jamaica is charity, and I think that's what needs to be fixed. That is which is what Cranky was saying, that even the political arm of Jamaica is saying that listen, here's what you do: increase the salary for politicians and people involved in politics, and better people would want to leave university and serve in those capacity.
Well, I think if you wanna be involved, the people that are involved in football right now, the president of the JFF and all, they didn't have to leave their jobs, right? And there's tremendous benefit from being involved in football in that perspective, right? When they travel, they get per diem. You get to go all around the world. You get to. I think football has a lot of meaningful work that you can do, and I think it's a matter of speaking to. I believe. Look, I used to sign my email. Consider the wisdom of optimism, right? I think we got to be optimistic and go after the people that have the skill set to be able to help the football. Because what I heard you all saying just now, that it doesn't seem as though anybody believe that anything would change with either of the candidates. Is that what you all were saying just now?
Yeah, a lot of people believe that. A lot of people believe that there's not much change to be anticipated. You see, and here's the thing, just based on how people have operated, it's for me, it's not worth it. Like for me, I mean, and I have not been in this capacity for a year, and just what people say, it makes you wonder: is it even worth it to try and help? So let the people who are in it be, because they have been. Let them take the criticism, because it honestly, again, if someone who should ask me, what you think, should I get involved? I would say, brethren, I don't know if it is worth it. What you're giving for what you're getting, it's not worth it. The kind of things people are going to do and say about you, why put yourself and your family through that? That is also part of the dialogue.
It is an important part of the dialogue, but whether you're involved in football or not, they're going to do and say, right? People are going to find a reason to say something. Look, I think it's unfortunate. It's sad that in the region, a place that we take, most of the countries in the region, we take education so seriously. Right here on this platform, people come on and talk about their expertise, what their real profession might be, the education that they have, and we still finding ourselves in situations where we can't fund our own federation, right? The revenue, the federation, the last financial statement I saw from Trinidad, the revenue was less than $1 million, right? It's no revenue. So and everything that we get is being paid for by FIFA, so we depend on FIFA. I've not heard an administrator since I've been listening to YouTube come on one of these programs and talk about anything other than FIFA subvention in terms of how they're going to do stuff. Have you?
Except that I think recently JFF has been touting the Adidas contract. I think that probably would be the exception.
Right, and that's the Adidas contract is very good. I listened to somebody talk about it the other day. It seemed to be a lucrative contract, and that's good. But what are the sources of revenue like for the Spanish FA and all? I heard the president that they just pushed out, the guy that they just pushed out that misbehaved at the World Cup. He said when he raised $25 million to prepare the team for the World Cup, what did he do to raise $25 million? He didn't talk about FIFA money. He talked about money that the federation raised to prepare the women for the Women's World Cup.
Yeah. Hey, listen, I don't know how this is gonna work, you know.
So this is one of the things before you say that. DW is saying the Canadian FA is considering bankruptcy. It's not unique to TT. This is the problem. I find a statement like this to be problematic in the sense that we are saying, okay, is he saying that Canada is doing bad, and because they are doing bad, Trinidad is doing good? Trinidad and Tobago is doing good. Is that what he's saying? Is that how we judge our success? Or do we have ambition, or should we have ambition and a vision to do things in a way that elevate our football or elevate ourselves?
Yeah. People, nobody can complain. This is the longest show in the history of shows on YouTube.
You gotta call the Guinness Book of Records.
I am telling you. It is 6 hours long.
That's long.
That's why traditional media can compete with you, man. Huh?
Where's Cataract? He was on earlier.
No, hold on. Cranky and Andre. I can leave you guys, you know, if you want.
No. My name's. I just got in my house and I haven't done anything yet. I just came from my trip. I gotta go. I'm glad I have to go.
I just saw some things that I'm supposed to do, so I have to go. But people, Andre, big up. Cranky, big up. All right. Everyone, listen, thank you so much for a very long day. I am Buddy's Bud. This has been I Am Sure Sports. Hit the like button before you go. We are over and we are out of here.
Yo, watch about dog, SK New Erdis, the body out there, Sniper King I represent for I Am Sure Sports. You get to me, I say, when you want the latest news and sports and updates and all of that, check out I Am Sure Sports. You know the thing goes in. Remember, cover the whole island. Remember Kingston, Westmoreland, Galchester, Ocherase, Galtigo Bay, everywhere. I Am Sure Sports, check it out for the latest news and latest updates. Sniper King I represent. Where them feel like, yeah, someone on for the food from young, from where they knee height. I Am Sure Sports. Yeah, dog.